This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents Return of the Runebound Professor 6, a progression fantasy series by Actus, narrated by Ramon Diocampo. The story so far. In the previous novel, Noah terrorizes people that threaten his students. Scratch that. Return of the Runebound Professor. Noah got things started the good old-fashioned way, by blowing himself up in the pursuit of advancing his formations. His research into patterns had started to yield fruitful results, and not just for him. His students were starting to get pretty skilled at controlling the unseen forces binding the universe together, inserting magic into their patterns to achieve new mastery of their magic. Things were going great, which, of course, meant Wizen had to go and ruin everything. Barb, his most trusted ally, attacked the transport cannon for a powerful artifact hidden within it. Noah was barely able to arrive in time to save Tim from being killed by the resulting fight. Richard, a rather annoying healer from way back when, remember the bloke that checked Noah's brains over when he first popped out of the Scorched Acres as a fresh escapee from the line? Yeah, that guy. Turned out to be a traitor working together with Wizen. Fortunately for Noah, Barb deep-fried him during the fight. Less fortunately for Noah, she got away with the artifact. Its powers were far too great for even Noah to ignore. As little as he cared about Arbitage as a whole, it was unfortunately the location in which his students resided, and Wizen seemed to be planning something so big that nobody would be safe should he succeed. And so, Noah set out to stop Wizen, joined by Moxie, Lee, and the strongest enforcers of Arbitage. There was no possible way they could fail. Wizen was powerful, but he couldn't be so strong that he could beat all of... He was. And he did. And not only did Wizen completely and utterly defeat Arbitage's forces, but he went and dragged Noah, Moxie, and Lee into the damned plains along with him. They fortunately managed to separate from Wizen before landing in Lee's homeland, but they still had big problems. There weren't a whole ton of ways back out of the damned plains. Wizen was still on the loose, and demons were everywhere. But there was one variable that none of them could have expected. The damned plains might have been a place where power was the only thing that mattered, but it was also a place in which nobody knew who Noah was. It was a place where Noah could die. A place where Spider, his demonic persona ironically granted to him by Father, could finally go all out. And when Noah had absolutely no reason to restrain himself, he could go quite far indeed. With a small but growing army of students, strike that, demons, at his back, Noah sets out to conquer the damned plains and bring Wizen's plans to a halt so he can return to the students waiting for him back in the mortal realm. And may the gods have mercy for anyone that stands in his way. Chapter 1. Violet's eyes fluttered open. The world buzzed and twisted around her, dancing to a tune that only it could hear. Her lips felt gummy, and her head throbbed. Spider, on the other hand, didn't even seem slightly bothered. Violet swallowed. That was the only action she could manage to muster. Pain and new strength swirled into a churning mix in her soul. She'd managed to keep her misgivings wrapped when Spider had bought the mind melt potion. If that had been the price for power, she'd have been more than willing to pay it. But it quickly became abundantly clear that Spider didn't have any plans of using the potion for its intended purpose. He'd asked her a few dozen questions about her goals and what she wanted to accomplish. Violet could barely even remember what her answers had been. All she'd wanted was to be strong, to be able to protect Aelin and Edda and Torek. Nothing else mattered. Whatever Spider had wanted in return, she'd been prepared to give it. The demon had handed her rune after rune, ordering her to draw them into her soul. Shame wrapped around Violet like a metal cloak at the memory. As it turned out, having absolutely no experience drawing in runes had made her horrid at it. Even though the power had been right in front of her, it had taken minutes to draw in every single one. The impatience in Spider's posture made it apparent that Aelin had taken to drawing in the new runes considerably faster than she had. Everything Violet had wanted had been right in front of her, and she couldn't grasp it. By the end of the 30-minute window Spider had warned her of, Violet managed to bring in 6 new runes and draw in energy from a rune the stronger demon shattered to fill her current demon rune. Then it had come time to combine them. Even now, Violet's stomach twisted. Spider had handed her everything, and she'd failed. Even with Spider's instructions, the combination had been horrible. She'd known it from first glance. The rune had been nearly 65% full, a complete failure. Then, the potion's effects had ended, and Violet found herself sitting back on the ground of the tent. It had been humiliating. But as her stomach twisted itself into knots so tight that they could have cut through metal, her defeated gaze had been met only by Spider's hand, holding a second potion. A second chance. One that put her so impossibly deep into debt that she couldn't even begin to comprehend the extent of it. Violet had taken it without hesitation. Shame did nothing. Even if she had a crippled rune, she couldn't afford to do anything but take every advantage that Spider was willing to offer her. She had no clue why he was willing to spend so much effort on a demon with no potential and no skill, but she didn't care. Anything Spider wanted from her would be his if he could let her keep up with Aelin. But when they had returned to her mind, Spider didn't procure new runes. Instead, he simply ordered her to close her eyes and brace herself. Violet almost let out a scornful laugh at the memory. She'd been so confident she was prepared for anything Spider would demand. She'd been wrong. Her memories of what happened next were a haze. There was a wall of pain, so immense that it threatened to swallow her completely. She screamed until her throat went raw, but not once did she open her eyes. And then there was nothing. The pain had faded as if it had never been there. Spider gave her the order to open her eyes once more, and Violet had found herself in her soul, surrounded by the runes she'd failed to combine. It was in that moment that Violet realized the difference between herself and Spider. He had undone her mistake as if it had never happened. She was a demon, but he was a god. That was the only explanation for it that her mind could manifest. Violet didn't mess up the second time around. She combined the runes into a rank 2, and Spider's only response was to manifest a new rank 2 in her soul. And thus they continued. She was still far from fast at her work, and it took the entire 30 minutes to gather the rest of the rank 2 runes in her soul. This time, it didn't faze her. Spider didn't care how long it took her. Time was meaningless to a god, and for some reason, that was a comfort. Violet focused, pushing away the fear and worry to completely train her mind on what mattered. Success. She was aided by a god. Nothing else was possible. Her newfound confidence was proven right. When she combined her runes for the second time under Spider's guidance, she made no more mistakes. The potion had worn off just moments later. "Well?" Spider asked, his words shattering Violet's thoughts like a fist through glass. She looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers and swallowing heavily. Her body, similar to Aelin's, hadn't had any significant changes from the advancement to rank 3. That wasn't to say she hadn't changed at all. Muscle had filled in her thin form, and as Violet ran a hand along her face, she found that her features had sharpened. Her body felt steady, firm, like the earth itself had risen up to fill her from within. She felt unstoppable. And she knew that couldn't have been farther from the truth. Violet stared up into Spider's cloaked face. Why is someone like this here? A god made of flesh, just gifting power to street urchins. Is this just a game to him? Or is there something more that we don't understand?
I'm fine. I feel strong,"
Violet said, not wanting to keep Spider waiting any longer. That would be all the Earth runes, Spider mused. What about range of mobility? Stiff? Are your thoughts sluggish? Violet blinked. She lifted a hand and waved it around, then shook her head.
No, I don't think so. I don't know if I'd say I feel any faster, but I don't feel dumber or slower.
I see. So the change is more to your demon rune than the normal ones, Spider mused under his breath. He looked to her again. And what of your emotion? Do you know what you feed on? It's fast, but... Violet knew. Before Spider had even finished, her heart had already set itself on the one thing in life that mattered to her. I want to protect my family. That gave Spider pause. He tilted his head to the side in apparent curiosity. That's an interesting emotion for a demon. Kinder than I would have expected. It isn't really an emotion, either. Explain.
What kind of question is that? Is he trying to see how much I understand of myself? Actually, it doesn't matter. Anything he wants from me is his, if it lets me become strong. It's not just emotion. It's feeling. The feeling of protecting what belongs to me, Violet replied. I'm not strong or lucky enough to eat pure emotion. Most of us have something more specific, a feeling that's usually made of a bunch of smaller emotions in combination. But your feeling is protecting others. Do you consume your own energy? I don't know if I can explain something that feels completely instinctive. That must be why he's asking, to make me look deeper. Violet's brow furrowed as she thought and searched for words. It's not the feeling I get. I want to feel their appreciation, their understanding that I'm protecting them, Violet said. And it's not just others. It's my family. I want to protect the ones that belong to me. Spider's head inclined. I see. A powerful desire, a dangerous one, if you let it get away from you. Does any living being truly belong to another? I don't know, Violet admitted with a frown. Her emotion pressed against her logic as she struggled to find a way to balance them. I don't know how to say it. I want them to be mine. My siblings. They don't belong to me, but they're mine. Interesting. Not too dissimilar from Lee, but... No, never mind. I won't tell you how your emotions work, but I encourage seeing how far you can push them, how strong you can become, not just in the ways you know, but in the ones you don't, Spider said. I'll be watching with interest. You have potential. Me? I failed to combine my runes. How do I have potential? Is Spider just trying to be nice? But why even bother? I don't understand him at all. They were silent for a few seconds. Then Spider blew out a small breath. He put a hand on Violet's shoulder. Keep that family of yours safe. I haven't given Aelin an easy task. He's got a lot on his shoulders. He needs all the help he can get. And remember that you're part of your family as well. I know the look in your eyes. You can only protect them as long as you protect yourself. I know you and Aelin are wondering why I'd do something like this. You're probably trying to figure out what would cause me to choose you. Violet nodded mutely. The answer is simple. You were there, Spider said. Aelin had the curiosity and need to seek me out. I didn't come with ulterior motives beyond the ones you have already seen. I need someone to fill Golan's spot, and I need someone to control the gangs I bring in under my control. I will give you and Aelin everything I can to accomplish that. Your only job is to keep yourselves alive until then. And when you do, you'll have a choice. A choice? Violet's brow furrowed. About what? You'll figure it out when the time comes, Spider replied with a chuckle. Until then, just focus on the present. You're stronger now, but we'll be up against more powerful enemies soon enough. These next few days are just training. Bring the gangs under Aelin's control, learn how to use your abilities and protect him, and prepare for what comes next. Violet's jaw set. Spider hadn't had to say anything. His orders were the exact ones she'd already resolved herself to. It was strange. Despite the inconceivable gap between them, for some inexplicable reason, Violet felt safe with Spider. It almost felt like he cared. "I will," Violet promised. "Good," Spider said with a smile. He held out a hand and helped Violet to her feet. Then he nodded to the tent flap. "Now, shall we go check on Aelin? I believe his fight is over, and I'm not above looking forward to watching his reaction when he sees you." Chapter 2. "Someone's heading in this direction, but we've got a little before they arrive," Aelin said, his ears twitching as he picked up on noise outside the tent. He licked his lips as he tried to place the taste, but there were just too many in the camp to make out any details now that everyone had come back out of their tents. He and Vrith rose from where they sat, and Aelin brushed the dust off the backside of his pants. Looking like a bumpkin when some new arrogant demon showed up was not high on his list of things to accomplish. "You still owe me more food. Don't think an interruption is going to get you out of the rest of it," Vrith said. She paused for a second. "Given in the way we agreed on, mind you." Aelin suppressed a laugh. "I know. You can have the rest of it once I make sure everyone who wants food can get it. I'll still need to give the other street kids time to hear the word. I doubt the demons I sent out to announce that people can have some food have gotten to everyone yet." "Do you really think they're all going to take you up on it?" "No, just the truly desperate ones. It's fine. It's not about if they take me up or not. It's about keeping my promise." "Some street lord you are." "Are you really strong if you have to lie to protect what's yours?" Aelin asked. "Act like what you want to be, not what you are. That's how you achieve your goals." Vrith pursed her lips and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Don't start spouting off fancy quotes to me. I was around literally less than a day ago when you were shaking so much that you probably raised the temperature of the air around you by a bit." It did sound kind of knowledgeable and wise there, didn't it? Anything sounds knowledgeable and wise if you're cryptic enough. The words you speak manifest the reality you experience. See, I can do it too. That's a pretty good line, actually. Aelin scratched his chin. I'm taking it. Vrith let out a long, suffering sigh. All yours, boss. Aelin's ears twitched again. He nudged her shoulder and nodded to the entrance of the tent as his features turned serious. They're here. Vrith adjusted her stance and stepped back to let the shadows at the corner of the tent wash over her. She didn't quite completely disappear, but even though Aelin knew where she was, he could barely see her. Aelin tasted the air again. There were two demons headed toward the tent. He recognized one of them instantly. Goosebumps raced across his skin as his chest tightened. Spider. The demon was likely coming to check on how his investment had gone. Aelin quickly ran through everything he'd done. He was pretty sure he'd handled things exactly how Spider would have wanted him to. That didn't stop the fear from setting in. There were some things in life that were wise to fear. Fear didn't exist for no reason. It was the most primal of warning systems. It kept people alive. But the fear Aelin felt was tinged with something else. Curiosity. And not just toward Spider. The other demon with him felt strange. Familiar, but at the same time, different. It was a mixture of flavors that he didn't have nearly enough experience to place before the tent flap was pushed aside. Spider stepped inside and held the flap open for a female demon following after him. She was on the shorter side, with beautiful ivory horns that curled up around her head to end in razor-sharp points. Lean muscle covered her body, and she seemed to walk in the same manner as a rock sliding down the side of a mountain. There was a moment of silence as the two groups stared at each other. Something tickled the back of Aelin's head. The taste of familiarity grew stronger. His eyes widened as he finally realized who the second demon was. "Violet?" Aelin exclaimed in disbelief. If he'd been sitting in a chair, he would have leapt straight out of it. His eyes shot over to Spider, and he hurriedly gathered himself before he could cause any offense. Greeting her before the unbelievably powerful demon was definitely disrespectful. "Forgive me, I was surprised, Master Spider. I hope you have approved of the work I've done in your name." Spider let out a laugh and waved his hand. I'm pretty sure I've already mentioned I don't care about honorifics or any of that shit. As long as you listen to my orders, I don't care if you say my name first or second. And I'm just a fly on the wall. Ignore me. You've done a great job, but I'm only here to escort Violet. Aelin found it doubtful that Violet had done anything to earn an escort from Spider himself, but he wasn't about to question the other demon. He stared at Violet, taking in every detail as his mind fought to overlay her new form with the one in his mind. Her facial features were all similar. Her horns had definitely gotten nicer, but the more Aelin looked at her, the more he realized that Violet hadn't truly changed. She'd just become the demon she was always meant to be. What happened? Aelin asked. You look so... well, you. It's like someone added you to yourself. Eloquent, Violet said with a huge grin. She strode up to stand before him and grabbed him by his sides. Aelin let out a yelp as Violet effortlessly lifted him into the air and spun him in a circle before setting him down again. And I'll give you 3 guesses as to what happened. Spider? Maybe I should have given you fewer guesses. It's kind of a freebie, Aelin agreed. He glanced over to Spider before returning his gaze to Violet. A flicker of trepidation twisted through his stomach. What did you have to pay for this? You're okay, right? I'm fine, Violet said, clasping Aelin's shoulders and giving him a reassuring smile. We're all wrapped up in this anyway. Spider just gave me the power to defend us. Your job is definitely a lot harder than mine. If you think keeping this little crazed thing alive is easy, then you've got another thing coming, Vrith said. But the sarcasm in her voice was overshadowed by shock. Are you really the girl that was here earlier? I'm here, and more, courtesy of Spider, Violet replied. Her eyes narrowed, and she set her jaw. Why are you still hanging around? Don't you have a gang to be managing? I do not. Aelin invited me to be his second, and I accepted. A new second would have to be chosen for the Ravagers. What? Violet exclaimed. She spun back to look at Aelin. You chose her? Why? Why wouldn't I? Aelin asked. She's been really helpful. If it wasn't for Vrith, Rikeba would have completely crushed me. Vrith isn't as intimidating as she looks. She's actually nice. She's an assassin, Violet said, the suspicion in her tone evident. It's good that she helped, but I've got your back now. You don't have to keep a monster like her lurking at our backs. Vrith's eyes narrowed. She took a step forward, her lips pressing thin. Keep your words to... Aelin lifted a hand. Vrith's mouth snapped shut. Huh. I didn't think that would actually work. I love you, Violet, but you don't know Vrith yet, Aelin said, picking his words carefully. Jumping to conclusions like this isn't going to help anybody. Vrith and I have a pretty good deal going, and we need all the help we can get. But can you actually trust her? Violet asked, thrusting a finger in the furred demon's direction. A deal is only good as long as both parties get something out of it. How do you know she won't just turn and stab you in the back at the first opportunity? Because I'm not trying to get eviscerated by Spider, Vrith said. She stepped out of the shadows and walked to stand directly before Violet. The 2 demons stared each other down. Aelin went to open his mouth, but caught Spider's eye. The masked demon shook his head, and wisely, Aelin let his mouth close. So the reason you're here is because you're scared, Violet said. She crossed her arms and matched Vrith's stance. That's exactly what I was saying. You're obviously competent, but I don't see any reason to keep someone around that's only looking out for their own skin. You don't have anything in the game other than not wanting to die. Vrith's eyes narrowed. Yes, I do. Yeah? What is it? Violet pressed. I'm not saying, Vrith said flatly. It's none of your concern. Then how do we know you're actually on our side? Because I said I am. Aelin and I have a deal that I can't replace elsewhere. That's the only explanation you're getting. You can't expect me to believe that any deal is irreplicable.
That's not a convincing argument in the slightest, Violet said. She looked at Aelin expectantly. You can't tell me I'm wrong here, can you? I don't know what this deal is, but making her your second is a huge commitment. You need to be able to trust your second more than anyone else. A bad second can completely destroy you and everything you've built. When did Violet learn so much about gangs and how they operate? Aelin fought to keep his powers repressed. The last thing he wanted to do was accidentally take a bite out of Violet's energy. This deal is irreplicable, Vrith said before Aelin could say anything. It's not something I can get anywhere else. I won't claim anything to the rest of the guild, but I have Aelin's back, and he knows it. Aelin was slightly surprised to taste the truth of Vrith's words. He'd believed they had a working agreement, but her claim went beyond that. She's telling the truth, Aelin said. Violet blinked in surprise. How do you know? I can taste the truth, Aelin replied. I'm a knowledge demon. There's a lot I haven't had the chance to completely catch you up on yet, Violet. We need to fix that as soon as we can, but you can trust me. And you can trust Vrith as well. Spider's head tilted to the side at his words. Something had caught his attention, but he didn't say anything, and Aelin didn't ask. Violet studied him and Vrith quietly for a few seconds. Then she uncrossed her hands and let them fall to her sides. Okay. If you trust her, then I'll trust your judgment. I can't say I like it. I'm the one that's going to protect all of us. There was more in her voice than just sisterly care. It was the drive that only a demon could understand. Aelin clamped down on his powers, but it was too late. His mind brushed across Violet's, and her eyes widened. What was that? Did you just take a bite out of her? Vrith demanded. No, Aelin said, letting out a relieved breath. But I might have subconsciously tried to. Sorry, Violet. I learned something big about you and almost stole energy on accident. I'm still figuring out how to keep my strength under control. She's immune? You're kidding me, Vrith muttered as she looked down at her hands. Does that mean her runic energy is stronger than mine? Spider is unfair. I think we should sit down and really discuss what we're capable of, Violet said slowly. That might be a good idea, Aelin said. Vrith glared at him. Of course you and your sister think it is. You aren't the ones that are going to get chunks bitten out of them from sharing. I'll pass. Oh? Violet raised an eyebrow. So much for that loyalty? Spider ordered me to keep Aelin safe. That includes knowing the abilities of his subordinates. Then I'll tell you in private, Vrith said. She shot a glance at Aelin. When he isn't there. You could lie. Aelin is the one that can tell if you're speaking the truth or not, Violet countered. She crossed her arms again. I believe Aelin, but I won't let myself get blindsided because you decided to hide something from me. I'm taking this seriously. Are you? Violet, it's fine, Aelin said. We don't have to. No, Vrith said. She let out a weary sigh. Violet is right. And I've seen demons like her before. She's a hoarder. A hoarder? Aelin asked. You mean her feeling? How do you know? And what does that have to do with our conversation? Because hoarders are some of the best damn guards there are. I've done jobs on noble houses that use them, and they've never gone well, Vrith said as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Hoarders are great at protecting things. They don't like giving their hoard away, after all. And given how Violet is speaking, I'm pretty sure her hoard is us. It's the people I care about, Violet corrected. Don't include yourself in that. Vrith opened her mouth to respond, then let out a pained hiss. She glared at Aelin, and he winced. Sorry. Vrith just sighed. I figured it was going to happen. Either way, Violet was right. I haven't gone up against a hoarder that gathers other demons, but I'd imagine she'll be a damn effective guard if you let her do what she wants. If this is part of it, then I'll do it. But sitting down rather than standing, I get the feeling it isn't going to be very fun for me. Violet gave Vrith an approving nod and sat down across from her.
Aelin hesitated for a second before joining them on the ground. I might need to start allocating more food for Vrith. And time. I'm going to have to feed her a while to make up for this. Chapter 3. Noah was pretty sure he'd been forgotten. It wasn't that he particularly minded that. He had told Aelin and the others to pretend as if he wasn't there. He just hadn't actually expected them to do it. That said, he had never been happier to have been forgotten. He'd learned so much about demons in the last few minutes that he was worried he might actually forget some of it. The corner of his mouth quirked up. Who would have thought demons that live in the damned plains actually know a little bit more about themselves than I do? What's interesting is that Lee knew so little. She understands the basics, but even Aelin knows more about being a demon than she does. Is that because she spent all her time alone in the wastes instead of in a city? I get that cities were dangerous, but Aelin is weaker than Lee. His whole group is. So how is it they were managing to survive even at rank 1 when Lee was scared of the cities at rank 3? Noah's brow furrowed as he thought. Azel had been Lee's father. He'd known she'd followed him into the mortal plane. Hell, he'd encouraged it. There was no doubt he'd been lurking around Lee for quite some time, probably since she'd been born. Could he have intentionally kept Lee away from the other demons? He was a rank 5. That's no joke. Azel knew a lot more than he let on. Damn it. I wish I could have been there when he died. Actually, and I can't believe I'm thinking this, but I wish she hadn't died. If he could seal Lee and stop her from losing herself, then he knew a lot more than I do. But the past was the past. No matter what they knew now, there was no way to turn back time and ask Azel the questions that Noah needed answered. All he could do was move ahead with what he'd learned, and that wasn't an insignificant amount. Lee and Violet have a lot of similarities. That's incredibly useful. If I can figure out how Violet's runes work, I can make progress toward Lee's as well. For that matter, Aelin also has some similarities with her, with his ability to taste things that shouldn't be tangible, like truth. Honestly, that's an incredible ability. That wasn't Aelin's only incredible ability. Noah wasn't sure if he should laugh or rub the bridge of his nose as he looked at the trio of demons sitting in the center of the room. Vrith was laid out flat on the ground, having gotten the energy drained out of her about a dozen times over the course of their conversation. Aelin had sent for someone to get food and was absently feeding her as they spoke. He'd propped her head up against his crossed legs. Vrith had objected to it at first, due to Violet's presence, but it had only taken about 2 more questions before she'd changed her mind. I was a bit worried about Violet's change in personality at first. She was obviously a driven girl before, but the rank 3 rune really strengthened her resolve. For a moment, it looked like she was going to turn into an obsessed guard that didn't let Aelin do anything on his own. Fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. Violet's expression had been steadily softening throughout the conversation. The more Aelin and Vrith discussed their abilities, and the clearer it became what their deal was, the less Violet seemed to dislike her. Noah could almost pin the point where Violet's opinion of Vrith switched from distaste to curiosity, and then to amusement. So, you don't want anything from us other than to continue doing this? Violet asked, waving vaguely in Aelin and Vrith's direction. Yes, Vrith said once she'd finished chewing a large grape. Could you stop asking that? And feel free to ask Aelin to verify this, but I will kill you if you go around telling anyone about this. She's lying, Aelin said. Violet snickered as Vrith's glare bored into Aelin's skull. I'll keep it to myself, Violet promised as she placed a hand over her heart. But I'm curious, was the deal that someone has to feed you? Or does it have to be Aelin? This has absolutely nothing to do with the original line of questioning. I will not be answering that. She's telling the truth. Violet shrugged and stretched her arms over her head with a yawn. That's fine with me. I think I'm satisfied. It doesn't look like you're going to stab us in the back. So, I really don't care what you think of Aelin. That was a lie, Aelin said automatically. He paused,
but it was too late to take back his words. He cleared his throat. The latter half, that is. It was Violet's turn to glare at Aelin. Vrith joined her, united against a common enemy. I no longer like this ability. Turn it off. I can't, Aelin said sheepishly. Not yet. I'm working on learning how to control it, but I'm not very good at that yet. Maybe focus on not ripping energy out of everybody you speak to first, Vrith suggested with a sigh. Then she opened her mouth and gave him a pointed look. Aelin fed her another fruit. Noah was starting to get hungry watching them. He wasn't about to go ask Moxie to feed him, though. That felt like a bit much. At least they figured out something that works for all of them. It's interesting to see how effective the flawless runes are in comparison to the normal rank 3s here. Vrith is getting snacked on constantly, but Aelin and Violet are equally matched, so he can't accidentally eat her energy. I wonder if he could do it on purpose. Noah tapped a finger against his leg. This was good information, but he needed more to decode how to help Lee. There was always the option of testing different qualities and types of runes on a bunch of different demons. That thought made Noah's lips curl in distaste. He was entirely fine with killing anyone that posed a threat to his group or him. Using a ton of demons as nothing more than test subjects, that felt a little far, especially given the things he needed to test. I'm not a saint, never claimed to be. I'm not going to be a monster either. If I'm going to test something, then it's going to be something that should help someone, not hurt them. There's no point randomly stuffing runes into demons unless I actually have a proper game plan. Therein lay the problem. It didn't make sense for Lee to try to progress with anything less than flawless runes. Azel definitely didn't have flawless runes, but his personality still got warped and controlled by the feeling he consumed. The worst part of it made sense. Demons and their runes are strongly connected. You can't split them apart without killing them, so a hatred demon is going to become hateful. If I could find a way to somehow separate that or limit the effect of the rune without significantly weakening Lee, I could solve the first of her two problems. The other problem? Noah wasn't even sure where he could start on that. He still had absolutely no idea how Lee had managed to mash a master rune into her combination. It should have been impossible, according to everything he knew about runes. But on the other hand, the more he learned about runes, the more he realized that people barely knew anything at all about them. Our soul may only be able to actively use 7 runes at once, but is that truly the limit as to what you can combine? Master runes break other rules. Maybe there's a way to break the rule of 7 as well. That was something he could test. He didn't want to waste any of his current master runes, though. I'm sure the Damned Plains has master runes in it. I'm going to need a whole lot more runes anyway at the rate I'm going through them. I was able to bring Aelin and Violet up to rank 3 without too much difficulty, but I can't keep it that forever. I'll be in position to do that pretty soon. Once Aelin collects a bunch of gangs under my banner, it won't be long before I draw the attention of someone a little more important. I should be able to bargain with them. I just need to get into their equivalent of an auction, or learn where a good hunting ground is. And if they don't give me that information, well, if they're stronger, then they'll have some decent runes for me. I get what I want either way. I was kind of betting on taking a few runes from the other street lords, but nobody else has shown up to challenge Aelin. He might be a bit too good at his job. Maybe I'll pay a visit to the ones that don't send word they've surrendered by tomorrow. Noah shook his head. There were too many ifs to consider that line of thought any further. For the time being, everything was going exactly how he wanted it to. It wouldn't be long before he had control of the local gangs and enough strength to push his way into a higher level of society, where he could continue gathering strength and runes. After I do that, I'll find a way to get some stronger demons in my favor and keep climbing my way up the ladder until I have a whole damn army. No pun intended. I'll upgrade my own runes in the process, fix Lee up, and then beat Wizen's ass and go back to the mortal plane. Preferably in that order. He was more than aware that his plan may have been just a slight tad optimistic, but nothing ever went like he wanted it to anyway. If shit was going to go south,
It might as well go south while he was already aiming for more than he had any right to get. While he'd been lost in thought, Aylin's group had wrapped up their conversation and were just sitting around on the ground awkwardly, likely waiting for him to give them an order. He'd just been standing there and staring at them absent-mindedly. Ah, damn it. Noah took a step forward and tripped. Something soft and furry had lodged itself in front of his shin. He swore and stumbled, catching himself before he could fall and spinning. Then he froze in place. Peering up at him with disdain, nose scrunched in apparent annoyance and eyes twinkling with amusement, was a white-furred cat with glistening red horns. A heartbeat passed as Noah locked eyes with Mascot. "You little shit," Noah said, a disbelieving laugh slipping from his mouth as he picked Mascot up. The cat yowled in displeasure, but did nothing as Noah scooped him into his arms. "How did you get over here?" Mascot twisted his head to look up at Noah. The cat gave him a dry look as if to ask if he was stupid. "Can you make a portal back?" Noah asked, his chest tightening. "You came here on your own, right?" Mascot squirmed out of Noah's grip and dropped to the ground. Then he started licking his nether regions clean. Noah's lips pressed thin, and he blew out a huff. That was a no if he'd ever seen one. Wait, I don't need to go back, not yet. Even if I could return home, there's stuff I have to accomplish here first. But Mascot can somehow fucking travel between dimensions. Does that mean... He crouched next to Mascot, and the cat paused, tongue still sticking out of his mouth to meet his gaze. They stared at each other for a second. "A letter," Noah said, his voice taut. "Can you take a letter back to the others?" And, in response, he could have sworn Mascot smiled. Chapter 4. Renewal was gaining weight. She was certain of it. After all the food she'd eaten sitting and watching Noah's group, it would have been hard not to. Not even gods were immune to the laws of nature. Not at her level, at least.
"I can honestly say that I'm surprised,"
Chakras said from beside her. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms in front of his chest.
"If I didn't know better, I would have thought that Noah actually planned every single part of this. He's remarkably good at bullshit."
"Makes me wonder if he stole a rune from another god," Renewal agreed with a nod. She could barely bring herself to pull her eyes away from the screen. Her eye twitched slightly at the cat at Noah's side. "He's certainly good at stealing things."
"It's not so funny when you're the one getting robbed, is it?"
Chakras asked primly.
"I could have handled him if you hadn't gotten so twisted up about it."
"I'm getting my payment back in entertainment. I don't need you interfering," Renewal said with a glare. "And, as I recall it, your attempt was foiled by yet another mortal that managed to steal from you."
"Bah,"
Chakras said. He turned away and focused his attention fully on the screen. It was rather embarrassing. He'd gotten robbed not twice, but 3 times. 3 different mortals had each managed to steal power from him. One of them had even been his own man. That has to sting. Oh well, he'll get over it. And maybe he'll learn to stop letting people take bites out of him. Seriously, there's a time and a place. Then again, I don't know how smug I can be. Noah managed to steal from me twice. At least Chakras' little thieves only got the best of him a single time. Renewal puffed her cheeks out and blew out an annoyed breath. She distracted herself by studying the glowing screen before them. The small demon boy that Noah had recruited, Aylin, was staring at Noah with a mixture of abject awe, fear, and disbelief. Noah had somehow managed to forget his audience during the conversation with his stolen companion, and Renewal could practically hear Aylin's thoughts just from his expression.
"He's wondering just how strong the cat is if it can take Noah by surprise,"
Chakras said with a low chuckle.
"I wonder if they'll start worshipping the cat as well."
Worshipping was the right word. The way Aelin and Violet looked at Noah wasn't the way soldiers treated a general. It was the way followers looked to a god. The back of Renewal's neck prickled. It wasn't completely uncommon for someone to manage to form a cult on a mortal plane. Mortals were motivated and stupid, a combination that worked incredibly well to generate energy. There was a reason Renewal and Chakras even bothered with tending to their respective following on the mortal realms. But Noah wasn't trying to become a god. At least Renewal was fairly certain he wasn't. She didn't watch every second of his life. More like something around 90% of it. "You don't think—" Renewal started.
"Of course not,"
Chakras said with a shake of his head.
"He's barely even registered at Renewal. He wants to try to fix the demon girl's runes and stop the other thief. That's it. He's not trying to harness divinity. Yet."
"Yet?" Renewal arched an eyebrow. "I'd say he's got quite a way before he can even consider trying to form a divine rune. And if he relies on the faith of others to form it, he won't get very far. I'm not too concerned about him reaching godhood any time too soon. I'm more wondering if he'll succeed with the demon runes."
Chakra shook his head.
"They're failed experiments. No matter how hard he tries, that's what they are. There's no fixing them. Demons can never form a divine rune. They're little more than animals, controlled more and more by their desires, the stronger they grow."
Renewal tossed a piece of chocolate at Chakras's head. He caught it before it could land, only for a second piece to nail him between the eyes. "You're talking with a lot of confidence for someone who gave up on the experiment after playing with it for what amounts to a flicker of time. You barely even tried."
"Perhaps. They were useless to me. When it became clear they could not rule over their own powers, it became pointless to lend them further attention. They are flawed species, without the potential to leave the mortal plane."
Chakras hesitated for a moment longer than normal. Renewal pulled her gaze away from the screen to look at him and raised an eyebrow. The other god noticed her interest and pursed his lips.
"I must admit that Lee has caught my attention. She is interesting."
"So you admit you were wrong," Renewal prodded. "The demons are more than a failed experiment if one of them has your attention. That also means there's a chance Lee's runes can be repaired."
"Don't try to force a confession from me,"
Chakras said with an irritable frown.
"A single demon does not a species save. She is unique. Perhaps there is a way to repair her. Perhaps there is a way to repair the demons as a whole. I do not know. I do not care."
"You say that, but you've asked me to swap our view to Lee quite frequently. I think you're rather invested in her success."
Chakras's eyes narrowed.
"Enough of this. I grow tired of your questioning, and I have seen enough of the demon children goggling in awe. It reminds me too much of my own idiot supporters. Let us see something else."
"Like what?" Renewal asked. "I was rather enjoying it. Noah should be due to meet up with Moxie again quite soon. They haven't had any time together recently. I'm looking forward to that."
"You are a pervert."
Renewal jerked upright in her chair and choked on her own saliva, coughing into a fist. Once she gathered herself, she glared at Chakras.
"That's not what I was implying. I just enjoy watching mortals interact. They're so full of passion and— Oh, never mind."
Chakras smirked at her.
"No, please continue. You enjoy watching passion. Do the other gods know of your side hobby?"
"Don't act as if you even talk to any gods other than me," Renewal muttered as she sank back into her chair. "You've alienated every single god and goddess in the area with your vile nature. Just tell me what you wanted to see."
"The other thief,"
Chakras said. His brow tightened, and his knuckles lightened as his hand gripped the armrest on his chair.
He did not strike me as a fool, but he has plans in the damned plains. I want to know what he seeks, and how likely it is that he succeeds.
Why do you care? Renewal asked, tilting her head to the side.
Because I want to know if he'll come into conflict with Noah again,
Chakras said. Aha! Now you can't even deny that you care, Renewal said triumphantly. To her surprise, Chakras didn't deny the accusation. He just looked at her out of the corners of his eyes.
I do. What do you think will happen if Noah gets his hands on the master rune the other thief has? Or worse, if the opposite happens?
Renewal grimaced. She didn't say another word. She just turned to the screen and waved her hand. Noah and his growing group of followers vanished, replaced by a glistening wave of gold. Wizen leaned heavily against his staff and blew out a slow sigh.
I suppose this will have to do.
It's certainly a fixer-upper, Barb agreed from beside him. She checked the necklace around her neck with her good hand, then nodded. It doesn't look like any of the others had any difficulty.
I would hope they didn't,
Wizen said with a dry laugh.
We haven't even started. If any of us were having problems after preparing for this long, I would be poorly prepared indeed. These first steps are just laying the ground. It will be some time before our influence extends to the City of Gold.
Barb nodded. The ground squelched beneath her feet, and she grimaced. She wiped her hand off on her apron, leaving a streak of blood across its already stained surface. Can we clean this place up a bit? If we're going to be living out of it for the next few weeks, I'd prefer to make it a bit more homely. Maybe a nice little welcome mat at the door, a hand-carved sign.
Do what you want,
Wizen said with a wave.
You have your toys. I have mine.
He turned. The blood splattered across the floor of the cave squelched again as he walked across the room, passing by the heaps of dead demons strewn across it. A single one remained alive. His once glistening silver armor was cracked and shattered. A large, weeping gash ran across the center of his chest, and one of his eyes had been put out. The demon was on the cusp of death. Wizen's lips curled up. He'd already forgotten the threats the demon had given him when he and Barb had walked into his throne room. Having a throne in a mansion hardly felt like a throne. It was just a fancy chair.
Are you prepared to answer my question now?
Wizen asked.
Just kill me, the demon wheezed. Skolas will kill you when you come for him. Skolas, that's the king of this walking city,
Wizen asked, tilting his head to the side.
A rank 6? 7?
Rank 7. A flicker of smug anger. The final victory of a dying man knowing that his killer would not be long in following him, crossed the demon's broken features.
You will die an agonizing death for attempting to usurp him.
A dry laugh slipped from Wizen's lips. He knelt down and pressed his hand to the demon's skull, digging his fingers into the top of his red-skinned head.
A rank 7 demon will not end me, wretch.
The demon groaned in pain as Wizen rose, lifting him into the air. His one eye met Wizen's gaze.
Your race is weak,
Wizen whispered, bringing their faces so close together that he could taste the fear in the dying man's breath.
You believe you rule emotion, that you can grow stronger through them. You are wrong.
Stop rambling and kill me.
Wizen's lips pulled apart in a mixture of a snarl and a smile.
You do not rule your emotions. Your emotions rule you. Demons are a race of slaves, shackled by their own minds. I can see that you do not believe me, but I am an honest man. Allow me to prove it to you by taking those shackles from you."
The demon didn't get a chance to answer. Wizen unleashed his mind runes, sending their energy worming out from his fingers and into the demon's skull. The demon's back arched as he screamed in pain, his will desperately rising up to fight against mind magic. Wizen blew his meager resistance to the side like a wildfire tearing through a dry field of wheat. Spikes of energy ripped into the demon's psyche. They dug into his mind and carved apart mental walls. Anger rose to meet the mental assault, the last remnants of the demon's pride. It slammed into his magic. For an instant, their willpower locked each other in place. Both stood still, unable to move.
"Is that all?"
Wizen whispered.
"The extent of the anger you are so proud of? Are you not a demon of wrath, of pride? And this is all you can muster?"
For a moment, the fury intensified. The final push of a dying man. It pressed Wizen's magic back by the faintest amount. The demon's lips curled in smug amusement as Wizen gave way, and his eyes refocused to stare the old man down. The demon froze. Wizen met the demon's gaze and smiled.
"Forgive me. I was having a little fun at your expense,"
Wizen said. Then he released the full strength of his runes. The demon's final defense evaporated in less than a flicker of an instant, buried completely under an immense wave of force. All the anger that he was so proud of disappeared in a flash, and all that remained in his mind was Wizen's immense presence. The demon screamed, thrashing in an attempt to free himself from the old mage's hand, but it was impossible. No matter how hard he struggled, Wizen's grasp didn't so much as budge.
"Do you see now?" Wizen asked. "All those emotions you're so proud of are nothing in the face of absolute fear. You are nothing."
Wizen let go. The demon fell to the ground, landing on his knees and slumping back. The whites of his eyes were exposed as he looked up in abject terror. He no longer held his own chains. He couldn't so much as mutter a word without Wizen's permission. Demons. Bah! When you give yourself so utterly to one emotion, you expose yourself to all the others. So powerful, and yet so weak, so easy to control.
"Answer my question," Wizen said. "Do you understand now?"
"Yes,"
the demon whispered.
"I am pleased to have been your teacher."
Wizen smiled and leaned closer, his eyes going dark.
"Now, tell me of Sivan. Tell me of the demon that is rumored to have passed through the afterlife and returned."
Chapter 5. Noah shot out of the tent, Mascot clutched in his hands and held before him with locked arms like a petulant child. He didn't bother waiting around to see what the demons thought of the cat's arrival. It would take too long to explain everything, so it was easier to just let them come to their own conclusions. He pulled aside a random demon in the camp and ordered them to bring a writing tool and some paper. They hurried off and came back just a minute later holding what he needed, their face pale with fear. Noah took it from them, gave them a curt nod, and then strode off to find Moxie and Lee with the supplies stuffed into his travel bag. He arrived at his tent and poked his head inside. Fortunately, both women were already there, sitting in a pair of plant chairs that Moxie had formed to fill out the rather barren room. Lee had a bag of food tucked under an arm and was happily crunching away on it. Noah couldn't see what was in the bag, but it smelled vaguely citrusy. The loud cracks coming from whatever she was grinding down between her jaws really didn't align with anything citrus-associated, but there were bigger problems at hand. "How'd it go?" Moxie asked, turning to him and freezing as she spotted the cat in his hands. She leapt to her feet in surprise. "You've got Mascot. How?" "He somehow portaled into the damned plains," Noah replied. Mascot sent him an irate look as he walked over to the chairs. The cat didn't seem too pleased with his method of transportation. Then again, he hadn't teleported away or attacked Noah yet, so he couldn't have been too annoyed. Can he? Noah shook his head. Unfortunately not. At least, I'm pretty sure he can't. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Getting away out of here was my first thought as well, but I think we'll need to look for a different angle for that. Disappointment washed over Moxie's features. Lee took a handful of something from her bag and tossed it into her mouth, continuing to crunch away. Damn, Moxie said, her shoulders slumping. She reached out and scratched the top of Mascot's head, just behind his horns. The cat purred. What's he doing over here? He didn't bring a bunch of monsters with him to mess with us, did he? Noah hesitated. That was definitely a possibility. He hadn't seen anything, but Mascot did have a penchant for showing up with something big and ugly on his tail. The cat definitely liked watching them fight, or perhaps he just liked watching them kill things. Both were probably equally likely. That probably remains to be seen. I haven't noticed anything yet, Noah said. He walked over to Moxie's chair and stole it, flopping down. The soft vines gave in more than he'd expected, and he sank into them as the chair molded to his back. Whoa, this is really comfortable. Mascot yowled in warning, and Noah glanced back just in time to see Moxie sitting down even in spite of his attempted theft. He held Mascot up as Moxie lowered herself into his lap and leaned back against his chest. She twisted her head to send him a smug look. Thanks. You're a bit less comfortable, but I suppose I'll have to settle. I thought you were trying to conserve your seeds, Noah said as he shifted Mascot over Moxie's head and dropped him onto her lap. The cat patted in a small circle before curling up and lowering his head with a contented purr. I was. Moxie wiggled around to get more comfortable and got her hair caught in Noah's mouth in the process. These aren't made from my normal seeds. I was testing my rune on a slab of meat. A bit of a waste, but it worked. Noah craned his neck back and tried to get the hair out of his mouth. The attempt failed, and after a few seconds he gave up and accepted his fate. There's something a little weird about sitting on plants made out of meat. They aren't made out of meat. They're just using the energy from it, Moxie corrected. Normal plants aren't made out of dirt and sunlight, you know. Also, why are you eating my hair? Don't give Lee any ideas, please. Noah glared at Moxie, and she smirked in response. Letting out a huff, Noah decided the only winning move was to not even respond. I wouldn't eat any part of you, Lee said defensively. She paused for a second, watching them with more than just a little curiosity in her eyes. But, just for the sake of expanding my knowledge, does Moxie's hair taste good? Noah stared at Lee. That wasn't a question someone who wasn't planning on eating someone asked. Of course, Lee would never try to actually eat Moxie, but he didn't put it past her to not take a nibble of some hair to test it out. Moxie arched an eyebrow and gave him a playful grin. Does my hair not taste good? Now I'm offended. Are you trying to get chomped? He untangled a hand from Moxie and reached into his travel bag, pulling out the writing supplies he'd just gotten. Moxie stiffened, the smile vanishing from her face as she realized what he was holding. Oh, shit, Moxie breathed. We can write a letter back. There we go. It was Noah's turn to look smug, though the effect was somewhat lost because Moxie's hair was still covering half of his face. Mascot can't or won't bring us back, but he can definitely take a letter back. At the very least, we can let everyone know that we're okay. Are you sure Mascot will do it? Lee asked. That seems like a lot of work. Noah reached around Moxie's waist to scratch the cat's back. Sure he will. I don't know where Jalen is, but after Mascot delivers the letter, he can go get any form of payment he wants from him. Do you have a deal with Jalen about that or something? Nah, but he'll be fine. He's rich, and he isn't here to say no, is he? No? I guess he isn't. Moxie burst into laughter, but it quickly petered off. She leaned her head back against Noah's shoulder, and a small frown crossed her features. What can we even say, though? I didn't think we'd be lucky enough to even have a conversation with the others until we got out of here. I've been thinking over what I wish I told Emily before we left.
But now, I don't even know what to say. I think saying we're alive and planning to return once all this shit is dealt with is probably the most important thing we can do. If possible, hopefully Mascot can also bring us back a letter from them. I want to make sure they're keeping up with their studies and practice. Seriously? That's what you're concerned about? They need to be stretching as well, and eating, Lee advised. Both are important for growing bodies. So they are, Noah said with a nod. And training doesn't stop just because we're gone. I don't know what Arbitage has done or plans to do with them since we aren't there anymore. I'd like an update, even if it's a boring one. Moxie's back stiffened against him. Shit. You're right. Emily should be fine due to her heritage, but nothing has stopped Jacob or Verud from keeping up with their bullshit. I hope they're all safe. They are, Noah said. He rustled the paper in his hand. The kids are resourceful, and they've got enough connections to pull now. Let's just figure out what to say to them and get it sent out before some more shit happens here. I don't think the demons are going to be silent for much longer. Moxie nodded, and Lee leaned forward in her chair as the three of them started to draft out their letter. "What do you think of the web?" Aelin asked. "It's a little plain," Torek said hesitantly, watching Vrith with wary eyes as he spoke. Even though Aelin had introduced everyone to her again properly, he didn't blame the boy for being intimidated. Vrith was not a very kind-looking demon. "Plain can be good," Vrith said. "It's also bold. The more generic your name is, the more chance it ends up treading on the territory of another gang and angering some hot-headed fool. Wouldn't it be wise to keep our name something a little more inconspicuous? People would be less likely to attack us if we sounded boring," Violet said. "I think it's far too light for inconspicuous," Aelin said with a shake of his head. "And we've got me, you, and Vrith. That isn't even counting Spider and his companions. I'd say we're strong enough to start taking some liberties. That'll also show the other gangs that we aren't afraid to throw our weight around, right?" Vrith nodded. "You're learning quickly. I guess that's to be expected. I think the name fits, especially given that Spider is the one at the top. I think it works, and we need a name sooner rather than later. If we're bringing the other gangs under us, we can't let them keep their names." "Why not?" Edda asked. She'd found something to chew on, but Aelin wasn't sure what it was. He decided not to ask. She'd never gotten sick from eating anything, so she'd probably be okay. "It lets them keep too much of their former identities," Vrith said, sending a glance at Aelin to make sure the new information hadn't accidentally triggered his abilities. "They need to view it as joining a new gang, and they need to reorganize Aelin as their street lord. Even if we keep their organization just to avoid a huge mess, the chain of command needs to be evident." "I agree. I guess we'll go with the web, then," Violet said. She stretched her arms over her head and yawned. Aelin was tempted to do the same. It had been a very, very long day. He wasn't quite ready to kill for some sleep, but he wasn't far from it. "How long do you think it'll be before the Silent Silverfang responds to what happened?" Aelin asked. "What about the other gangs, for that matter?" "Tomorrow," Vrith said confidently, her features darkened. "Word has spread by now. Anyone planning to make a move is going to be smart enough not to try it on their own. We should be prepared for a difficult day." "Yeah, I kind of figured." Aelin sighed. He drew a deep breath and let it out as he shook his head. "Right. Let's go back over the plan one last time before we get some sleep. We need to be ready for everything that's coming our way, even if we don't know all of what it'll be yet." "How do you prepare for something that you don't know?" Torek asked. "By having lots of plans, and by filling in Spider, Moxie, and Lee on them." Torek swallowed. How many plans, exactly? There are a lot of things that can go wrong." Aelin's response was a smile that sent shivers down the spines of every single demon sitting in the room. Chapter 6. A gentle breeze curled through the dark streets of Triton. Night wrapped the city in its heavy cloak, broken only by the motes of dim lantern light scattered throughout the streets. The distant murmur of conversation and the echo of footsteps through the streets brushed across Gex's ears as he crept toward the market square, a poisoned dagger held in a loose grip at his side. The scent of dust and rusted metal clung to him as he advanced. It stung his nose and made his eyes water slightly, but it obscured his scent with that of the streets. He was a ghost, passing through the night. And when his work was over and he returned home, there would be another ghost to take his place, in the shadows. Gex was a professional. At least, he'd swear up and down that he was. He'd been doing this for longer than most demons that lived in the streets had been alive. The names of all the people he'd sent on into the next life evaded him, but so did the number. Neither mattered any more. All that mattered was accomplishing the job. A rank 3 demon was a little stronger than his usual prey. It wasn't a task he normally would have accepted, but it had only taken a single look at the pay he'd been offered to accept without a second of hesitation. He'd never gotten a look at his employer. That was how things were. A masked meeting in a dark room, the passing of coin from one hand to the other, and the promise of a life ended. It was not his role to wonder why the job had been placed, or who had ordered it. But this job was different. Mask or not, the demon who had placed the order had stood over twice Gex's height. Even a cloak and mask, his imposing figure was impossible to conceal, as was the gravelly tone he spoke in. It had sounded like the demon had subsisted on a diet of sand and rock for the past 50 years. But, despite the voice, he had spoken like a noble. It wasn't just that. The huge demon had moved with the confidence of a warrior. There was no fear or jitter in his motions, an oddity for Gex's normal clientele. That wasn't a problem. He'd worked with demons far greater than himself before. Some kills were just beneath them. What Gex did take issue with, however, was twofold. To be more specific, it was 2 demons. Taking on risky jobs was no problem, but Gex worked alone. He'd always had, and up until he'd seen the pay offered for handling this job, he'd always planned to. Adding others into the mix just complicated things. It meant less money for the kill, more chances for something to go wrong, more ways to be betrayed. But when he'd seen the huge bag of coins, all those misgivings had gone out the door. There were some things worth the extra risk. At least, that's what he thought. He wasn't so sure anymore. Something deep within Gex's stomach twisted and churned. The night was still and empty. There was no reason to be concerned. He hadn't seen hide nor hair of the 2 other assassins creeping through the dark, but he knew they were there. All of them sought the same target. They'd all been paid, so there was no reason for them to come into conflict with each other. All that mattered was the target's death. It should have been one of the most straightforward tasks that Gex had ever taken, but his gut screamed otherwise. For that reason, Gex hesitated. He hadn't lived this long by ignoring his instincts. He extended every sense in search of what was unnerving him. The camp wasn't anything special. If anything, it was pathetic. They had no security perimeter, no proper guard, not even proper lighting to prevent someone like him from striding past the tents and heading for the large one at the back of the square without so much as a suspicious glance. And yet, sweat rolled down the back of Gex's neck like a thin river. His pallid skin felt clammy and cold, and his knuckles were white around the hilt of his dagger. No matter how hard he searched, nothing seemed off. Nothing was out of place.
So what is this feeling? I'm already behind schedule. I should have been in and out already, the task complete. One of the other assassins has probably already handled it. All of us are rank 3. We've handled street lords that got too big for their station before.
No amount of thought helped. Gex's mind found absolutely nothing amiss, but the rest of his body disagreed. It made no sense. If something had gone wrong, I would have already heard something. I've been so delayed that at least one of the other assassins should have run into any defenses this Aelin has. The back of Gex's neck prickled, and he hesitated. They couldn't run into anything if they weren't actually there. He adjusted his grip on the dagger to make sure the cold sweat building on his palms didn't let the weapon grow slippery. Is it possible they didn't come? Am I the only one here? He quashed the thoughts. This was the exact reason he worked alone. Adding others into the mix just complicated things. Whether the other demons were there or not, it didn't matter. He had a task to complete, and no reason to delay further. Gex crept toward the large tent. He stayed low to the ground and partially blended with the long night shadows, making sure no errant eye would spot him. The unease in his stomach was just nerves. The night was odd, but there was nothing to be. A band slammed into Gex's mouth, wrapping around it with an iron grip and muffling the surprised gasp before it could escape his mouth. Bands enveloped his body in an instant, slamming his arms to his side and sending his dagger clattering to the ground as they crushed his limbs against his torso. Gex struggled furiously and fruitlessly as he felt his body lifted into the air. He could just barely see small flowers sprouting along the edges of the vines he'd been bound with, bearing with them a faint, sweet scent. A tent flap parted beneath Gex, and a woman stepped out, her red hair falling around her shoulders like a cloak of burning grass. The vines holding him ran out from one of her shirt sleeves. "Damned planes," the woman muttered. "Another one. This is getting ridiculous." Gex's blood ran cold. If his mouth hadn't been completely plugged by a vine, he would have let loose with every curse known to demonkind. This was the exact reason he worked alone. At least one of the other idiots had gotten caught. The vines tightened around Gex. Every scrap of power in his body amounted to absolutely nothing. He struggled with all the strength his runes gave him, but the thick vines were more like metal than organic matter. The only thing he was capable of was wiggling his fingers and toes. Fear arced through him like lightning. External magic. A rank 4 demon at the minimum. That hadn't been in the job description. He fought to keep his nerves under control. He'd been in some poor situations before, none quite as bad as this, but he'd talked his way out of more than one trap in his lifetime. Nobody cared about hired assassins. They cared about the person who hired them. There's no way both of the others have been caught. One should still be out there. If they notice what's going on, they can kill this woman while I keep her distracted with questioning me. It'll make all of our jobs easier if there aren't any witnesses. All I have to do is buy time while she's questioning me. But, to Gex's confusion, the woman didn't release his mouth. She didn't even call for help. She just studied him, annoyance and contemplation intermixing in her features. Gex's limbs started to go numb at the force he was getting crushed with. "You interrupted me," the woman said, her voice taut with anger. "Couldn't you have tried to do something during the day? Why now? I was comfortable." Gex would have been thrilled to answer and direct her attention in any direction he possibly could have, but she still hadn't made any move to actually allow him to speak. Thin points of pain pressed into his chest and arms. The vines were growing thorns. His eyes widened, and he tried to struggle even harder, but it did nothing. The woman didn't even seem to notice. The flaps to the large tent parted. Gex didn't let his eyes betray anything, but hope shot through his body like adrenaline. Their job was done. Rank 4 or not, a dagger to the back of the neck was more than enough to— "I'm done, Moxie." The first woman glanced over her shoulder. Gex followed her gaze, and his heart dropped into his stomach. The young demon that had emerged from the tent hadn't been an assassin. She was another one of the demons from the camp. Why won't they let me speak? Do they plan to take me prisoner? For what purpose? What are they playing at? "And?" Moxie asked, tilting her head to the side and ignoring Gex completely. "Did you get anything useful?" "Yeah, there were just 3 of them, and they got hired by some big demon with a scratchy voice." Gex's stomach couldn't drop any farther, but he was pretty sure it had died and its ghost was in free fall toward the center of the world. Fuck me. One of the other assholes already sold the rest of us out before I could. This is exactly why I work alone. Why in the damned plains did I take this blasted job? My only hope is that the last assassin hasn't been caught yet. 2 demons are a lot. I don't know why there's a rank 4 in a street lord's camp, but there's no way there's more than 1. As long as she goes down first—
Did you remember to leave the second one intact? Moxie asked. The younger demon cleared her throat. I may have gotten hungry. It's hard to fight quietly. You said to make sure Spider didn't wake up. That costs extra. Snack tax. Maybe eating more will help me fix my rank 4 rune.
No, it can't be possible. A second rank 4? Is she lying? No, there's no reason for her to lie. This was a setup. It has to be. A foreign invasion force, starting with the underground of the city and moving up to swallow it whole.
Snack? Oh, whatever, Moxie said wearily. I just wanted a little time to spend with Spider. Is that really too much to ask? It's colder out here than I expected, and I was so comfortable in bed. Combustion makes him so warm, like a portable heater.
It's okay.
He's still asleep. I can smell it.
What kind of conversation is this? They're acting as if I'm not even here. Damn it all. There has to be a way out. Let me speak, you bitches. How do you know I don't know something the others didn't?
You know what? You're right, Moxie said. The vines constricting around Gex's body tightened. They would have abandoned what little pride he had and screamed for help, but even that was denied to him. If this one's number 3, then as long as I get rid of him, we can pretend as if our night didn't get interrupted at all. Get thinking, Lee. I just have to make sure this is quiet so Spider doesn't wake up. Her gaze finally lifted to meet Gex's. There wasn't a single scrap of interest in Moxie's eyes. There was only annoyance and impatience. She lifted her hand toward Gex, her fist clenched. The vines constricted in a flicker of an instant, and darkness enveloped Gex's vision. His scream, along with the crunching of his bones, were both swallowed by the thick vines. He only had time for one final thought before the pain cut out, and his consciousness vanished from the damned plains. I hope I get to watch from the afterlife when they find the noble waste liquor that fucked me over. Chapter 7. The night was far too long to fully sleep through. By Noah's estimate, the day-night cycle was something around 2.5 times longer than the one back in the mortal plane. He woke, nestled in a bed of soft vines, with Moxie lying on top of him. Her hair somehow still smelled like strawberries, which was a mystery. It wasn't like they had any fancy soaps in the damned plains, nor had they had a chance to take a proper bath yet, an issue he was going to need to rectify soon. Does she normally just smell like this, or does she have some secret? Lee murmured from a bed beside them. Noah glanced over. The dim light from the moon filtering in through the crack in the tent flap, just enough to see by. Lee gnawed on the side of a thick vine in her sleep, and judging by the large bites taken out of the bed all around her, it wasn't the first one to fall victim. It was an odd feeling to wake up in the middle of the night feeling completely rested. Noah's body told him that it was time to go back to bed, but his head told him that he'd gotten all the sleep he needed, and there was too much to do to sit around for much longer. Moxie stirred. Her hands dug into his jacket, and she yawned, her eyes fluttering open. She peered at him and scrunched her nose. "What time is it?" "Night," Noah replied somewhat unhelpfully. "I think it's been about 6 or 7 hours, but I can't be certain." Moxie pushed herself up, pushing Noah back into the bed in the process. She brushed the hair out of her face and grinned down at him before shifting to the side so he could sit as well. The smile faded, and she blew out an annoyed breath. "We had some visitors last night." "We did? What happened? Nobody woke me up." "I had ulterior motives." "They're dead now," Moxie said with a shrug. "Just a few rank 3 demon assassins with pretty bad runes. Lee and I handled everything before they got anywhere near Aelin." "Oh?" The last vestiges of weariness slipped away, and Noah blinked fully awake. Did you get any information from them? They were assassins for hire, but not very good ones, just random hitmen. Some giant demon contracted them and paid a ridiculous amount of money for them to kill Aelin. Sounds like we got the attention of someone with a bit of influence. Perfect. Things are falling into place then. They're aware of my presence. While Aelin continues bringing the street lords together, I can start moving to enter whatever their higher society is here. I've still got my eyes set on an auction. It'll be a bit before we get the attention of anyone really strong, but we need to get stronger before we start rubbing elbows with any of them. We may get more attention than we want if we keep expanding at this rate. Might be better to move faster than slower, Moxie suggested. She swung her legs out of bed and rose to her feet. She yawned and stretched her arms over her head before shaking her head and combing her hair back with her fingers. I've been doing a lot of work practicing my pattern inside my mind. I think it's getting closer to the point where I can use it in a fight. I want to get a good hold of it before I start really figuring out what other runes I invest in. Probably a good idea, Noah said with a nod. There was more than a little risk involved in imbuing a pattern with magic, but Moxie wasn't one of his students. She had far more experience and training than they did, and she knew her limits. I haven't had a chance to test crumbling space as much as I'd like to, but I've been learning. I'm going to try to make some more rank 4 runes while I continue perfecting it, then rework everything at the end. That's probably the best way to do it as long as the rune is actually functional and close enough to your final goal, Moxie agreed. She lowered her voice and squinted at Noah. But only you could say you're going to make runes in that tone and actually mean make them from scratch instead of combining them normally. Do you already know what you're making next? I've got an idea, and I've got a lot of the runes I'll need as well, Noah said. He got out of bed and stood up beside Moxie. They both paused as Lee muttered something under her breath through a mouthful of foliage. She was still somehow asleep, but that hadn't stopped her from eating over half of her bed. Her head and shoulders hung over its side as she chewed on a stray vine. She was a small nudge away from falling on her head. Noah scooped her out of her bed and carried her over to Moxie's, gently setting her down in its middle. Lee let out a satisfied murmur and rolled over, clutching Moxie's pillow to her chest and immediately starting to nibble on it. Menace, Moxie muttered, unable to suppress a small laugh. She shook her head and looked back at Noah. What's your next rune? Another space one? Yeah, I think I'm going to take a page out of Braden's book. Crumbling space is powerful, but more mobility would be really useful. I want something that lets me teleport. Not a simple rune. When you're making them yourself. Are any? Moxie rolled her eyes and raised her hands in surrender. Point to you. What kind of disaster lets you teleport, though? I've got the beginnings of an idea, but nothing too solid yet, Noah admitted. He rubbed the back of his neck and chewed the insides of his cheeks. I don't want to jinx anything yet. You'll just have to wait and see. That's just cold. Not even a hint? Moxie peered at him with wide, innocent eyes that couldn't have possibly been faker. Noah's defenses crumbled instantly. I was thinking spatial storm, or the like, Noah said. That scope might be a bit too wide, though. It sounds more like a rank 5 rune, so probably something like a controlled spatial storm. I haven't figured out the wording yet. A smug smile crossed Moxie's lips. Something told Noah she was more interested in just getting him to share his plans than she was in what they actually were. What new runes do you need for that? I thought you got a lot of space-related runes already. I'm not sure yet. The storm part needs some different runes, Noah said with a shake of his head. I haven't figured that part out yet. I was going to kind of play it by ear while I gathered some more runes. Once I weasel my way into an auction, I'll be able to see what kind of stuff is up for sale down here. Until then, I'll just get all the runes I can, and not just for myself. I've been using my reserves up at a pretty alarming rate. You're going hunting for runes, then? Noah nodded. It shouldn't be too hard. Lee already showed us what to do. You want to come? Moxie glanced over to Lee. She hesitated for a second. As much as I'd like to, I really shouldn't. We've got too much attention on the camp right now. We don't know if someone will try something while you're gone. Ugh, you're probably right. I'll try not to take too long, then. As long as I use my flying sword, this shouldn't take more than a few hours. I'm just going to grab a bunch of runes and then come back. Do you think you could try to figure out who hired the assassins while I'm gone? I'll see what I can do, but no promises. I don't think we've got much of an information pipeline with the gang as it is right now, Moxie said, not sounding particularly confident. She gave him a half-shouldered shrug. Just don't be gone too long. You've got a lot of dominoes set up to fall. Yeah, it'll be 3 hours or so. Noah grabbed his grimoire and slung it over his shoulder before holding out his gourd. Can you hold on to this for me? She took it carefully, her features growing serious. Yeah, I'll keep it safe. Try not to need it, though. I'll do my best, Noah promised. He scooped up his flying sword and took a step toward the exit of the tent, but Moxie caught his arm. Glancing back at her, Noah blinked. What is it? Moxie stared at him primly. She gently set the gourd on the remains of Lee's bed before crossing her arms and arching an eyebrow. Noah stared at her for a second before he realized what she was waiting for. He leaned in and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pressing his lips to hers. No, Lee murmured in her sleep, turning over. Don't eat Moxie yet, Noah. I want to taste her hair first. It took everything Noah had to avoid bursting into laughter. He and Moxie pulled apart. The bright red tingeing Moxie's cheeks told him she was having a similar issue. Good luck with that. It's entirely your fault, by the way, Noah said with a snicker. Moxie flicked him in the chest. Get out of here, idiot. I'll see you soon. Noah nodded. He wrapped his face with a desert scarf before turning and striding out of the tent. He tossed his flying sword to the ground and stepped onto it. Flying into Triton may have been ill-advised, but he had a persona to keep now, and guards weren't going to be bothered about someone leaving the city. The sword hummed to life, and Noah shot off, lifting into the sky and zipping away from the massive walking city. He craned his neck back to watch the huge turtle as he flew away from it. The enormous monster had still yet to take a single step since they'd arrived, but it looked closer to touching the ground than it had been when they'd arrived. Noah turned away from the city and looked to the wastes. He had some runes to speed through harvesting, and then the real fun would begin. Chapter 8. True to his word, Noah only hunted for a few hours. He used his flying sword to locate one of the populated cave systems and waded through it, tearing through everything in his path with natural disaster and crumbling space before sundering their souls. His grimoire ate well. It snagged runes from the air with streamers of paper, devouring them as quickly as Noah could kill their former owners. It was so easy that it almost scared Noah. The monsters in this area of the wastes weren't particularly powerful. The strongest ones were only rank 3, and just barely at that. He ripped through their defenses before they even had a chance to realize what was happening, and the runes were plucked from the air with terrifying speed. If anyone had lived to tell the tale, the other demons probably wouldn't have believed them. Noah would have felt a little bad about it if any of the demons he'd been fighting were fully intelligent, but the only ones rushing him like mindless savages were, well, exactly that. They'd fallen completely into their runes and had no proper semblance of intelligence left. Once his hours were just about up and Noah was satisfied, he turned and headed out of the cave. He'd gotten somewhere around 100 runes for his troubles, and that wasn't counting all the ones that had dissipated because he hadn't had a chance to grab them. The runes were a mixture of rank 2 and 3s, with a smattering of rank 1s. Most of them were demon runes, but there were more than a few sand, stone, and other desert-themed ones in the mix. None would be immediately useful to Noah. He didn't have any plans to make another stone-related rune, but every single rune had multiple purposes. He could always break them for energy if he really needed it, and the more runes he had, the more demons he could yank up to rank 3. There was always the chance he could sell them as well, but nothing he'd just gotten felt like it would be interesting enough to sell. Not on its own, at least.
A small smile crossed Noah's face as he stood at the edge of the caves and looked into the night blanketing the damned plains. He put his hand on the top of his grimoire, and he could have sworn it cooed in response. A shudder of approval ran down the spine of the book and into his hand. That's not creepy. With the grimoire so much more than just a rune storage, I'm willing to put up with a little weirdness as long as it doesn't keep showing random people pornography. You liked that, didn't you? Noah asked in a voice akin to one he'd use if he were talking to a small dog. Want more? The grimoire shuddered again. It was definitely starting to get more expressive. A lot more expressive given the interaction it had with Bird. Is it getting smarter from eating all the runes? Or did it just lack energy before since nobody had fed it in a long time? I really hope this thing wasn't locked into Linwick Estate's catacombs for some reason other than its need to eat runes. Why don't you help me out a bit? Noah asked, pushing his concerns to the side. He wasn't about to stop using the grimoire. It was too useful. He swung the huge book off his back and thunked it down on the orange sand before him. Redistribute some energy for me into the 7 best-made sand runes. Rank 2 ones, please. Then prepare them for me, along with a badly made rank 3. Try to make the rank 3 another sand-based rune so the energy conversion isn't too bad. A few seconds ticked by. Noah had just started to wonder if the grimoire had completely ignored his request when it swung itself open. 7 rank 2 sand runes of various names hummed on its page, all full. They were joined by an 8th rank 3 cracked sandy gust rune. None of them were fantastic, but the grimoire had followed his request perfectly. Noah smiled. Thank you. Hold on for a moment. This won't take long. He put his hand on the page and closed his eyes. He drew every single one of the runes into his soul in a flash, barely even taking more than a few seconds to draw each of them. He'd done this step so many times now that it was practically second nature. In rapid succession, he shattered each of the rank 2 runes. He filtered out the badly made rank 1s, breaking the rank 3 apart to use for energy and components, and rebuilt each and every one of them. He used the rank 2 gust runes that had already been in Sandy Gust, which were decent but not perfect, and recombined all the components. And, as Noah looked upon the new rune floating before him, he started to chuckle. Sandy Gale, rank 3. He'd made a near-perfect rune in less than a minute. It could have been perfect if he'd wanted it to be, but that would have been a bit too much for his current goals. Something like this would already be incredibly valuable to the average demon. Going farther had a risk of overplaying his hand. And I've got no need to do that when a rank 3 like this should be the strongest rune most demons have ever seen. This is a good way to show off without tipping anyone off to my true strength, and I can always make a stronger one if nobody is impressed. Noah took the newly made rune from his mind and imbued it right back into his grimoire. He had no need for anything less than a flawless rune floating around in his soul, much less one that wasn't even perfect. The grimoire shuddered again. Noah's eyes narrowed, and he prodded it in the cover. Don't eat that. Don't eat any runes I don't have duplicates of either. I'm trying to build a collection here. Feel free to snack on the extras, as long as you leave me with the majority of them. If you do, we can keep getting you fed. Sound good? Paper twitched in response, and the grimoire closed itself. That was probably as close to an agreement as he was going to get. So Noah slung the book back over his shoulder and stepped onto his flying sword. He grabbed 2 ettercaps he'd managed to avoid completely brutalizing and tucked one under each arm. Night still ruled over the damned plains as he took to the skies and shot back in the direction of Tredon. He could still see the massive walking city in the distance. The turtle hadn't quite managed to finish taking the step it had started the previous day. As tempting as it was to just fly right into the city and skip over the entry line, Noah wasn't really trying to draw the attention of whatever fighting force protected the city. Not yet, at least. He landed behind a dune and sheathed the flying sword, striding up to the city by foot. Noah chose a different entrance than the one he'd taken the previous time and strode up to the guards, dumping the pair of demons at their feet.
This all?
One asked. Before Noah could even say anything, the other guard tapped the first one on the shin with the butt of his halberd.
"Hold on,"
the second guard muttered.
"Human figure, no horns, and wearing storm wrappings when it's clear out?"
"And?" the first guard asked, confused furrow creasing his gray-skinned face as he glanced back at his compatriot.
"How does that matter? 2 weak demons is barely enough. He meets the descriptions of Spider."
"Who?" the second guard muttered a curse under his breath.
"I'll tell you later. Just get out of the way. This one isn't someone we want to bother."
After a second of hesitation, the first demon shrugged and took a confused step back, gesturing for Noah to continue on to the left. Noah was grateful he didn't even have to bother concealing his smile as he passed them. His face wrappings already did that for him. It looks like word is spreading pretty fast. Perfect. The other demons already waiting on the platform watched Noah uneasily, making space for him and looking anywhere but in his direction. He didn't know if they were scared of him or if they just overheard the guards. It was all the same in the end. The more people knew about Spider, the more likely the next part of his plan would work. It wasn't long before the platform shuddered. The huge chains holding it up rattled away as it lifted into the air and toward the city far above. When it arrived, Noah joined the crowd of demons in dispersing into the city. They all quickly broke away from him, and he slipped into the alleyways to avoid parading straight through the center of Treaton. He was pretty sure he was stronger than the majority of the demons in the city. He highly doubted rank 5 and 6 demons were just strolling around everywhere, but there was no need to draw attention right now. He made his way through the city and back over to the gang's market square, where Moxie and Lee were. Even though it was the middle of the night, Treaton was as awake as if it were day. Demons walked through the streets and ducked past alleyways. The majority of them seemed to have no trouble navigating in the dark, but a number of demons carried around lanterns to light their way. I suppose there's going to be a lot more diversity and ability with demons given how much runes change their physical bodies. Interesting. Never really thought about that. Noah made it to the square a short while later. It wasn't on fire or otherwise destroyed, which was good news. It seemed that Moxie and Lee had better luck with not blowing things up than he did. He slipped into his tent and was pleased to find that Moxie was still there, sitting on a chair of vines and drumming her fingers on her knees. She glanced at Noah as he came back and blinked in surprise. "Oh, you're back." "I did say it would just be a few hours." "Yeah, but I fully expected something to go wrong, or you to kill yourself," Moxie admitted. She rose from her chair. "How'd it go?" "Perfectly. Got a bunch of runes and fed the book. What about you? Managed to get in contact with the guy we're looking for?" "Not me, and not the demon that sent his assassins here," Moxie said with a shake of her head. "But we got a lead. Vrith was scanning the camp on Aylin's orders, and she found someone that looked suspicious. Lee smelled the same thing. Not sure how she did that, but I've learned not to ask questions. We did a little questioning, and it turns out he's a scout for a rank 5 demon, one with a little bit of political influence." It was only a matter of time before people started snooping. A smile pulled across Noah's lips. "Bring me to him? I'm sure he'll be thrilled to give me an introduction to his boss." Chapter 9. Moxie led Noah over to Lee, who was keeping watch over the demon that they'd captured. The demon in question was only a little taller than Aylin. He had 3 nubby horns sticking out of the top of his forehead amid a bed of wispy black hair that really should have been shaved off. A set of large spectacles rested on his nose, which was far too small to keep them properly held up, causing them to slide down his face until they only covered the lower half of his eyes. It also seemed that Moxie and Lee had forgone even bothering to try to bind the small demon. He sat in the corner of the room across from Lee, nervously fiddling with a ratty tweed suit. Did they catch him or just put him in timeout? He looks like a guilty school kid more than a demon. "You smell like death," Lee said, pointing a stick of jerky in her hand at Noah as he let the tent flap flop shut behind him and Moxie. He nearly went to sniff his armpits before he realized she wasn't being figurative. I was just doing some killing. Needed some more runes, and there were a few dozen demons in the way," Noah said with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry about it. Nothing to be concerned with. The demon in the corner tried to shrink in on himself. His glasses slipped down his pale face, and he shoved them back into place with a finger. Normally a demon's claws probably would have scratched a pair of glasses, but his were so short that they were barely anything more than fingernails. Noah let his domain brush across the demon. He certainly didn't feel very strong. There wasn't much runic pressure coming off him, and he had no domain of his own. Not that he'd expected him to. Definitely not even a rank 3. I wonder what kind of feeling a demon like this would feed on. The mild annoyance of having to crunch a bunch of numbers in Excel? Are you going to introduce me? Noah asked Lee.
Oh, sure. I didn't give him a name yet.
Lee looked down at the strip of meat in her hand with a thoughtful expression.
I think this is Joe. That feels like a good name. I like it.
The demon in the corner glanced at Lee. It almost looked like he was about to say something for a moment before his mouth snapped shut and he thought better of it. He swallowed heavily and pushed his glasses back up his face. Am I remiss in assuming you've just named the jerky you're eating rather than the demon I was actually referring to? Noah asked, resisting the urge to rub the bridge of his nose through the storm wrappings on his face. Lee studied the jerky. A small frown crossed her face.
I kind of regret naming him now. Now this just kind of feels weird.
The demon, Lee, Noah said through a sigh. Tell me the demon's name.
Sorry, Joe.
Lee ate the jerky in one bite.
And I haven't figured the other one's name out. I was busy.
I'm glad we're giving this little demon the impression that we've got a very organized and well-put-together structure of command. I'm sure I look very competent right about now. Oh, whatever. Noah knelt in front of the demon, who had scooted back until his back pressed against the tarp of the tent. My friend is a little preoccupied. Perhaps you'll be so kind as to tell me who I am talking to?
Joe?
The demon said weakly. His voice was somehow even more nasal than Noah had expected it to be. It was reminiscent of a stream of air escaping a deflating balloon. Noah stared at him. Are you trying to make a joke?
No, sir,
Joe said with a firm shake of his head that threatened to send it flying straight off.
That's my name. Your friend, stole it.
A demon called Joe? Seriously? Lee?
I may have heard it elsewhere before, Lee admitted. I thought it tasted pretty good. It did, in case you were interested.
Joe's skin paled another shade. He nervously adjusted the front of his jacket. His eyes darted around the room in search of an escape that wasn't there. Let's just cut to the chase, Joe, Noah said, trying not to sound like too much of an idiot as he spoke. It was difficult to seem intimidating when saying Joe, but the best solution was just to barrel through it as quickly as possible. You were snooping around my camp. I'm not a huge fan of spies. I also happen to want to meet with your boss. I think I can see a way we're both happy when the night is done. Joe's glasses slipped off his face. He snagged them before they could hit the ground in a practiced motion that showed this was far from the first time it had happened. He slipped them back over his nose and cleared his throat.
I can take you to him, Spider, sir. That's why I'm here. He sent me.
He sent you to spy on me.
No, sir. He sent me to get you.
Joe adjusted his glasses, even though they hadn't even started to slip off yet.
He wants to talk, a normal talk, not an official one.
Huh. That makes things surprisingly simple, if it's true. I'm not so sure I believe this guy only wanted to talk to me, though. Why send someone to snoop around instead of just a normal messenger? Well, then, it looks like we can help each other, Noah said. Lead the way, then, Joe. The demon cleared his throat.
I'm only supposed to bring you, sir, nobody else. It's a meeting between you and Piran.
Noah tilted his head to the side. He hadn't really been planning to bring Moxie and Lee along in case things went south, and he had to kill himself, but it was a little odd for Joe to be making any sort of demands in his current situation. He's nervous, but not as nervous as I would have expected. Does he think he's safe, or is he more scared of this Piran than he is of me? Both are probably equally possible. I suppose there's no way to waste time thinking when I can find out for myself. That suits me just fine. I prefer working without witnesses. Noah said with a one-shouldered shrug. He took the sword off his waist and handed it to Lee. Moxie still had his gourd, so he didn't have to worry about anything other than his grimoire if he got killed. Considering it could make itself as heavy as it wanted, Noah was fairly confident he'd be able to get it back if things somehow went poorly. "Let's get on with it, then. I don't have all night." Joe nodded hurriedly and scrambled to his feet. He brushed the dirt off the back of his aged pants and stood with his hands crossed behind his back.
"I'm prepared to lead whenever you're ready to leave."
Noah and Moxie exchanged a glance. It was definitely a bit odd, but it wasn't like he hadn't seen stranger things. She gave him a small nod, and Noah walked over to the entrance of the tent, holding the flap open. "After you, Joe."
This is it," Joe stammered, craning his neck back to look up at the teetering mansion before them.
After they'd left the market square, Noah had followed the demon for about 45 minutes until they'd arrived before the mansion. It was mostly made of a pale, bone-colored stone that yellowed and cracked with age. It vaguely reminded Noah of a pile of stained teeth. The mansion was 3 stories tall and, for some reason, was wider at the top than it was at the bottom. It was vaguely egg-shaped and tapered to a point at its peak. Metal supports had been erected all around the building to keep it balanced. The mansion had probably once been quite intimidating in its prime. That wasn't to say it wasn't intimidating now. The type of intimidation had just shifted. Before, Noah suspected it had been scary. Now he was scared the building would fall down on top of him. A cobbled path broke away from the main street and ran up to a stone door in the mansion's front. It was already open, revealing a hallway floored with a dull red rug beyond it. The rug led up to a stairwell that ascended up toward the bulbous top of the mansion. Noah squinted at the building's bulbous top. This is a butt plug. Someone modeled their house after a butt plug. Why would you do that? Joe scurried into the house without giving Noah any more time to stare. Resisting the urge to shake his head, Noah followed after him. The two ascended the stairs of the mansion, following the spiraling stairwell past several doors until it came to a stop somewhere around where Noah estimated the middle of the building to be. A pair of double doors stood open in wait. Beyond them stretched a meeting room. Old, unused chairs, made from the same material as the house itself, made a large ring around a huge throne in the very center of the room. Sitting on the throne was an 8-foot-tall demon. His fingers were interlaced on his lap, and his face was covered with a pitch-black mask. If it weren't for his size and skin color, he could have easily passed for a human. He had no horns or other bodily modifications. Joe didn't make any more move to enter the room. He didn't leave, either. He just stood there. Noah glanced down at him. Then, with a shrug, he entered the room. They were clearly trying to put on a bit of theater for him, and he had no issue playing along.
"Spider," the blue demon said, his voice like a grindstone. "We finally meet."
Finally is a bit of a stretch, mate. I literally wasn't even on the damned plains a day ago. I take it that you're Piran, then? It seems we want to speak with each other, Noah said evenly. He extended his senses, letting his domain pass over the room as he approached the huge throne. Noah's eyes narrowed as his domain brushed across the demon. Piran wasn't a rank 4, much less a rank 5. Don't tell me there's another guy lying their way through everything. I thought I had that move patented. But this is either that or a test to see what I'm capable of. I'll have to see how this guy handles things. I can respect a fellow bullshitter, but I won't let myself be made a fool when I'm trying to keep the spider persona's reputation up. Feel free to go first. I'd love to hear what it is you want from me. Piran's laughter echoed from behind his mask.
"Do not presume to speak to me as if we are equals. Kneel at my feet."
Noah tilted his head to the side. Now, tell me what you want. One chance. Do anything else, and I'm going to get annoyed. Piran pressed a hand to his mask. A dull hum buzzed through the room as a crackling blue shield spun to life around him. Noah almost blinked in surprise.
It had been some time since he'd seen a proper mage shield, and longer still since he'd seen one that was just permanently active. Like the shields that Arbitage has in the training arena. Good defense, but they need a lot of energy. Interesting. I wonder if the demons made it, or if they took it from someone in the mortal plane.
Kneel,
Piran thundered as he stepped forward to loom over Noah like a wall of blue flesh.
Then we will.
Noah lifted a hand. Spider wasn't going to keep his reputation if he let someone talk to him like this. I'll just destroy the shield to show him I mean business, then figure out if this is actually the real Piran or if some idiot is testing me. Perhaps Piran was too confident in his shield. Perhaps he simply didn't have time to react. Whatever the reason, he didn't so much as move as crumbling space's power arced free of Noah's palm. Cracks of white light webbed out and passed straight through his shield and into his chest. There was an instant of silence. Then the magic detonated with an ear-splitting crunch. Piran's chest caved in on itself. Blood spurted from his body together with bone and viscera as he let out a choked wheeze, clasping at the massive crater where his heart had been. The shield didn't so much as flicker. Piran pitched back, crashing to the ground, cracking his head against the front of the throne, and lying still. Noah stared at his corpse in disbelief. If the demon hadn't been dead before, he definitely was now. Noah barely even cared. He was far more concerned with what he'd just done. Just when he'd started to think he'd figured out how his new rank 4 rune worked, he'd been proven very, very wrong. What the fuck? Crumbling space can pass through other magic? Chapter 10. Noah recovered his composure quickly. Energy trickled into his soul from the dead demon. It was a decent amount of power, but nowhere near what a rank 5 demon would have given him. That only proved his theory even further. But now wasn't the time to stand around like an idiot. He couldn't afford to look like he'd been just as surprised by his attack as Piran had been. That would just make him look completely incompetent. Then again, Piran didn't actually look too surprised. He kind of just looked dead. Bummer. Noah looked down at the corpse, blood pooling around it at the base of the throne. The shield had flickered out, and the plain black mask rested quietly. It didn't even take him a second of consideration before he scooped the mask straight off the dead demon's face. Spoils of war, or as the kids in playgrounds would say, no takesies backsies. Thanks for the gift, meathead. Noah tucked the mask into his bag and turned to Joe. The thin-haired demon stood at the doorway of the room, his mouth askew in either terror or disbelief, or possibly both at the same time. Joe's glasses slid down off his nose, and he shoved them back into his face. Something about his expression didn't quite seem right with Noah. It was convincing, but it was almost too flat. It was such a perfect image of stunned surprise that it felt out of place. And I know people revert to their habits when they're scared, but Joe is frozen in terror, not just scared. Who adjusts their glasses while they just saw what should have been one of the most powerful demons they know get obliterated in half a second? Noah's eyes narrowed. The room had been silent for just a few seconds too long. The more time passed, the more his gut picked up on the abnormalities. A rank 5 demon would have people working for them. At the very least, they'd have guards to keep random idiots from constantly challenging them. This complete lack of response from everyone other than Joe, who was doing nothing but stand there and catch flies with his mouth, wasn't just a coincidence. Ah, it turns out I was right after all. Piran is a bullshitter. Just not the kind of bullshitter I thought they were. Does Piran plan to actually speak to me anytime soon? Noah asked, tilting his head to the side. Or is he going to give me another idiot to kill? If we're going with the latter, I'd be more than happy to accelerate the process and bring this entire building down on top of our heads.
Spider, sir, no, please, Joe stammered, taking a step back and clutching the collar of his suit in a tight grip. I don't know what you're... It's fine, Joe Phyllis.
A sly female voice said from behind them, the words spoken like the hiss of a snake.
The fear on Joe's face vanished in an instant as his features went flat. A woman stepped out from the stairwell that he and Noah had just come through a minute before. She wore hardened leather armor and carried 2 white daggers at her waist. Her entire body was covered with small, overlaid green scales, and the black talons on her bare feet clicked against the stone with every step she took. While her face was humanoid, 2 thin fangs jutted out the front of her mouth. The demon's eyes were pitch black, with thin slivers of molten red for irises, and she didn't have a single speck of hair on her entire body. In its place, she wore a bronze crown with long, ropey strands that reached to her waist.
"You killed my subordinate," the woman said, a pointed tongue flicking out of her mouth as her features tightened in displeasure. Noah didn't respond immediately. He extended his domain, letting it brush across the new demon. A river of tingles raced down his arms as he made contact. She was strong, stronger than the idiot on the throne, but not stronger than him. She's got bad runes, really bad ones. A rank 5 on the lower end of the spectrum, then. I'm pretty sure some mages in Arbitage could have handled her with the quality of stuff she's working with. Still, I can't underestimate her. I'm confident I can take her in a normal fight, but she's probably faster than me.
"One of them," Noah said softly. "Have you come to thank me for not killing both, Piran? I do not take kindly to being made a fool of." He gathered power from natural disaster. As alien as Piran looked, something about the way she carried herself felt more than familiar. He couldn't place what it was, but he got the feeling he knew it was coming. Almost as if on cue, Piran blurred forward. Noah sent a wave of energy into the floor. Piran was fast, but Noah wasn't trying to outrun her. The ground at his feet erupted, pillars of stone shooting out in every direction. The snake-like demon dove into one of them, stomach first, and let out a pained wheeze as she folded over it like a piece of laundry in the wind. Noah's hand shot out, and he grabbed her by the neck, even as she recovered and lifted the clawed fingers of her own hand toward his.
"Try it,"
Piran said, her thin lips pulling back in a confident smile. But there was something off with it. Her eyes didn't quite match her grin. While her features implied she was in control, there was fear in her eyes.
"See which of us is faster. See which of us is willing to risk more."
And just like that, Noah realized exactly what it was that felt familiar about Piran. He couldn't help himself. He burst into laughter and released her neck. Piran's expression faltered as confusion passed over it.
"What?" she demanded. "What are you laughing at, spider?"
"You're full of shit," Noah said through his laughter, waving his hand dismissively. It wasn't Piran's actual face that he recognized. It was her expressions. They were the same ones he himself had made countless times.
"You dare insult me?" Piran snarled. "You come into my domain and—"
Noah drew on natural disaster. Power gathered in his palm, and a thick bolt of lightning erupted from it. It screamed across the room toward Joe and slammed into the stone just above his head, shattering and blackening it with an ear-splitting roar.
"No!"
Piran screamed, spinning toward the short demon, only to find that the spell hadn't even touched him. There was more than a foot between the crumbling wall and the top of Joe's head. "You need to work on your bluffing skills," Noah said through a chuckle. "I see right through you." The snake demon turned back to Noah, a flicker of fear passing through her expression as she took a step back. Noah could practically see the thoughts blurring through her head.
"I'm not bluffing anything. If you try anything, I'll rip your heart out through your ass and feed it back to you. If you want a fight, you'll get it,"
Piran hissed. Her lips pulled back to bare her fangs even further, but it wasn't any more intimidating to Noah than a puppy's growl. Noah tilted his head to the side. He lifted his hand, but not toward Piran. He pointed at Joe. "Drop the act, or I won't miss the second time around. Choose wisely. Unlike you, I follow up on my threats." A second passed. Piran's jaw clenched. Noah let a crackle of electricity arc between his fingers. Fear flashed in the other demon's face once more, and she shifted, putting herself between Noah and Joe. A bit odd, actually. A rank 5 demon that cares about a low-ranked subordinate this much? I wasn't expecting that at all.
"Jovelus, leave the room,"
Piran said. Her voice was as taut as a bowstring.
"But, mistress, now, Jovelus."
Joe's hands clenched at his side. He took one last look at Noah, the malice in his features so sharp that it could have cut through steel, before bowing his head. He stepped back and slammed the double doors shut behind him. Noah and Piran stood silently as his footsteps echoed away down the stairwell. Finally, Piran looked back at Noah.
"You're a rank 5,
Piran said. She sounded resigned now, like a prisoner with her throat in the noose looking upon the executioner holding the lever. It was a statement, not a question.
"I made a mistake."
Now I really want to know what she embodies. What kind of demon admits they screwed up? Maybe my perception of what demons do is just really skewed. "You did?" Noah agreed, sending a look to the corpse at their feet. "You've dropped the act, then?"
"Not like you gave me much of a choice. You weren't meant to be a rank 5,
Piran said. Her hands clenched at her sides.
"You're supposed to be a low-energy rank 4.
"And what gave you that idea?" Noah tilted his head to the side. He wasn't about to correct her false assumption about his rank. "Supposed is a strong word. Did someone tell you I was weak?"
"I'll tell you what you want to know if you agree to leave without touching any of my demons,"
Piran said. "Her people? She doesn't seem very similar to Violet, so I don't think she's a hoarder demon. She would have been way more pissed off about the dead guy behind me." Noah studied her eyes. The fear that had been in them before was gone. She was still scared, but all that remained was determination to survive. "The way you worded that makes it sound like I haven't touched any of them yet."
"You haven't. The brute behind you wasn't part of my family. He was a hired help."
"And you're aware that your phrasing only protects your people, not yourself?"
"I don't have the leverage to get that much. Just leave my people alone,"
Piran said, and flexed her claws.
"I can deal with my own actions myself, but they were following orders."
"I'll be damned. A respectable demon." Another one, actually. Aelin and his group were quite the lot as well. Now that I think about it, Piran kind of feels a bit similar to them. What kind of emotion is so focused on protecting? Noah blinked, then bit back a laugh. The stupid-looking house wasn't a butt plug. It was an egg. Her feeling is being motherly, isn't it? That's why she was so worried about Joe. "Relax," Noah said. He extended a hand back toward the dead demon and drew on natural disaster. The stone beneath the corpse split open, swallowing it up before slamming back shut. Then Noah nodded to the throne. "Go on. Take your throne." Piran swallowed. She looked from Noah to the chair, then slowly walked over to it and sat down. "I'm not going to do anything to you or your subordinates," Noah said. "I didn't come here to kill you." A tiny flicker of hope lit in Piran's eyes. She hid it well, but it didn't make it past Noah.
"Do you swear?"
Noah snorted. "No, you waived the right to any promises when you tried to play a game with me. Don't get me wrong, I respect it. You just weren't good enough. You'll just have to trust my normal word. So as long as you or your people don't try anything else, I won't touch a hair on their heads."
"Very well, I understand,"
Piran said. But then she hesitated for a second.
"How did you know?"
"Know what?"
"Everything. How did you know I was bluffing? My hands were at your throat. If you tried to kill me, I could have killed you as well. How'd you know I couldn't afford to trade my life like that?
It's worked on every other demon I've ever met. Do you just not care if you live or die?
It's not that I don't care. You just aren't capable of killing me. And your eyes gave your fear away, Noah replied with a shrug. He didn't see the harm in answering Piran's questions. You aren't bad at what you do, but you don't have nearly enough experience to do it on me. The implication of that was enough to make Piran's scaled skin pale a shade. The older a demon was, the stronger they were likely to be. That was just logic. Noah's face wrappings crinkled slightly as he smiled.
You could read so much from just my eyes?
More than you could ever imagine. But I didn't come all the way here just to point out your flaws, Noah said. Just as I suspect you wanted something from me, I want something from you. Piran swallowed, but the determination didn't leave her posture.
In exchange for your promise not to hurt my people?
I'm open to discussing the terms of your surrender, Noah said in an amiable tone. He crossed his arms behind his back and leaned forward slightly. And, in return, you're going to get me into an auction. Chapter 11.
An auction?
Piran's confusion was evident in her tone. For a moment, Noah was forced to wonder if demons actually had auctions. It would have been strange if they didn't. While their culture was far more primally driven than the one back in the mortal realm, when all the niceties and lies were stripped away, demons didn't structure themselves all that differently than the noble families did. I trust you know what an auction is, Noah said, gauging Piran's expression to try and figure out if she was trying to pull something over his eyes.
Yes, I do,
Piran said. She hesitated, clearly not wanting to say more, but Noah remained silent. She was forced to continue speaking or risk drawing his ire.
I was just caught off guard. I can get you into an auction, but I'm not sure if it would hold your attention. I'm not the strongest of the rank 5s. I generally try to avoid the others.
That's probably a smart move from her perspective. If you bluff someone strong enough to easily call your bluff, it's not going to go well. Better to stick to easier targets if you want to avoid getting caught. It isn't your concern if it holds my attention or not, Noah said with a small chuckle. All you have to do is get me in under your banner and stay throughout it, I should add. I don't know the inner workings of the politics in the city.
You're an outsider?
Piran's voice held more than a tinge of interest.
You aren't one of Belkis's enforcers?
Belkis. That was the guy that controlled Triton, wasn't it? I serve no man.
A rank 5 that doesn't serve Belkis,
Piran muttered. Her eyes widened and her back stiffened as her tongue flicked out to taste the air. The tone of her scaled face lightened in fear as understanding washed over her features.
You serve no man.
Yoku.
I'm sorry? Noah's confusion was hidden by the wrappings covering his face.
Nothing,
Piran said hurriedly, drawing the middle of the word out as she struggled to form the proper sounds through the fangs jutting out of her mouth.
I will do as you ask. I will warn you that the other demons may not take too kindly to my presence. I have abstained from previous auctions for this reason.
Are they going to stop us from getting in?
Nothing so overt, but they may attempt to put pressure on me. You might find it easier to access the auction through someone else, or just under your own banner. Someone like you would have no trouble entering.
Not a bad strategy if I didn't want to keep people confused as to who I've got on my side. Going in alone focuses everything on me. If I show up with another demon, even if they're just a rank 5, a few well-placed words should get them wondering who else I've got on my side and what my goals are. Also, weak demons are probably more likely to work together. I don't want anyone assuming I'm too powerful, so I might as well fit into their expectations until it's time to break them. You don't have to concern yourself with why I wish to enter the auction under your banner, Noah said. You will just arrange it, and as quickly as possible. I am not a particularly patient individual. When is the next auction?
I'll have to check.
Piran's tongue flicked out nervously.
I haven't kept up with them, but I think there was usually one every 2 days.
That sounded like a lot, until Noah reminded himself that given how long the day-night cycles were in the damned plains, 2 days here was the equivalent of something around 8 days back home. That's fine, Noah said with a nod. He hadn't even needed to take out his specially made rune to sway her over to his side. Ironically enough, she'd saved him some effort by trying to threaten him. Now he could save the rune for the auction. I trust you know where to find me?
The Webb's camp?
Piran guessed. Is that the name they decided on? Damn. Really all in on the spider bit. Can't say I don't like it, though. Cool, in a slightly cheesy way. Yes, just come normally next time, would you? Noah's eyes narrowed, and he held her gaze. We don't take kindly to spies, even when they claim to just be messengers. Piran swallowed and gave him a sharp nod.
I understand. I will come myself once I have news.
Then I will look forward to it, Noah said, turning to the closed door before looking over his shoulder at the snake demon slouched in her chair. Do try to make sure you show up sooner rather than later. I don't want to have to come find you a second time. This works out pretty well for me. It would have been nice if there was somehow an auction happening right this moment, but I should really probably stick around camp to make sure nothing goes too poorly at the start. Even though I told Aelin he's responsible for everything, having a trump card is definitely a good move. I'm definitely not just going back because I don't want someone killing the kid or any of the others. I am not letting myself get attached to even more demons. Lee is more than enough to handle. There are too many things that need to be done for me to get any more caught up with them than I already am. Noah's words sounded hollow in his head as he shoved the doors open and strode down the stairs of Piran's egg-shaped mansion. He wasn't going to convince anyone if he couldn't even convince himself. But that was the purpose of strength. There was no point in being powerful if it couldn't be a little bit selfish. Father's goblet was empty. He set it down on the table with a gentle clink. The bottle beside him had been emptied as well. It was the last one he'd had in his office, and it would have been a shame to waste it. Janice stood before him, her arms crossed behind her back and features as flat as a sheet of paper. He taught her well. Her emotions were perfectly concealed. Not even he could tell what she was thinking.
"You're quite certain of this, Janice?" Father asked.
It was a question more for show than any other purpose. Janice wouldn't have told him if she wasn't certain, and he wouldn't have already prepared everything for her arrival if he hadn't already known she was coming. Father didn't engage in pointless frivolities often. They were a waste of time and energy when not put toward a purpose. But just this once, he savored the moment, a moment he'd been waiting to experience for years, for longer than most people could even begin to comprehend.
I'm certain. Janice's words were measured. I verified the information myself. After our branch was inducted into the main branch of the Linwick family, I've been digging for every scrap of information I could gather. It wasn't easy. Magus Jalen is so disorganized that our records are borderline non-existent from more than a few hundred years ago.
Disorganized to the point where I suspect it may not be purely coincidental. Jalen is a madman, but he is no fool. And, Father asked, you told me you found it.
I did, Janice said with a nod. Or rather, I've found a complete lack of information where information should be. Over the course of the past few weeks, I have been going through every record our people could gather and rebuilding the history of the Linwick family.
Father's fingers pressed into the flat of his desk as he leaned forward. He would have loved more than anything to have done exactly what Janice had done himself. To have discovered the information with his own hands. He couldn't. The risk was too great. Not to himself, but to his cover. to the delicate structure he'd spent so many years erecting upon his back, the perfect defense, the perfect disguise, and at the cost of a perfect victory. But a victory was still a victory, even if he had to puppet the hands of others to achieve it, and now, after all these years, it was only a few moves away.
What section was missing?
Father asked. A patch of 3 years that came shortly after the long night, Janice said. There are relatively detailed reports from both before and after it, but for those 3 years, there is absolutely no information. Every thread that led back to those years has been burned.
Purged,
Father said, a smile pulling across his features, even though the skin around his eyes didn't so much as crinkle.
Very good, Janice. What more did you discover?
The Linwick family guarded the one we seek. There are mentions of a crypt that slipped through the purge in the records, not the crypt that the family established around 100 years later and used as a decoy, but the original one. There is no record of its creation, which I believe happened in the patch of lost history. I believe your target still resides there.
And the location?
Almost confirmed. There was little information left to work with, so I have been investigating the potential locations one by one. There are not many left. I will locate it by the end of the month.
Father rose from his desk and drew a deep breath. The air was stale. Not noticeably, of course. The room was covered with so many imbuements that almost nobody would have even realized. But after he'd spent so many years within its confines, the air's quality was so apparent to him that it was impossible to ignore.
Do not enter it once it has been located, Father said, his words razor-sharp. I do not wish to lose my only competent assistant this early on. As soon as you discover a location that you believe may be the one I seek, find me immediately, even if you aren't certain.
Janice's eyes widened.
Are you certain, Father? There are several likely places. Revealing yourself too early.
Your purpose is not to show concern. It is to follow my orders. Do not waste your energy on showing fear, especially not for me.
Janice swallowed. Then she nodded her understanding. The door ground open for just long enough to let her leave before grinding shut once more. After so many years, the search was finally almost over. In the solitude of his room, a smile crossed Father's face. His eyes crinkled in the first signs of excitement that he'd properly felt in centuries. Soon, his time in this prison would finally come to an end. Chapter 12. Jalen stood upon the top of a grassy hill and looked down on Vermill's students as they sat in a circle and practiced formations like it was the most natural thing in the world. Even though they were only in the earliest stages of a proper formation, it was nearly enough to make him burst into hysterical laughter. Not a single one of them understood the extent of the power Vermill had handed to them. Formations were difficult enough to learn the normal way. The most common way mages learned them was by reviewing other formations and practicing for years upon years until they'd ingrained everything into memory. Only once that had been done did a normal practitioner even consider trying to make a proper formation of their own. And even that formation was little more than an inspired tweak from an existing one. The more talented mages could muster the skill to make a formation unique to their current runes after dedicating their lives to the craft. That usually happened when a mage recognized they'd reached or were about to reach the peak of their power, and their runes would be unlikely to allow for further combinations. It only made sense. Why spend years learning a formation when the runes that went into it would change in just a short while? It was far easier to focus on normal runic advancement, and then top everything off with formations at the end.
Vermill took all that logic, crumpled it up into a little ball, and ate the damn thing while flipping me off. Smug little shit. Not only does he skip out on our agreed-upon game, not only does he guilt me into taking care of his little snotlings, Not only do I have to do that together with the big oaf who's still so torn up about Vermil going missing that he's barely registered the magnitude of what these little goblinoids are doing, but I've got to do all of it without ripping the secrets out of their heads.
If Vermil had just taught the kids formations normally, Jalen wouldn't have been quite so irate. That alone would have been an impressive and respectable feat. But this... Jalen wasn't even certain this was a proper way to cast formations. Not a single one of the brats sitting on the grass even knew how to form a proper formation. They hadn't studied years of research or practiced steadying their hand for years on end. From what Jalen had gathered, as all of them were remarkably wary about revealing even the slightest bits of what their actual process was, they were literally just freehanding it. The thought alone made Jalen's eye twitch. Vermil had been preparing them to cast formations on the fly, a skill reserved for the absolute peak of even the most talented formation masters, and it was what he got them started on. There was only a single logical solution to how that was possible, and it gnawed at the back of Jalen's mind like a beaver. All the research was wrong. The path every single formation master was taking to learn their craft wasn't just flawed, it was complete and utter shit.
That nifty little shit,
Jalen said. He kicked a rock on the ground, sending a pulse of space energy into it, and watched the stone rocket into the air in a gray blur. It let out a shrill whistle and struck a particularly unfortunate bird the size of his head. The bird exploded in a puff of white feathers and plummeted to the ground, splattering at the top of a hill across from him. Brayden, whom he had half forgotten, stood on the hill overlooking the students beside him and sent him a glance.
"That was a spy,"
Jalen informed Brayden.
"It was planning to commit subterfuge."
"Understood,"
Magus Jalen.
Jalen glared up at the large space maid. Brayden was the absolute epitome of boring. Worse, he couldn't even hold it against the big man. The flat tone and expressionless features weren't there by chance. They were a survival mechanism. Brayden might have been boring, but he was no coward. He'd stood his ground against Jalen when it had mattered, and that was more than most did. To Jalen's displeasure, Brayden had also refused his suggestion to toss the kids off a cliff to simulate some real danger settings. All the assurances that he probably would have caught them before they hit the ground fell on deaf ears.
"Stiff-necked giant, completely spoiling my fun. Fortunately, some more of that should be coming soon. Otto's little informant is going to be coming to a class soon. I've given her enough time to get those runes. The King family aren't at the peak for no reason, so she'll be able to give the brats something new to work on as well. Maybe a fun new technique. She probably won't want to give anything up, but I'm sure she can be convinced."
"Are you okay?" Brayden asked. "You look a little, constipated."
"I am plotting," Jalen said primly, "something that you should consider taking up if any proper thoughts could manifest themselves in your brick of a head."
"Shouldn't you be overseeing?" Brayden countered. "You're supposed to be helping me watch over the kids, not blasting birds. They specifically said they needed to avoid being disturbed while they practiced."
"Talking like that to me as a rank 4 from my own family? Perhaps I judged this walking rectangle too hastily. I admire the balls."
Jalen didn't get a chance to respond to Brayden's challenge. He went to shift his footing, and his foot caught on something that definitely hadn't been there a few seconds ago. He, Jalen, family head of the Linwicks, rank 6 at the peak of his power, tripped and fell flat on his face. Of course, an instant before he smacked into the grass, his body rippled and vanished, teleporting to reform a foot to the side of where he'd been standing a second ago with a hiss and a pop. Tripping didn't mean one had to hit the ground. That still didn't change the fact that he'd tripped.
"What in the damn plains is stupid enough to—"
Jalen's words trailed off as he locked eyes with a white-furred cat, holding a roll of paper in his mouth. Glowing horns jutted from its skull, and there was a smug twinkle in the red motes nestled within the sea of its pitch-black eyes.
"Is that Vermill's cat?" Braden asked in surprise.
He spun, grabbing a polished new sword from his back and holding it before him.
"Do you see any giant monsters heading in our direction? I don't sense anything."
"I see something far worse,"
Jalen said, his jaw clenched as he locked eyes with the cat.
"A scraggly little creature with a penchant for hairballs and being an annoying shit."
The cat tilted its head at Jalen. There was intelligence in its smug little eyes. Far more intelligence than anything that resembled a rug in any way, shape, or form should have had. Jalen lunged at the cat. It vanished, and his domain prickled as he felt it reform above him. Jalen teleported as well, appearing mid-air above the cat before he could hit the ground. The cat vanished once more, this time reappearing on Braden's head.
"I didn't feel it arrive the first time. The little shitter has magic strong enough to slip beneath my senses, which means it's intentionally letting me notice it teleport. It's playing with me."
"You want to play?" Jalen asked, teleporting back to the ground and baring his teeth. Energy buzzed around his body as he drank from his runes.
"I'm not above it, you overgrown rat."
"Could you possibly wait to do that until the cat is no longer on my head?" Braden asked tersely. He reached up and tugged on the white-furred monstrosity, but it clung to his head like a hat with attachment issues.
"Just hold still,"
Jalen replied, lifting a hand toward Braden.
"If you don't budge, you might only lose a little hair."
"I don't have any damn hair to lose," Braden yelled, jumping back. "Don't blast me!"
"Stop jumping around," Jalen snapped. "I don't usually miss, and you aren't making things easier for me."
Braden didn't seem to be in a cooperative mood. He continued trying to pry the cat off his head to absolutely no avail. That made it rather impossible for Jalen to perform any proper attacks unless he wanted to take Braden's hands off along with the cat, and the stupid cat would almost certainly dodge the attacks anyway. Jalen's attention focused on the scrap of paper in the cat's mouth. It still hadn't dropped it. If he couldn't deal with the little furball, he refused to believe that he couldn't confiscate its toy. He teleported forward, his hand darting out. The cat vanished as soon as he reformed, appearing about 20 feet in the air above them. Out of the corner of his eye, Jalen spotted several of Vermill's students watching him and laughing.
"Funny, am I? I'll show you funny."
Jalen clapped his hands together. Braden's eyes shot open in horror, and he flung himself to the ground. Energy screamed out of Jalen's body to the sound of the crashing roar of an enormous waterfall as he released his domain. The air between Jalen and the cat warped. He extended his hand. Space compressed and crumpled around his fingers. Even though he was dozens of feet away from his target, his fingers snagged the piece of paper as if it were right beside him. Jalen yanked his domain back. The cat fell to the ground, its payload confiscated.
"That'll show you to screw with me," Jalen informed the cat. "Smug little shit. Thinking you can flaunt space magic like that in my presence. If you weren't Vermill's, I'd figure out just what made you tick."
The cat teleported back to Braden as the large man stood back up, his face still slightly pallid. The students headed up the hill to join them, looking from the cat to Jalen with undisguised curiosity.
"Did you just unleash your domain?" Braden demanded.
"On a cat?"
"Who won?"
Jalen countered, unrolling the paper.
"I did. That's who. Cat 0, Jalen 1. Who's the victor? That's right, it's... Oh."
"What?" Todd asked. "What's going on? Why's Mascot here?" Jalen stared at the words scrawled across the paper. Then he lowered it and looked back over to the cat. It was, without a doubt, even more smug than it had been before.
"You wanted me to take the paper?"
Jalen asked, his eye twitching. It wasn't just that. This was no mere cat. It had done something that even he couldn't, and that irked him to such an end that he would never admit it.
"Of course he did," Braden snapped. "Why would Mascot show up with a piece of paper if he wasn't delivering it?"
"I thought it was a cat toy. I don't know what cats do."
"What does the blasted paper say?" Isabel demanded. "What happened?"
"Oh, right,"
Jalen said. He looked back to the paper, then let out a short burst of laughter as he turned it around so the students could read it.
Looks like you little brats were right on the money. Vermeil says hello from the damned plains.
Chapter 13. As far as Aelin was concerned, the night was going great. They'd only had to kill one demon so far. That one death had been enough to keep the rest of the street lords that had shown up in line. There was a slight chance that one death was only so effective because of the enormous flower that Moxie had grown from the street lord's corpse. It swayed beside Aelin, more than a foot taller than him, with bright yellow petals as wide as his head. It smelled incredible, rich, sweet, vibrant, and deeply unsettling. There was something wrong about such a tantalizing aroma rising from a flower that had been a demon just a short time ago. No matter how unsettling the flower was, there was no denying that it had done its job. The street lord in question had attempted to cut Aelin's throat mid-conversation. Violet and Frith had killed him before Aelin even had a chance to do anything. That was enough to give all the other street lords at least a few seconds of pause. But when Moxie had stepped out from her tent, wordlessly transformed the man into a giant piece of flora, and then headed off without another word, she'd taken the moment of fear and dragged it out indefinitely. Aelin himself couldn't keep from throwing glances in the flower's direction. There was no more sign of the body that it had been made from, but splatters of blood still painted the ground around its base. But even the threat of the flower couldn't completely repress the street lords forever. They'd survived this long on the streets, and they wouldn't be cowed easily. After all, Spider wanted to control the gangs. Nobody could control something that was destroyed. Violet still stood by his side, keeping anyone from getting too ambitious, but Vrith had receded to the shadows. That was where Aelin needed her. But he still missed her presence.
What benefit do we get from falling under your banner?
Ovalum, a rank 3 street lord who led a gang called the Lycan, demanded.
Why does Spider even desire this? We have lived this long as we are. Keeping the sections of our territory separate has let us avoid serious conflict with each other. This threatens to ruin all of that.
That's hardly true, Aelin drawled. Gangs fight all the time. The streets are paved with the corpses of demons that have died for worthless battles. This solves all of that. Anyone that obeys Spider lives. Anyone who disobeys him dies. The survival rate of anyone with half a brain will grow significantly. You, on the other hand, might face some difficulties. A few demons chuckled. There were few things demons appreciated more than a good fight, be it verbal or physical. Ovelum's light pink features tightened in displeasure, but he didn't let his anger get the best of him.
And what stops this Spider from sending us all to our deaths? If I wanted to enter the upper echelons of the city, I would have joined with one of the houses that rule it. Why would I swear fealty to some uppity noble?
Ovalum crossed his 2 sets of arms in front of his chest and arched a bushy eyebrow.
He needs us, not the other way around. Nobody would go through all this effort if we didn't have something he wants. You can't cow us into submitting when we're the ones with the bargaining power.
You're sorely mistaken if you think Spider will give you anything but your life, Aelin said. The only reason you still live and haven't joined our little friend as a part of the landscape is because you aren't worth Spider's time yet. The Ravagers have already fallen under his banner. Rekeba tried her hand and was left shattered at my feet. What makes you think that you would be any different?
It's not just me.
Ovalum jerked a thumb toward all the other street lords gathered in the market square. 10 different street lords had all arrived to discover just how powerful Aelin was and see if they could get a glimpse of the infamous Spider. 9 remained, though Aelin strongly suspected he'd be down to 8 by the time he convinced the others to bend the knee.
Ah, yes, Aelin said dryly. I'm certain that the demons you were doing your best to kill a few days ago will be thrilled to lay down their lives so you can feel like a big, strong demon for an extra few minutes before Spider rips your head off and feeds it to you second.
The street lords exchanged glances, and the tension in the air rose. Violet took a step forward, her eyes welcoming anyone to try their hand, challenging her. None of them knew the full extent of her strength yet,
But after what had happened to the last Street Lord, nobody was about to accept her challenge yet. They were all waiting for someone else to do it first. Aylin's claim hadn't been wrong. Not a single one of the demons before him actually liked each other. They'd have been thrilled to rip each other's throats out if the opportunity had presented itself. Today, that wasn't possible. Their conjoined front was the only thing that gave them any bargaining power, and no Street Lord was going to just surrender without a fight. Not to him, at least. But they weren't stupid enough to completely ignore Spider after recent events. They'd come to see just how far they could push, to see if Spider was as powerful as he claimed. It didn't matter if they'd been enemies just hours ago. When it came to losing their power, all the Street Lords were more than willing to put their differences aside. Nothing so far has surprised me, other than Moxie. It's a good thing she's also immune to my powers, or I think I might have stolen some of her energy by accident. I don't think Spider would have been happy with me if that had happened. I've done a pretty good job of keeping myself from accidentally revealing my abilities during this meeting. So far, I'm still just the arrogant urchin that Spider turned into a Street Lord. I'm sure they've all gotten rumors and updates from their scouts as to what happened to Rakeba, but demons are shit at believing anything they don't see with their own eyes. That's what happens when everyone around you only works out of fear and is always looking for a way to take your strength. You can't trust your own subordinates. That was the biggest difference between Aylin and every other Street Lord around him. He didn't have a sliver of doubt about Violet and Vrith's allegiances. He had absolutely no desire to ever try his hand at fighting Spider. He was content, and that meant he didn't have to worry about clawing more strength from people or keeping a subordinate from sliding a claw through his back. That obviously doesn't stretch beyond my closest circle. Golan's people will be thrilled to be rid of me, but they won't matter once we finish up tonight. I'm just a small push away from bringing the rest of these idiots under Spider's banner. It won't be long before they try something else. They won't give him this easily. Given how much they've been standing around and wasting time talking, I imagine their next move should be to try and go after one of my perceived weaknesses. A pit formed in Aylin's stomach. Even though he was putting his full focus on remaining logical, he didn't have Vrith around to consume his fear right now. He couldn't keep the worry chewing at him completely repressed. Almost as if on cue, a loud scream from the tent behind Aylin split the camp. It cut short abruptly. It took all of Aylin's practice not to let the relief show in his posture. He kept his features impassive as he met the stares of the Street Lords. That was too deep to be Torek or Edda. They're fine. I knew they'd try this. You don't understand yet, Aylin said with a sigh. I don't blame you. It's in your nature. It's in my nature. Seeking understanding is only natural. It's the greatest purpose of life.
What are you all about? Ovellam asked. Blathering isn't going to change our minds. I think it's time to stop playing with you, boy. Bring Spider out. If he wants to rule over us, then he needs to.
Aylin lifted a hand. Ovellam's mouth snapped shut. Aylin smiled, and fury washed over the other demon's face when he realized what he'd just done. His self-preservation had instinctively cut him off. He nodded to the shadows over his shoulder. Vrith stepped out from within them. She held the head of a gray-haired demon clutched in one of her hands, their eyes wide open in horror. She tossed it to the ground, and it rolled to a stop by Aylin's feet.
What are...
one of the other Street Lords started.
Be quiet,
Aylin said softly.
I'm speaking.
The demon's mouth snapped shut. Ovellam stared at the head, veins in his neck bulging as his jaw clenched. He recognized the demon. That certainly made things easier.
What is this?
Ovellam demanded, spittle flying from his lips as he took a step forward.
You dare?
You sent someone to kill members of my gang, Aylin said, anger entering his tone. I allowed you free entry into my territory. I extracted no punishment for when one of your number attempted to slit my throat. And this is how you thank me? I should kill all of you on the spot.
Violet tensed and lowered her stance, prepared to spring into motion the instant someone made an aggressive movement.
Even if you were capable of that, you can't hold us responsible for the members of other street lords, another demon protested. That isn't— Are you not an alliance? Is that not what you came here claiming to be? I suggest you make up your mind. Aelin rose to his feet and crossed his arms behind his back as he blew out a tired sigh. You should thank me. I will help your decision.
This is rich,
Ovellum said through a bark of fury-infused laughter. He flexed the fingers on his many hands and cracked his neck.
Come on then, child. Tell us why we should scrape at your feet. Will Spider come save you?
Idiotic demonic pride. You will thank me, Aelin said, keeping his voice measured, because I have chosen not to treat you as an alliance. I have chosen to treat you like the deluded fools you are, but you will be blind no longer. I will forcibly show you the truth.
What are you on about? Ovellum asked. And best choose your next words carefully. We know what you are, urchin. Spider made you powerful, but not experienced. There are far more of us than you, and Spider clearly doesn't care about any of this.
Lee, Aelin asked, raising his voice slightly, are you back yet? The ground beside Aelin rippled, and the short demon rose from a shadow to stand beside him, chewing on a long strip of jerky. She held a clenched fist out to him. Yep, here you go. Aelin extended his hand, and Lee dropped a strip of patterned cloth into his hand. It was stained brown with blood, but the decoration on it was still just barely visible. Aelin turned back to the group of street lords watching them and held the scrap up. Ovellum's eyes focused on it, then widened slightly. For those of you unaware, this is a strip from Ovellum's bedsheets, Aelin said.
What? You broke into my house?
Ovellum asked, but the confidence in his voice had faltered. He let out a derisive snort.
Why is that supposed to scare me? I wasn't there.
Of course you weren't. You're here, Aelin nodded along in agreement. And now, the rest of your gang isn't there either. Ovellum blinked.
What are you talking about?
They're all dead, Ovellum. Aelin's quiet words cut through the market air like a knife. Spider made it clear what will happen to those who opposed him. Every single member of the Lycan is dead.
Liar!
Ovellum roared. He lurched into motion. Violet stepped to meet him, and Lee blurred. One instant she stood beside Aelin, and the next her hand was buried in Ovellum's chest. She ripped it free, sending blood splattering across the ground as the demon's wide eyes stared at her in shock. The four-armed demon grasped at the hole in his chest. Then he fell to the ground with a splatter. You were correct. I was lying, and I found that slightly distasteful, Aelin informed the corpse. Now every member of the Lycan is dead. Thank you for the help, Lee. No problem, Lee said. I left the head intact, by the way, in case you want to stick it on a spike. I appreciate it. Yep. Lee raised a bloody hand in farewell and ambled away. Aelin joined the other street lords in watching her leave, then turned back to catch their eyes. I'll ask you all again, Aelin said. Are you an alliance that will die together with Ovellum, or are you individuals capable of making your own decisions? Do not make the mistake of believing Spider needs you. Spider extends his hand to any wise enough to take it, and his blade to those foolish enough to reject it. There was a second of silence. Then a thud split the air as a street lord dropped to one knee and bowed his head. I separate myself from the others and request to join the web, the street lord said. Thank you for your warning. 7 more demons kneeled in rapid succession, mirroring his words. Not a single one of them remained standing. Aelin smiled. Chapter 14. Piran felt naked. She pulled the cloak tighter around her shoulders and lower over her features as she strode down the moonlit streets. The chilly wind curling through the alleys around her did nothing to her scales, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that hung around her neck like a millstone. It had been so long since she'd left the safety of her nest. The outside world was dangerous, uncontrolled. Her children were back in the nest, unprotected. That was where she should have been. Without her to watch over them, they could get into trouble. A dull spike drove into Piran's mind at that thought. She winced and pulled her hood lower over her face. They should have been safe with her watching over them. Instead, she'd nearly gotten Jophilis killed. Spider was absolutely nothing like what he should have been. The demon set every single one of her senses on end. Piran had always considered herself fairly good at reading people. She'd never had trouble tricking demons stronger than her. There had always been a way to manipulate the situation. Most lower-ranked demons didn't realize that there was more than one way to fight, and they were utterly unarmed when it came to any form of combat other than the physical one. But Spider, he hadn't just been able to read her. It felt like his cold eyes had pierced right through her skin to dig through every single thought held within her head. An involuntary shiver ran down Piran's spine, and she shuddered. It almost felt violating. Her strategies had never failed her before, but the look in Spider's eyes had made it evident that he saw her like a child playing with toys beyond her comprehension. She hadn't even been a threat to him. He'd just taken what he wanted and left. A portion of her longed to wrap her claws around Spider's throat and rip it open for how casually he'd dismissed her strength, for how he'd slaughtered one of her guards without so much as a blink. The rational portion of her mind crushed that desire without mercy. Piran hadn't gotten to rank 5 by being an idiot. There were some fights that could be taken, some that could be trained for. There were enemies that could be tricked or brought down through collaboration. Spider was none of those. He hadn't shown a single weakness, a single point of care toward anything other than his goals. The only reason he'd left her alive is because he'd needed something from her. He was an enemy beyond reach. And when there was an enemy that could not be defeated, the best path forward was for them to no longer be an enemy. That was her only winning move. Spider didn't care about Piran. He'd made that clear. If he didn't care about her, then they had no reason to be enemies. All she had to do was what he wanted, and with some luck, there was a possibility that he would begin paying her for her efforts with more than just her life. Piran repressed a sigh and turned down another alleyway. She couldn't completely recall the last time she'd gone to an auction in Treaton, but she remembered enough for the experience to sting like a waste wasp bite. Her fists clenched. She hadn't forgotten the humiliation when she'd arrived at the auction and announced herself, only to discover that all of her efforts to advance hadn't even put her on the lowest echelons of upper society in Treaton. Her runes were poorly made, cobbled together from the scraps she'd fought tooth and claw for. She had no support or alliances with other demons, no power with which to bargain. Her cheeks burned with shame when she remembered the bag of gold she'd so proudly brought at her side, the entirety of her savings she'd worked to build over her life. The laughter of the other demons still echoed in her ears in the deepest parts of the night, when her thoughts were too loud to ignore. The idea of returning filled her with dread. She'd built more wealth since that day, but nowhere near enough to afford what she needed. Nowhere near enough to face the other demons again. Even she could only bluff so hard.
Perhaps one of them will anger Spider. If I could watch him flay one of them from head to toe, then this will have been worth it.
There was just one problem. She didn't know when the next auction was, and no demon could just show up to it without any warning. They had to be announced. It was equal parts a way to ensure that only worthwhile demons were allowed in, and so the demons auctioning runes could determine what quality offerings they wanted to put up that auction. Even if Spider gave her nothing else, Sending the monstrous demon in the direction of the others could cause enough damage to give her an opportunity to pick up the pieces. Piran's thoughts twisted in her mind as she slipped through Triton's streets. They were only thoughts, and no thought had ever stopped her before. She was so lost in her thoughts that she nearly didn't notice that someone was trailing her. Nearly. Piran ground to a halt as a form moved in the shadows at the corner of her vision. Her tongue flicked out, and she narrowed her eyes, squinting into the darkness. Attempting to flee or taking other evasive maneuvers would only make her look weak. Appearances were everything. The demon that claimed to be the strongest often controlled the narrative unless the others knew them to be weak. And in this part of the city, there shouldn't have been anyone strong enough to dare try Piran.
"I know you're there," Piran hissed. "I am busy tonight, so I will be merciful. Leave, or you will find yourself speaking with death."
A demon stepped out of the shadows. His skin nearly blended in with it, only made distinct by thin silver veins that ran beneath it. Instead of pointing up to the sky, his horns curled around the sides of the face, their tips facing the ground. They, and his hair, were both pitch black. The demon looked like a living shadow.
"It is unwise to raise threats before you know to whom you speak,"
the demon said, unbothered by Piran's threat. Piran pulled her hood back to reveal her features and flexed her claws. Her tongue flicked out to taste the air again.
"Sound advice. You should take it yourself. I don't know you, but I don't bother learning the names of most of the demons I kill. Tonight is not the night to try my patience." "She did say you would be defensive," the demon said, his head tilting to the side. "As usual, she was right." "She?" "One chance," Piran said. "Leave. This is not your part of the city. These streets are under the control of the Mother Serpent," the demon said, his lips parting to reveal a row of pointed white teeth. "Or do you prefer the Fangless Coward? I have heard you go by both names."
Anger burned in Piran's stomach, but she held her hand. There wasn't any fear in the demon's posture or words. It could have been a bluff, but she'd already had one surprise for the day. She didn't need another.
"Who are you?" Piran demanded. "I am Talil, but that name will mean nothing to you."
He was right. Piran had never heard of a demon named Talil, but that meant little. Triton was enormous. There were always new demons passing through it, always new demons dying in it. Keeping track of everyone would have been impossible.
"Why are you here?"
Piran asked. If anything, keeping him distracted and speaking would give her an opportunity to rip his throat out. Pure strength was not the only element that dictated the victor of a fight.
"To find you," Talil replied. "You seek entrance to tomorrow's auction."
Piran hesitated. Nobody should have known what she was seeking other than her own people, and they wouldn't have let rumors spread. There was a chance Spider had asked other demons, or revealed his plans elsewhere, but somehow she doubted it.
"What makes you think I have any plans of doing something like that? My mistress sees all that bask under her light," Talil replied, a tremor of zealotry running through his words, "and she commands you to meet with her." "Who is she to command me?"
Piran asked warily. She glanced around the alley, but she couldn't detect the presence of any other demons. They seemed to be alone.
"It is not my place to answer questions about my mistress. Her knowledge is hers alone to share. You will not gain access to the auction without her aid. If you leave, you will fail in your task." Task. The phrasing implies he knows I'm not trying to enter the auction for myself. How do they know? My mansion is well guarded. There are no windows to my inner room. It should have been impossible for anyone to listen in to my conversation with Spider, and I feel like he would have noticed if someone had been present. How could Talil know this? And what if I refuse? Piran queried, tilting her head to the side and letting her tongue flick out. Will you try to stop me? I will do nothing, because you will have already failed, Talil replied simply. The only path to success is through my mistress. We will have to do nothing. Your own inability will end you. He knows about Spider. Piran's jaw clenched. She regretted sending Jophilus to investigate Spider more and more with every minute that passed. He was involved in something far larger than she had any desire to be. The last thing she wanted to do was get pulled even deeper, but refusal would have been weakness. Years of training permitted her only one response. You have piqued my curiosity, Piran said with disinterest. I hope you will make this worth my time. Take me to this mistress of yours, then. I will listen to what she has to say. One way into the auction is as good as any other. She said you would think as much. Talil smiled again, then turned and beckoned for Piran to follow him. Come, then. I will take you to speak with the rising moon.
Chapter 15. The moment the words rising moon slipped from Talil's mouth, Piran realized just how badly she'd gotten herself caught in politics that she had absolutely no right being in. There were a lot of demons in Trident, and only a few of them had a name known to every single demon within the city. Yoku, the Rising Moon, was one of them. Her name was just about the only thing that anyone could agree on about her. There were more rumors about Yoku than there were failed demons lurking in the wastes. Some said she was a towering beast devoid of reason and driven entirely by instinct, trapped somewhere deep within the city. Other rumors said that she had strings running to nearly every single high-ranking demon in Trident and had been controlling them for hundreds of years. Piran had heard talk of Yoku being Lord Belkas's greatest foe and ally alike, and her age ranged from somewhere between a few hundred years old to being twice as ancient as Trident itself. None of it mattered. Piran didn't care if Yoku was a force of nature or just a clever demon taking advantage of rumors to further her strength. The only thing she cared about was that she was being forced to meet her. No matter what the truth about Yoku was, there was no doubt that she was powerful. A rank 6 at the absolute minimum, and possibly even a rank 7. There had been a few rumors claiming that Yoku was actually a rank 8, but Piran didn't believe those in the slightest. A rank 8 wouldn't have had to lurk in the night and rely on mystery to manipulate people. They would have just taken what they wanted to by force. But as far as Piran was concerned, a rank 6 and a rank 8 were just about the same thing. Both of them could kill her with little more than a thought. Spider be damned, if Piran could have turned and run for her life, she would have. Talil didn't give her the opportunity. Even though the shadowy demon wasn't looking at her, she could feel his attention prickling against her skin. Even if she could have slipped him now, he knew where she lived. He knew where her children were. No matter how fast Piran was, she wasn't faster than Yoku was powerful. It didn't matter if she could escape, if it cost her the lives of her children in the process. And so Piran did the only thing she could. She followed behind Talil and let him take her to meet his mistress. The exact duration of the trip slipped Piran's mind. She and Talil wound through the shadowed streets as her panicked thoughts bounced through her mind, and then they had arrived. Talil pulled open a plain doorway in the side of a nondescript alleyway that looked identical to every other one in the city. Pale white light rolled out from within it and lit the city as if the moon itself had been trapped behind the door. He looked back at Piran. Not a word had to leave his mouth. The intention was clear. Piran swallowed, her back as stiff as a steel rod,
and stepped into the glow. She blinked as her eyes adjusted to the bright light. A passageway stretched out before her, sloping down toward the center of the city. Talil stepped inside behind Pirin and closed the door behind him with a soft click. She glanced back at him, and he nodded, gesturing for her to continue forward. Neither of them spoke for the next few minutes. Her fear and anticipation heightened with every step. Every rumor she'd ever heard of the rising moon lengthened in her mind like shadows in the setting sun. The pathway stretched on and on, making Pirin wonder if there was even an end, or if this was just meant to be some form of torture. But finally, they arrived. As with her arrival at the door in the alleyway, she barely even realized when it happened. Pirin had been so focused on her own thoughts and the drumming echo of their footsteps in the pathway that she didn't register a stone door before her until she was directly upon it. A crescent moon had been engraved into its front, but there was nothing else extraordinary about it.
Do not look into her eyes. Do not look into the shadows. If you do, the one that leaves this room will not be you, Talil warned, his voice soft in reverence. He didn't give Pirin the chance to ask what he meant. He reached over her shoulder and pressed his hand to the door. It swung open soundlessly. An icy chill wrapped Pirin's body and prickled against her scales. A sea of pitch black stretched out before her, its form twisted and churned like oil in water. Something lurked within it, and its presence squeezed Pirin's heart like a ripe tomato. She jerked her eyes toward the center of the room. The darkness was broken by a gentle beam of silver light cascading down from somewhere far above. A young girl sat in the center of the room, long hair running from her head and covering the ground around her. She had 2 pale blue eyes, as flat as the surface of the sea on a windless day. Her arms were wrapped around her legs, hugging her knees to her chest. No horns graced the top of her head. If it weren't for her eyes and hair, the girl would have looked to be completely human. This is Yoku? She doesn't look anything like literally any of the rumors said she would. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
Pirin stood at the edge of the darkness, her entire body frozen in terror. Talil gave Pirin a firm push in the back, sending her stumbling into the shadows. His words echoed in her mind, and Pirin focused her attention on the girl's hands, unwilling to let her gaze stray.
I brought the one you requested, mistress,
Talil said as he shut the door gently behind them.
Thank you, Talil,
Yoku said. Her voice was so soft that it should have been impossible to make out, but it rang as clear as a death knell in Pirin's ears.
Come forward.
Pirin would have preferred to do literally anything else, but her body had long since stopped listening to her mind's desires. Following any of them would only get herself and her children killed. She advanced through the darkness, doing her best to avoid looking at the murky waves roiling through the sea of black around her. Yoku said nothing until Pirin and Talil stood just a few feet away from her.
That is sufficient,
Yoku said.
Did you face difficulties, Talil?
I did not. It was as you said.
Yoku's head inclined in the slightest of nods. She lifted a thumb to her mouth and chewed on its tip as her pale eyes scored over Pirin's body like dull knives. It was another several seconds before Yoku spoke.
You are a coward.
The words weren't spoken in the way of an insult. They were nothing more than a mere observation from an impartial observer.
I survive,
Pirin said. The faintest flicker of anger fizzled in her stomach. Every powerful demon was the same. They all looked down at her, even though she'd had nothing but scraps to work with. She dragged herself here, a path of her own blood in her wake, while half of them had just stumbled into or been gifted their power.
You do Yoku murmured, and you wonder why I have sought you out. What purpose could you possibly have for me? I am beneath the notice of someone like you. I wished to see if you would be useful to me, Yoku replied, her head tilted slightly to the side. No demon is useless. All may serve a purpose so long as they have sufficient motivation.
The icy hand around Piran's heart started to clench even tighter. It didn't sound like one, but that had been a threat. She was certain of it. Motivation never meant anything else in the damned plains.
This is about Spider, isn't it? Piran asked. I don't know anything about him. I can't hurt him. He just told me to get him access to the auction. That's it. I know.
Yoku fell silent for several more seconds. Then she removed her thumb from her mouth and let out a dainty sigh.
How disappointing. You are not what I need. Remove her, Talil. What? She dragged me all the way here just to say she doesn't need me? What was the point of any of that?
As you wish, mistress, Talil asked.
The back of Piran's neck prickled as her instinct screamed out a warning.
Stop,
Yoku ordered, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Her voice had only risen by the faintest pitch, but both Talil and Piran fell to their knees as if 1,000 pounds of force had slammed down on their backs. The breath froze in Piran's chest, and a wave of dizziness threatened to swallow her consciousness entirely. An instant later, the sensation vanished, but the breath had been completely driven from her lungs. She dragged in a ragged breath, her heart hammering like a runaway horse.
Mistress,
Talil wheezed, confusion evident in his voice.
Unexpected,
Yoku said, her voice back to its gentle tone. Her head tilted to the side as she observed Piran.
Forgive me, Talil. I did not mean to hurt you.
I am fine, mistress, Talil said, sounding decidedly not fine. You wish me to stay my hand?
Her weight shifted,
the childlike demon murmured.
She was worthless, but the instant you moved to kill her, her weight magnified, and yours vanished.
Wait.
What is she talking about?
Should you order it, I shall still act, mistress.
Talil's tone had shifted once more. Fear and resignation had replaced the confusion, as if he were signing away his own life with his words.
You are too valuable for that,
Yoku replied, her eyes lowered to Piran, who hurriedly focused her attention back on the other demon's knees to avoid holding her gaze.
Piran, I desire an explanation. An explanation?
Piran asked weakly.
For what? If Talil had killed you just now, he would have joined you in death.
Yoku's voice was as cold as her icy eyes.
Tell me why. Who protects you? What? Nobody. I have nobody but my children, and none of them are anywhere near strong enough to so much as scratch Talil, much less kill him. There's nobody.
A thought prickled at the back of Piran's mind, and despite the situation she found herself in, she nearly burst into hysterical laughter.
Answer the mistress, demonling,
Talil ordered.
Spider protects me,
Piran said as a lifeline finally manifested itself before her. It was thin, but it was the faintest chance to survive the night. As she always had, she clung to life like a shipwrecked man to a plank of wood.
Spider? What care does he have for you? Talil asked. You are not one of his men.
Piran had no clue what had happened or why Yoku believed she was protected. It didn't matter. If Yoku didn't know, then Piran could do what she did best. Lie.
He doesn't care for me,
Piran agreed, a small smile pulling across her lips as the false confidence she'd called upon thousands of times before finally manifested itself once again.
But he would be quite displeased at the delay if I failed to carry out my task. Spider would kill one of my men?
Yoku asked.
purely because I inconvenienced him? So it would seem.
To peer in surprise, a faint smile slipped across Yoku's lips.
Then perhaps you may be of use to me after all.
Chapter 16. Aelin dismissed the group of street lords before Spider returned. It would take some time for them to bring their gangs in line, and he had no desire to go around to every single camp and browbeat everyone into submission. He also wasn't certain that the street lords wouldn't get themselves killed by saying something stupid the moment they met Spider. The masked demon seemed to be forgiving enough, but Aelin wasn't about to bet on it. There was no realistic way for him to directly control every single gang himself, so he still needed the street lords. After the display he, Vrith, and Violet had put on together with Lee, Aelin was pretty sure they'd make sure the rest of their gangs didn't step out of line as well. He still felt a little sick about the orders he'd given Lee. Dozens of demons were dead because of his order. Lee may have been the one to kill them, but she'd done it at his request. She'd been a sword that he had swung to make things easier on himself. And worse, it had been easy. I don't regret it. Those old bastards never would have bowed head to me if I didn't do something drastic. By killing an entire gang, I'd have saved all the demons that would have tried to push our boundaries later. This was the path that resulted in the least destruction. It wouldn't come without cost. He was more than aware of that. The demons he'd killed were nameless and faceless to him, but everyone had connections. Some would have survived. He'd made enemies today. Aelin didn't know if it would be today or sometime in the future, but some of those enemies would come to try and take revenge. There was nothing he could do about that. All he could focus on was growing stronger and making sure he was capable of dealing with that when the time came. Until then, he had to make sure that their efforts thus far didn't go to waste. He sat in the center of the market square with Vrith and Violet, watching the other demons in the web resume their normal operations. They were still there when Spider returned. The crowd parted as he strode through them and into the square, then quickly started to disperse out of self-preservation. Aelin and the others hurried to rise to their feet. "Relax," Spider said, a note of amusement in his voice. "I've dealt with a rank 5. It went well. We'll have no problems from her. I hope everything at camp was similarly successful." "More than," Aelin confirmed with something between a bow and a nod. 10 gangs have fallen to us. There aren't many more, and any remaining holdouts will probably surrender or be destroyed by tomorrow." "That is good news," Spider said with a nod. "Well done, all of you. No significant issues, I hope?" "Nothing beyond expectations," Aelin said. A droplet of sweat rolled down the back of his neck. He wished that either Violet or Vrith would say literally anything so Spider's full attention wouldn't be laid solely on his shoulders, but they had unified in being more than content to let him speak. Aelin tugged at the hems of his shirt to occupy his hands. "We may have some issues in the future, though." "Issues? Of what sort?" "Bringing this many demons under one banner is going to draw a lot of attention," Aelin said. "And they're going to be expecting something. They won't be able to fight with each other anymore. None of them will be happy giving up their resources for equality when the stronger ones used to be able to take from the weaker. If they don't have something to focus on and grow stronger with, they'll turn on us. Being this upfront with Spider is more than a little dangerous, but I don't think dancing around the topic is a good idea either. I'd rather him get annoyed now than rip my head off when the gang collapses from under us." "Logically, you can't take a predator's food source away and expect them to be content with it," Spider said with a knowing laugh. "I appreciate the foresight. They'll have more than enough to deal with in the coming days. Spider cut himself off mid-sentence. His hand shot up to point at one of the rooftops, and wisps of white wind howled to life around his fingers, forming into a churning sphere in a split instant. Violet lunged at Aelin, tackling him to the ground and knocking the air from his lungs. He managed to keep his view of Spider as a grey blur flew through the air. It collided with a swirling sphere of wind, which detonated with a howl. It sent the streak tumbling back, its momentum stolen. A metallic clatter rang out across the ground as a dagger bounced across the stone and scraped to a stop against the base of a tent. Aylin's eyes flickered to the rooftop from where the dagger had come. A black-clothed demon leapt to their feet and spun to flee. They weren't nearly fast enough. Yellow light flashed and a brilliant crack split the air. A bolt of lightning ripped through the market square and slammed into the demon's shoulder. Bone crunched and flesh sizzled. The force of the magic spun the demon and threw them to the rooftop. Vrith blurred across the ground and vaulted up to the demon on the top of the roof. "Don't kill them," Spider ordered, his voice cold as he let his hand lower. Aylin couldn't see if Vrith responded to that. Violet rolled off him and pulled him back to his feet. "You okay?" "Yeah, thanks," Aylin said as he brushed himself off. "I prefer caution to getting impaled. I didn't think anyone would send assassins this quickly." Wouldn't be the first. Spider's eyes were locked on the rooftop as Vrith dragged the would-be assassin over to the edge of the roof and dropped down together with them, landing on the ground with a thud. The demon groaned in pain. One of their arms was completely destroyed. If the magic had hit them in the chest, they'd have died instantly. Vrith held their other in a vice grip behind their back, not giving them any way to fight back as she brought her prisoner over to Spider. "Fuck you!" the demon hissed. "You're all dead!" "Should I know you?" Spider tilted his head to the side. "I won't tell you shit," the demon snarled. "I'm not scared." Aylin sucked on his teeth. That was a lie. He could taste it, as vibrant as the rising sun. The demon was terrified. "He's not telling the truth," Aylin said. Spider gave him a small nod, but the masked demon didn't even seem to care all that much. He reached into his bag and pulled out a featureless, pitch-black mask. "You're the fourth one, you know that?" Spider asked, tossing the mask at the other demon's feet. "Do you know what happened to the previous three? Or did your employer not tell you?" "And a dagger? Seriously? I'm honestly offended you thought that would kill me." The demon stared down at the mask. He looked back up to Spider, and Aylin could feel his confusion even through the mask covering his features. "A shield? You want me to deliver this to my employer?" A bark of laughter slipped from the demon's mouth. "You really think you can buy him off? Or is this meant to be a bribe? It won't work. I'll die before I give anything away." "Buy him off? No. Why would I need to do something like that? And I don't need to bribe someone like you. There's no information you could give me that's worth the hassle. Let me guess. Your employer is a giant bloke that wears a mask and speaks with a rough yet noble voice. Sound accurate?" The assassin hesitated for a flicker of an instant. "No." "Lie," Aylin said. Spider laughed. "Thank you, Aylin. Put on the mask, demon." "Nothing you can do is worse than what will happen to me if I turn against a contractor," the demon snarled. He tried to twist out of Vrith's grip, but she dug her free hand into his wounded shoulder and he screamed in pain. "Don't move," Vrith snarled. "He believes that," Aylin cut in. Spider nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Now put the mask on, demon. It's just a shield. You stand no chance against me as you are. You aren't even worth my time." "Arrogant bastard," the assassin snarled. "Arrogance is thinking you can kill me with a dagger," Spider drawled. "There's only one thing I want from you, and it isn't information. Let him go, Vrith. If he tries to run, I'll destroy his other arm and put the mask on his face myself." Vrith released the assassin's arm and shoved him forward. The demon stumbled toward the mask, then lurched into motion, yanking a black dagger from his side and lunging at Spider's neck with a burst of surprising speed. A loud crack split the night. The assassin stumbled back, the dagger spinning from his fingertips as Spider drove his knee up into his nose. He fell to his back, coughing and choking on blood. "Can't say I didn't expect that, but you really need to avoid telegraphing your movements so much," Spider said dryly. He put a foot on the mask and pushed it over to the fallen assassin. "Put it on." For a second, the only sound in the square were the assassin's ragged breaths. Then, slowly, he reached out and grabbed the mask, sliding it onto his face. A dull hum filled the air as a crackling blue shield ignited and swirled to life around the assassin. Aylin's runes reached out, brushing harmlessly across Spider, but digging into the assassin and siphoning energy from him. The demon barely even seemed to notice. He scooped his dagger off the ground, and Vrith moved forward, but Spider raised a hand to stop her. "No, it's fine. Let him try." Spider raised his voice for a moment. "Lee? Are you here?" Lee's head popped out of her tent. "Yep. Make sure we don't have any more unwelcome guests, would you?" "'Kay," Lee said with a nod. She sank into a shadow and vanished. Spider turned back to the assassin and beckoned him onward. "Come on, then. Get back to it. I believe you had a job to be doing. Maybe you'll be a bit better at it this time around." Aylin swallowed. Spider had given a powerful weapon to an assassin purely because the demon wasn't even worth his time without it. The assassin lowered his stance. Blood dripped from his crippled arm. Aylin could smell it on the wind, mixed with the scent of fear. A droplet rolled off a finger and dripped to the ground. With a scream of defiance, the assassin blurred forward. Spider lifted a hand. The air before him crumpled, streaks of white energy swirling out like a spider web to meet the demon's charge. A loud, squelching crunch echoed through the market square. Aylin joined the demon in staring at his chest, which had collapsed as if torn apart from within. The shield still hummed between him and Spider's palm, completely undamaged. Metal clattered to the ground once more as the assassin's dagger clattered from his stiff fingers. Then the assassin pitched back, the shield fading, before crashing to the ground and lying still. The skin on the back of Aylin's neck prickled, and his hair stood on end. Spider knelt, removing the mask from the assassin's face and sliding it back into his bag. He glanced at Aylin. "Get rid of this body somehow, would you? Check to see if there's anything useful, but I doubt there will be." Aylin swallowed again before giving Spider a sharp nod. "I will do as you ask." "Much appreciated," Spider said, "and after that, try to brush up a little bit. We'll be going to an auction soon. We're going to make it a memorable one." Aylin repressed a shudder. Somewhere across the city, back in an egg-shaped mansion and hunched over in a throne with her head in her hands and unaware as to why, Piran did the same. Chapter 17. Grass rustled at Jalen's feet. The breeze curling past his hair and caressing the back of his neck carried the faint scent of sweet nectar on it. His nose scrunched slightly in annoyance. "Well then," Jalen said, crossing his arms in front of his chest and tilting his head to the side, "I think it's starting to get a little crowded." As was becoming a habit, he and Vermill's students had gathered for class once more. They'd absconded from Arbitage's typical training areas and headed out to the wind-scorned plateau with a little help from Tim. Jalen just hadn't realized quite how many people Vermill had actually known. Their group of temporary teachers, which had initially just been him and Braden, had now expanded to include Bird and, for some reason, Silvertide. That was rather odd, as Jalen couldn't quite remember inviting Silvertide, but the old man had a good relationship with the kids, and, despite being a rank 5, he was an incredibly capable mage. There were at least 4 different conversations going on at once. Isabel and Todd were speaking about their runes, Silvertide was showing Alexandra some sword techniques, and James and Emily were flirting with about as much aptitude as a pair of toddlers. At least Bird was silent. She just clutched a grimoire to her chest and glanced around the grassy plains, evidently wishing she was literally anywhere else. Braden wasn't doing much better. He just stood at the edge of the group, watching over everyone with eagle eyes, as if a monster was going to materialize behind someone and try to rip their head off.
"Damned plains, I'm bored. I wonder if Silvertide plays darts. Maybe I should. No, I have a duty. I don't like those, but I've got proof that Vermill isn't dead. He'd probably be pissed at me if I failed his little brats, so I've got to make sure they actually perform well on this exam. I want to play darts again. He won't be able to play if he's too busy with remedial training."
Jalen aggressively cleared his throat. Not a single person looked in his direction. He was pretty sure nobody had heard him. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. The one thing he was not used to was being ignored. Power swirled within his chest and burst out from him, ripping across the grassy plains as his domain washed out over everyone. He repressed it enough to avoid doing any damage, but the sheer pressure from his runes was still enough to make everyone stagger. The only one that wasn't forced to take a step back was Silvertide. Jalen coughed into his fist. "What?" Braden asked, his hand shooting to the hilt of his sword. "Is something happening? Are we about to be under attack?"
"No."
Jalen dragged the word out, then cleared his throat.
"The situation is far more dire. I am bored."
"Did you happen to train Vermil?" Silvertide asked, tilting his head to the side.
"No,"
Jalen replied.
"Why?"
"Because you have striking similarities. You're like a more irritable version of him," the old soldier replied, his lip curling up in amusement. "But perhaps we should actually get started. Time is too valuable of a resource to waste much of it. I trust you called us here for a reason."
"I didn't call you here at all,"
Jalen corrected.
"You are correct, though. We've had enough fraternizing. The exam is soon."
Everyone stared at him.
"How soon?"
Braden asked. Jalen cleared his throat again. This wasn't going the way he'd wanted it to go.
"Soon."
"You don't actually know what day the exam is, do you?"
Isabel asked.
"That is hardly relevant."
Jalen glared at her.
"He was probably too busy kicking rocks and muttering about darts,"
Todd said with a snicker. Jalen's eyes narrowed. Vermil students acted all too familiar with him. He was the head of the Linwick family, a rank 6, older than the majority of their family tree. Those who knew him quaked in fear at his name, much less his presence.
The head of a household shouldn't be permitted this abject lack of respect, but I'll be damned if these brats aren't interesting. I can't bring myself to actually complain about them being mouthy. It's so much more interesting than all the idiots that scrape the floor with their teeth when I walk into the room. I was busy gathering teachers for you, as I can't be bothered to do everything myself," Jalen corrected. "Perhaps we should take advantage of my hard work. I spent a great deal of effort on this, you know. You could at least be appreciative."
"On bringing Silvertide?" Todd asked, glancing at the elderly soldier. "That couldn't have taken much effort. He invited himself."
Jalen sighed.
"No."
"Was the no to inviting Silvertide, or was it to the not taking much effort part?"
Todd kept a straight face, but Jalen could see he was desperately trying to avoid laughing.
"Both,"
Jalen admitted with a smirk.
"There are many things in this world that I'm truly motivated to do. But Silvertide was not the instructor I kindly invited to assist you. That would be the woman trying to hide behind Braden. She has kindly volunteered to assist all of you."
"I am not trying to hide,"
Bird said as everyone turned to look at her.
"and I did not volunteer to do anything." "Then why are you here?" Emily asked.
"I blackmailed her," Jalen said jovially. "Any further questions?"
"Yeah," Isabel said. "What did you—"
"That was a rhetorical question,"
Jalen said, cutting Isabel off mid-sentence.
"No more questions. I don't care. Now, shall we get on with this? I'll be so kind as to introduce you all. Everyone, this is Bird. Stupid name, if you ask me. You can't just choose a random noun to be your name. And Bird, this is everyone else."
"That may be the worst introduction to someone I've ever gotten, and I've been through a lot of introductions," Silvertide said dryly.
"Thank you,"
Jalen replied without an ounce of sarcasm.
"I take pride in my abilities, and Bird takes pride in her runes. She's a member of the King family that has very kindly volunteered to supply all of the little brats from her own supply. Isn't that sweet?"
4 pairs of eyes snapped over to Bird. That had gotten their attention. Her face paled, and she clutched the book tighter to her chest.
"You never mentioned Vermil had this many students."
Jalen couldn't help but notice that Alexandra didn't look nearly as excited about the runes as any of the others. His head tilted to the side. She was a rank 3, but that was no reason to give up on getting new runes.
"There are just 5 of them. What's the big deal?"
Jalen asked. "I can't take any new runes right now," Alexandra said, "so there are only 4 of us."
"Does she have all 7 of her runes filled in? I can't remember if Vermeil mentioned anything about her abilities or not. I wasn't really paying all that much attention to anything his students did other than their formations. Maybe I should have listened closer. Oh, well."
"That's fine," Jalen said. He flickered, teleporting behind and clapping a hand down on her shoulder. She winced in surprise, and he grinned.
"Take some anyway. The King family is very generous."
"These aren't even the King family's runes," Bird said, glaring at Jalen. "They're mine."
"Even more reason to be generous. No punishment for taking too much."
"Why don't you give them some yourself?" Bird demanded. "You're the head of the Linwicks."
"Because that's a whole lot less amusing than making you do it. Now get on with it, unless you were planning to show them that fighting style of yours that you were practicing."
Bird choked in her own saliva and doubled over, coughing. "What kind of fighting style?" Alexandra asked, her interest suddenly piqued. "Nothing that concerns you," Bird replied, managing to get her fit under control. She clutched her grimoire to her chest like a sailor clinging to a plank of wood after a shipwreck. "It is of no matter."
"I'd say it was rather interesting, actually."
Jalen scratched his chin.
"Something you derived from Vermeil's fighting style, if those scribbles on your wall were anything to go by."
"Vermeil's fighting style?" Silvertide's bushy eyebrows lifted, and he leaned on his staff. A flicker of regret passed through his features. "What style are you referring to? Vermeil was a uniquely capable individual. Any instruction that could be passed on from him would be a fantastic resource. I didn't realize Bird knew him that well." "He is a capable individual," Isabel corrected. "He's still alive." "I am not going to continue this conversation," Bird said. She slapped a palm against the leather bindings of her grimoire. "I've been forced to bring you all some runes, and that's what I've done. You may each choose 1.
2, Jalen said.
"Why?" Bird demanded.
3.
"Oh, gods. Fine, 2, Bird snapped. "Happy?"
2, and you teach them the fighting style."
Jalen could barely hold his laughter back at the incredulous expression on Bird's face. He flashed her a toothy grin.
"Go on, bargain more. We'll see how many runes you've got in your grimoire after I'm done."
"You can't just blackmail me into giving all my runes away," Bird ground out. She clenched her jaw and turned her head to meet Jalen's gaze. "Don't treat me like one of your subordinates, Jalen. I agreed to give some runes, but not all of them. You can't push me into doing whatever you want."
"I can respect that. At least I could on most days. Unfortunately, this isn't just about me. As much fun as I'm having with this, there's a greater purpose to it." "That's where you're wrong," Jalen said. His smile slipped away, and his hand tightened on Bird's shoulder. "I am very used to getting what I want, Bird. I asked you to collect runes because there are too many eyes on me, and pulling from the Linwick reserves would have set off the spies that I haven't bothered rooting out of my house. These kids don't need that attention. They can't afford it. I don't have any runes they can use myself. Thus, you. So either you give the kids what I am more than aware you can afford given your salary from Otto, or the Linwick family ceases all trade with him."
Bird's eyes widened in disbelief. "You wouldn't. That would do significant damage to both of our families. Otto would be—"
"Furious," Jalen finished. "Look me in the eyes, Bird. Tell me if you think I give the slightest shit about the Linwick family. It is a house of wretched cowards. The Kings are no better. I'd watch them both burn if I thought it would be amusing enough. Don't tell me you giving away 10 runes would break you. It's a month of work at best.
Bird clenched her jaw. Then she blew out a short, angry breath. Fine. 2 runes. And the fighting style, Isabel added. If there's something that Professor Vermil did that you learned, I want to know how to do it too.
You heard the kid, Jalen said with an unabashed grin. And the fighting style.
I am not fighting naked in front of an audience, Bird snapped. She caught herself an instant later and cringed. But it was too late. She'd already spoken. It took every ounce of self-control that Jalen had to keep from howling with laughter.
Oh, Todd said, his eyes lighting up in recognition. That's the fighting style you're talking about. I guess we should have guessed.
It seemed as if Bird had only heard half the words that had just come out of Todd's mouth. Her eye twitched. What? He showed you?
Oh, yeah, Todd said with a nod. All the time, especially in the Scorched Acres. Fighting naked is a pretty good way to put it. It really did feel like that. The style was really useful. Great at making me get over my fears and trust myself more. I did almost get ripped open a few times, though.
He did it? With you? Bird exclaimed, pulling at her hair in distress. It was Isabel's turn to nod. We all did it together. He helped at the start, but after a while, he just watched. Is this the technique you used back in the first exam that you told me about? Emily asked eagerly. I want to learn how to do that. I don't plan to stop using a shield, but being able to fight naked would definitely help me save energy. Can you show us? There's something seriously wrong with all of you, Bird said with a groan. Is Vermil a plague, a curse that infects everyone he gets close to?
Oh, most certainly, Jalen said through a cackle.
Does that mean the two of you figured out exactly how the style works? Bird asked, a flicker of hesitation passing through her as she pointed to Isabel and Todd in turn.
I don't know if we've mastered it, but I think we got a decent understanding, Todd said as he scratched his neck. Nobody did it as good as Vermil.
Bird swallowed. A second passed before she let out a defeated groan. I can't pass up the opportunity to learn more. I'll show you what I've learned, if you do the same. Todd and Isabel shrugged as one. Sure, Isabel said. If Vermil showed you something, then I want to learn it. Bird scratched the side of her neck. She glanced at Jalen, then sighed. If a word of this ever leaves this field, I will make every single one of you regret it. I'm not spreading Vermil's teaching anywhere he doesn't want me to, Alexandra said, crossing her arms in front of her chest.
Same,
Todd said. I wouldn't share this without his or Moxie's permission, and James is too lazy to do anything, Emily added. James nodded sleepily in agreement. Fine, Bird said. She grabbed the hem of her shirt, her face screwed up in a grimace. Let's get this over with.
Whoa! What are you doing?
Todd asked as Isabel lifted a hand to cover his eyes. Bird paused with the shirt up to her midriff. Seriously? You're going to make me explain this? Maybe her shield is beneath her shirt, Emily offered, but she didn't sound particularly confident in her own words. No, I'm not wearing a shield. I was getting naked, Bird said through a sigh. You are making this a lot harder than it has to be.
Holy shit! You were being literal? Todd asked. Vermil didn't actually get naked to fight. He just doesn't use a shield.
Bird stared at him. What? He still wore his clothes when he trained with us, Isabel said, and thank any god that was listening for that. He never would have beaten the allegations against him if he hadn't. Are you saying Vermil fought naked in front of you? Emily asked, her eyes narrowing. Does Moxie know? No, I never actually saw him fighting. I made some educated guesses to fill some things in, Bird stammered. Her eyes darted around the clearing that abruptly lit with understanding. So, that's what he did.
Ah, damn. I suppose the fun is over. I'm not sure how Vermil managed to trick her this badly, But Bird was always better at researching than thinking, from what I recall Otto telling me. I suppose it's about time to get class started properly anyway. No more jokes.
What do you mean? Todd asked, Isabel's hand still over his eyes. He only showed you the first part of the technique, Bird said without so much as a flicker of hesitation. My research has deduced the next stage, but perhaps you all aren't ready for it yet. Jalen was unable to hold back any longer. He doubled over and howled with laughter. Despite a bit of naivete, Bird had some pretty good observations written on her walls. Jalen was pretty certain her tutelage would actually be quite useful for the students, as long as she didn't lose her clothes in the process. That would just have to wait until he could breathe properly again. Chapter 18. Noah was doing a remarkable job of suppressing his laughter as he looked at Aelin. The demon stood awkwardly before him, clad in one of Noah's professor uniforms. Black sleeves hung past Aelin's arms, and his pants were scrunched up around his knees to avoid getting stepped on. You might need to grow into it, Noah said, scratching at the back of his neck. You could fit him and Violet alike into those and still have some room to spare, Moxie said dryly from behind Noah. Now that's just cruel. You could not, Noah said. He glanced back at Aelin, who pulled his collar nearly half a foot away from his neck and peered down at his chest. Okay, maybe you could. Is it imperative I go like this? Aelin asked hesitantly. No, Noah said with a sigh. Never mind, just change back into your normal clothes. We'll just have to get you something better before we go do anything like this again. Better to look a little ratty than to look like you've raided your father's wardrobe. Aelin nodded. Noah and Moxie stepped back out of the tent to give him some privacy. The thick shadow of the night had finally started to relent as dull orange sunlight poked out at the end of the horizon and spilled through the cracks in the alleys to illuminate the market square. As long as Piran hadn't taken him for a fool, Noah was optimistic that she'd show up pretty soon. He'd have to go find her himself if she didn't. That would have been rather bothersome. Do we have enough gold to buy anything at this auction? Moxie asked, lowering her voice so nobody could overhear them. If it's for higher-ranked demons, I'd imagine things aren't going to be going for too cheap. I've got a fancy little rune to sell as well, Noah replied, and I can always toss together another one or sell an existing one if I need to. I think we should have more than enough between those. How much gold do you actually have on you? Around 500. That wouldn't have gone far at all in the mortal plane, but the damned planes didn't have naturally occurring gold from what Noah had seen. That meant it went far farther here than it did back home. Between that and the nearly perfect rune he'd made in case he needed to show off to Piran, Noah was pretty confident he'd be able to get his hands on at least one powerful matter or some more space runes. Even though he already had both, he needed something a little more powerful if he wanted to save himself from wasting hours hunting. Of course, that was only one of the components he needed. Noah had the exact same problem with regard to matter that he'd had with space. He just didn't understand it extensively enough to be able to combine a rune effectively. Fortunately, he had a way around that. Space wasn't the only thing that he'd gotten intimately acquainted with in the line. Matter, or rather the striking lack thereof, had been among the anomalies. Matter was an object that took up physical space. As far as he knew, everything was made out of matter. That included the invisible and borderline intangible things like air. If that's true, then what is the soul? Is it tangible? If it is, then it has to be matter of some sort. If it isn't, then what is it? Pure energy? I haven't tried actually influencing the world while I was a soul. It's my best lead, so I'll have to see if I can leverage it. If not, I'll find a different way to work matter into my powers. Whatever the reason, I need those runes, among other things. This auction is important. Fortunately, there's more than one way to make an impression on people. Aelin stepped out of the tent wearing his normal clothes once more. His emergence broke Noah from his thoughts. Moxie arched an eyebrow at him, and he coughed into his fist. I'm sorry I didn't fit. Left the clothes behind in your tent, Aelin said, fidgeting under their gaze. Is there anything else you require of me? Just wait, Noah replied. It'll be the three of us and a guide going to the auction. Lee will stay behind to make sure no idiots try anything with the camp. Do you remember what I did when we first got to this camp? Aelin's face paled a shade, and he swallowed before giving him a stiff nod. Yes, you told everyone present to attempt to kill us. Fun, wasn't it? Noah asked with a grin. Just do what you did then. Are you going to do that again? Aelin asked nervously. To the whole auction? Oh, no, nothing like that. I just meant the stay calm and don't panic part. Pretend like you're in control, Noah said with a laugh. Challenging the entire auction was too stupid, even for him. It was going to be completely stuffed full of rank 5 and 6 demons, and he wasn't equipped to take every single one of them on. He was pretty sure his limit would be a demon at the upper reaches of rank 5, or possibly one with awful runes at rank 6. Taking on the entire upper class of the city was still too much. And besides, I need them. This is more than just getting some more runes made. Wizen has the way back to the mortal plane. He's got a way to make an army, so I'm going to need the same. As to exactly how he'd get an entire army behind him, Noah hadn't quite figured that bit out yet. Rallying all the street lords was one thing. None of them were all that powerful. They gave him a degree of legitimacy, but he'd need more than that to sway rank 6 demons. I'll figure that out when I get there. As long as I can keep amassing power and growing, an opportunity will eventually present itself. And if it doesn't, I'll make one. Noah's train of thought derailed when he realized that Moxie and Aelin were both staring at him. He cleared his throat. Sorry, got distracted. Did you say something? He asked when we're going, Moxie said, shaking her head and sighing. You need to stop doing that when we're talking to people. It's creepy to watch your eyes glaze over like you're looking at someone that isn't there. Is he? Aelin asked quietly. No, Noah said, but he was pretty sure it was a bit too late to stop that particular rumor from taking root. He repressed a grimace. And we shouldn't have to wait much longer. Our guide should be arriving sometime soon. I was told that the auctions take place every 2 days or so. 1 day has already passed if we count the night. So unless we got really unlucky and it took place last night, we'll be hearing from her soon enough. Aelin nodded his understanding. I will await your call, then. I think Vrith should be able to make sure everything continues without me as long as this auction ends quickly. The other street lords may suspect cowardice if I'm gone for too long. Don't worry, I won't keep you forever. It's just for appearances, Noah said with a wave of his hand. Bringing you along proves that I'm confident enough in my strength to expose a weak link. It'll make the other demons at the auction more hesitant to try anything with me. Besides, your ability to tell if people are being truthful or not is incredibly useful. I can't not use that when we're at an auction. I see, Aelin said. He didn't even seem slightly offended or annoyed to be used as leverage. Noah wasn't sure if that was because he was just a good liar, or if he was just resigned to his current position. Before he could ask, his tremor sense picked up on movement in the shadows. A few moments later, his domain brushed against Vrith as she emerged from the darkness, her head lowered in respect. There's a demon approaching our camp. The scouts spotted her, Vrith said, a flicker of unease in her voice. She's strong, far stronger than any of the street lords. Looks like a snake with ropes for hair, Noah guessed. Vrith blinked in surprise. Yes, actually. I did not realize you were already aware of her presence. Should we prepare to fight? Fight? No need for that. She's with us for the time being, Noah said with a shake of his head. That would be Piran. She's a rank 5. Try to be nice to her. She's agreed to take us to the auction. Vrith and Aelin stared at Noah. Do you have a rank 5 working for you? Aelin asked, his voice weak. Just a business deal. Noah shook his head. Fixing Piran's runes would have been too much of a hassle. She was just too deep along her path for him to repair, especially when she wasn't even part of his gang. I just promised not to kill her and her people in exchange. Vrith swallowed nervously. I am familiar with the offer. If you'll excuse me, I will go hide in... work in the tent to make sure the matters with the other street lords remain handled during your absence. Feel free. Come on, Aelin. And remember what I said. No fear, no hesitation. Don't give the other demons any openings. I understand. Noah smiled and exchanged a nod with Moxie. This wasn't their first run at an auction. They might not have been the strongest demons going into it, but they hadn't been the strongest in the last auction they'd attended either. Demons were used to dealing with other demons, but they'd never dealt with him. For their sake, he hoped they had better bullshitters than Piran, because if she was the best they had to offer, Noah was going to fleece them for everything they had. Let's go meet our guide and check that auction out, shall we? Chapter 19. Noah, Moxie, and Aelin met Piran at the edge of the market square. The rank 5 snake demon stood in the shadow of an old, cobbled building, her hood pulled low over her face, and the thick, ropey strands from her crown just barely visible in the darkness within it. Her back pressed to the wall, and her shoulders hunched forward slightly, the unease clear in her posture as she shifted from foot to foot. Even though Noah couldn't see her face, her back stiffened when she caught sight of them. "It would be wise to keep our power concealed from here on out," Moxie said under her breath, just barely loud enough for Noah to pick up. "We might be running into demons strong enough to actually detect it." Noah nodded in agreement. He'd already been keeping his domain largely repressed, but he pulled the last of it into himself. Demons didn't have domains, but given how varied they were, he wouldn't have been surprised if one of them had a way to detect it. Blowing their cover and revealing they weren't actually demons was just about the dumbest thing they could do right now. "I hope you come bearing good news," Noah said as they came to a stop before Piran. "There's an auction," Piran said. She let her head incline slightly. "It's soon. I wasn't able to get in on my own. My standing wasn't high enough to get a spot at such short notice." Aelin's head tilted to the side, and his brow creased slightly, but he didn't say anything. Noah didn't miss the motion. He was pretty sure the boy would have said if Piran had lied, but something about her words seemed like it may not have sat right. "That's disappointing. I really didn't want to wait much longer," Noah said as he blew a breath out. "When's the next one we can get into? Or am I going to have to take more drastic measures?" "Actually, it's in a few hours. I couldn't get in on my own, but I was able to get someone else to pull a string for me. We've got access to the upcoming auction." Well, that's certainly convenient. Not sure if it's too convenient. Noah's hand brushed across his waist and along the top of his travel bag. It was strangely light. He'd left his gourd with Lee for the trip, and the missing weight felt odder than he would have expected. It was like he'd handed someone else his still-beating heart. Now I know how Davy Jones felt. Poor dude. I think I'd take Lee over a jar of dirt, but only as long as she doesn't get too hungry. After waiting for a second to see if Aelin would say anything, Noah nodded. "Today would be great. Well done. You worked just as fast as I had hoped. Lead on, then. I'm looking forward to this." Piran gave him a terse nod and turned, setting off down the street. Moxie and Noah exchanged a glance as they all fell in behind the demon. He could read the question on her lips, as if she'd said it out loud. She was asking, does she always act this suspicious? Noah gave her a slight shrug in response. Piran hadn't been the most confident demon he'd ever met after he'd brushed her mask away to reveal the truth. He definitely put on a pretty good show during their meeting, so it was possible she was just scared of him. Aelin's reaction to her words made him suspect that it was possible there was more than that going on. Piran was a demon, after all. She had to be looking for an angle that would help her salvage the situation. It would have been odd if she didn't. Pressing her for information here won't do anything other than cause a scene. Piran definitely doesn't have any major allies, so she doesn't pose a threat to us on her own. Whoever helped her out probably didn't do it because of their friendship or kind-heartedness. It's possible they found out I'm working through her and are trying to get closer to me, either to get rid of me or to get on my good side. Only one way to find out. We'll just go with things as they are for now, and then we'll see where they lead. I'm confident we can bail out all the way up until we're in the auction itself." They walked through the streets of Treaton for quite some time, none of them saying a word. Gentle orange light turned ruddy, and the temperature in the street steadily rose as the day finally started to fully dawn. Streamers of red and purple smoke danced in the air far above them, their colors reflected down on the street like the seabed of an ocean beneath the sunrise, almost seeming to make the cobblestones shimmer and ripple. It was surprisingly beautiful, and not something that Noah had expected to find in the damned plains, and certainly not in the slums of a city within the damned plains. Neither Piran nor Aelin seemed particularly impressed with it. They'd probably seen it so many times that it had just become commonplace. The walk finally came to an end before a ramshackle building after over half an hour of increasingly awkward silence. It was a single story, with a broken roof and crumbling walls. It didn't look like anyone had lived in it in quite some time. "This is the auction?" Noah asked doubtfully. "It looks more like somebody is going to be waiting to sell me drugs." Wasn't everything about appearances here? I was expecting some grand entrance for all the demons going into the auction to show off before they walked in, like a red carpet type of thing. Stop for a moment, do a little flexing on the poors, the whole shebang. The only people to flex on here are rats. "Drugs?" Piran's brow furrowed. "I don't know what that is. This isn't the auction, though. It's just a shortcut. The actual auction is closer to the center of Treaton." "A shortcut in the opposite direction of the actual auction?" Moxie tilted her head to the side. Piran cleared her throat and pulled her hood back, revealing her features as she scratched at the side of her neck beneath her chin. "I would prefer not to be seen entering the auction. It would not go well for me, and it would probably negatively impact you as well. It would be much better to enter discreetly." Aelin inclined his head just enough for Noah to catch the motion. She was telling the truth. "Lead on, then," Noah said. "I don't particularly care how we get to the auction as long as we get there. I have no need to announce my presence. People will find out who we are soon enough." They followed Piran into the building, where she heaved a large dust-covered stone off the top of an old metal trapdoor. She yanked it open, gently setting it back against the stone she just moved, then dropped down into an old passage beneath. It stretched on as far as Noah could see. Open passageways stretched off from it. It wasn't just a shortcut. It was an underground labyrinth. The air was stale and dry, but it seemed clean enough. Piran set off at a brisk pace. She moved a lot faster down here than she had in the city above. It was pretty easy to tell that this wasn't the first time that Piran had used this particular path. Another hour passed. At least Noah was fairly certain it was something around an hour. It was difficult to count time when he was beneath the ground. Eventually, Piran turned down one of the side passages, and they came to a stop at a circular stairwell that wound up toward the city above. The dust around it was scuffed. Either Piran had come through this way many times before, or she wasn't the only one that knew about these passageways. Given how big they were, Noah got the feeling it was the latter. Above them, he could just barely make out the sound of yelling and loud, energetic conversation. It could have been either a brawl or a party, or both. Noah wasn't sure the damned plains knew the difference between the two. "The way in is just up through here," Piran said, as she started up the stairs and threw a look back at them over her shoulder. "The auction house is above us." "So what stops people from just coming in through here unannounced?" Moxie asked after a few minutes of climbing. The sound had gotten loud enough that she had to raise her voice slightly just to make sure they could hear her. "This is a far cry from that fancy auction we went to back in Arbitage. Feels more like a poorly contained riot." Piran came to a stop before a stone door and rapped on it. "This." A second passed, and Noah was just about to start wondering if nobody had heard Piran over the cacophony, when the grumble of stone on stone ground out and the door swung open to reveal a short demon with pointed yellow horns and thin lips. He wore a black one-piece suit that made him look remarkably like a bowling ball.
Does every single culture just end up somehow developing suits? Or are they copying humans? I wonder if anyone's ever studied suitology. Name? The demon asked. Piran. Piran's voice was taut with displeasure. The demon's eyes glazed over for a second. Then his lip curled upward in a smirk, and he stepped to the side. Ah, yes, of course. Wise choice of entrance. Who are the others? Members of my party. Is that so? The demon asked, his lip curling even higher. They were not announced. Nobody can enter the auction without being announced or without paying a concealment fee. Piran's jaw clenched. A fee? That's not part of the rules. Who are you to decide what the rules are? Lord Belkis does, and this is his building. I speak for him as one of his doormen. Identify yourselves or pay the entry fee. Your choice. He's lying, Aelin whispered. Noah hadn't needed Aelin to tell him that, but he appreciated it nonetheless. He took a step forward and prepared to put on his best spider act. But before Noah could say a word, the demon's eyes widened. He took a hurried step back and flicked his hand. You may enter. You're in booth 14. Noah blinked. I didn't even do anything yet. He wasn't about to question his fortune. Noah sent a glance back at Piran and gave her a slight shrug. She swallowed before stepping past him and leading them up the stairs, leaving the demon at their backs. Noah watched him as they left to make sure he didn't try anything, but the demon's attention was suddenly completely fixed on one of the walls. They soon left him behind and emerged into a long hallway riddled with doors numbered by metal carvings embossed into their stone surfaces above brass handles at their centers. The group arrived before door 14 after just a short walk. Piran swallowed as she put her hand on the door. She looked even more scared than Noah had expected her to. Just how bad did that last auction she went to go? Piran's features tightened. She let out a short breath and grit her teeth. Then she twisted the handle, pushing it open and revealing a small balcony overlooking a stage far below. Dozens of other balconies ringed the circular arena before them. Many had already been filled by other demons who did absolutely nothing to attempt to conceal their identities as they stood proudly, yelling a mixture of greetings, insults, and curses at each other. Noah's eyes were drawn to their balcony. It had a long table with 6 hefty metal chairs set up along it, and, sitting upon a soft blue cushion that had been placed upon one of the chairs with her knees drawn up to her chest, was a girl with long, silvery hair. Her face was covered by a white mask with a single, stylized eye painted with blue across its surface. There were no holes for her mouth or actual eyes. A line ran down the center of the mask from the eye and stopped at her chin. She looked up as they entered, and her head tilted to the side. "Hello, Spider." The girl's words were spoken in the tone of a shy child, but each one seemed to hold the weight of a mountain. Even though she couldn't have seen anything through her mask, she turned to look straight in Noah's direction. "You are much heavier than I expected." Chapter 20. And who would you be? Noah asked. He decided not to address the fact that he'd just been called fat. His eyes flicked to Piran, and Moxie discreetly put her hand on her waist, likely getting in contact with a seed stored somewhere within her clothes in case the situation soured. I don't recall you mentioning that we had even more company. Piran cringed back, but Noah couldn't tell if she was looking in his or the girl's direction. She nearly went to wring her hands together before she caught herself and forced them down to her sides. "It was how I got you into the auction. I couldn't get in any other way. Why does it matter? You didn't say you had to be alone. This was the best way to do it." Aelin inclined his head, indicating that Piran was telling the truth. Then again, the best way didn't necessarily mean the best way for all of them. It could have just as easily meant the best way for her. Noah studied the girl silently for several seconds. Without releasing his domain, it was hard to tell much about her. She didn't have any runic pressure rolling off her. She had no massive muscles or obvious magical weapons.
She just looked like a girl with a mask and silver hair. That didn't make Noah's guard drop in the slightest. It wasn't hard to guess that the girl was the demon that had gotten Piran access to the auction. Either that, or she worked for whoever had done it. But Noah was leaning toward the former, given Piran's unease. Well, no point throwing a fit. Might as well just keep on with it. Having someone else in the seat really doesn't make much of a difference when pretty much everybody here is announcing their presence anyway. The roar of the crowd building all around them was remarkably effective at preventing an awkward silence. One couldn't have an awkward silence without the latter half, but there was only so long he could avoid saying anything. "You seem to have me at a disadvantage," Noah said to the girl. "You know my name, but I don't know yours." Piran shifted, probably preparing to introduce them. The girl's head tilted ever so slightly, and the snake demon's mouth snapped shut without so much as uttering a word. "You don't," the girl agreed. She made no move to elaborate. "Are you going to tell me, or am I going to have to come up with a name for you?" Noah asked, suppressing a sigh. It was one thing to have another demon sitting around next to him. He didn't mind that too much, but if they were going to be a bother, that made everything just a little more distasteful. Either she gives me a name, or I give her a dumb one. I wonder what— "You may call me Yoru." Noah blinked in surprise. That had been fast. He'd fully expected to have to come up with something. He glanced at Aelin out of the corner of his eye, then realized it was pointless. The girl hadn't said that Yoru was her name. She'd said that he could call her Yoru. That was just an instruction, and couldn't have been a lie, even if Yoru wasn't her name. Sure enough, Aelin didn't do anything. Noah looked back to Yoru and shrugged. Her real name didn't matter. It was kind of useless at the moment. He had no idea who any of the demons in the city were, so a name wouldn't have changed anything. "Yoru, then," Noah said. "And why is it that you were so kind as to invite us along to your spot in the auction?" "I didn't," Yoru replied. "This is Piran's spot. It is under her name. I have not announced myself." I thought everyone had to announce themselves. Aelin indicated the demon was lying about the whole entry fee thing. I was under the impression he was just going for a bribe. Can you actually do that? "I was under the impression everyone had to announce themselves," Moxie said, saving Noah from having to ask himself. "Or did you actually have to pay someone off to conceal yourself?" "A simple retainer to a lowly rank 5 has no need to announce themselves. They are beneath notice." Noah's eyes narrowed. Another unverifiable statement. Yoru obviously wasn't wrong. Nobody would care if Piran brought 1 or 2 random demons along with her. They were beneath notice, but even an idiot could have seen that Yoru wasn't Piran's retainer. The snake demon was practically trembling in her boots. Unfortunately, Yoru hadn't claimed to be a retainer. Noah's brow furrowed slightly as he studied the girl. It was like trying to analyze a brick wall. There wasn't a shred of body language to reveal her true thoughts. The mask on her face certainly didn't help. Is she deliberately avoiding telling the truth to skirt Aelin's powers? It's definitely been long enough for rumors about him to get out. Other demons should have heard of what happened to Rekeba by now, so Yoru might know he's a knowledge demon. Noah pulled a chair at the far side of the table out for Moxie, then sat down in the chair beside it. Debating over Yoru's goals was pointless until he had more information. He wasn't going to let himself get sidetracked. Moxie sat down beside him with a small nod of appreciation. Piran glanced around nervously before taking a chair in the very center of the table, as far away from both Noah and Yoru as she could possibly get. Aelin took the chair to Moxie's right at the table head, positioning himself so that Noah could see him without turning. Nice, Aelin. Good positioning. "How am I meant to sell a rune here?" Noah asked Piran, tapping a finger on the table. Piran started, nearly jumping out of her chair. She jerked her head to look at him. "What? It got really loud, and I was distracted. Sorry." "I don't think it was the crowd that had you distracted." "A rune," Noah repeated. "How do I put it up for auction?" "Oh, we just have to call an attendant. There should be a way to do that somewhere." Her eyes darted around. Yoru turned to look over her shoulder, and Piran followed her gaze to a rope at the edge of the balcony. "Ah, Found it. Purin rose from her chair and gave the rope a tug. It slid down, and a dull ka-chunk rose up from a mechanism above. Purin stood there for a second, then released the rope. It slid back into place. She cleared her throat and walked back over to her chair. That should call someone, I think. Maybe having the demon that basically got kicked out of auctions be my guide for one wasn't the best idea. Yoku watched on as an attendant entered the room and started speaking with Spider, discussing the terms of the auction and the fees the auction house planned to take. The mask on her face did absolutely nothing to obstruct her view, but she didn't pay any attention to their discussion. It was irrelevant. She was far more concerned with Spider himself. How odd. He's barely shown any reaction to me. He had some weight to him when he first saw me, but almost nothing afterward. What sort of demon sees an unannounced intruder on their plans and just shrugs and ignores them? I don't understand how this demon has put Talil in such danger. He's not taking me seriously, and it's stopping me from reading him. A finger of irritation traced down Yoku's spine. It had been so long since she'd left her sanctum that she couldn't remember the last time someone had dismissed her like this. She had seen cities rise and fall. She'd watched demons claw their way to the peak of their power and given them a brief instant to revel in their victory before ripping them down and tearing their souls to shreds. I will not be dismissed by a mere child. Yoku constrained her annoyance. She hadn't lived this long to be driven to actual anger by nothing more than a cog in her plans. Someone as insignificant as Spider had no influence over her. And someone as insignificant as Spider will not be allowed to escape my light. I will know him, and I will use him. Yoku pulled a large vial from her pocket that she'd prepared for this exact reason. A shimmering blue liquid glistened within it, as bright as the moon shining through a still lake. She couldn't quite remember how much the batch it came from had cost, but it was something in the realm of 100,000 gold. Star shimmer. It was pure, distilled power, enough magical energy to fill a full set of rank 5 runes twice over. Most demons would have slaughtered their entire families for just a single drop. Yoku had destroyed the entire bottle with Mind Killer, a vile poison that ripped a demon's minds to shreds and left them a mindless puppet, forcing them to obey every command they heard for an hour before their body shriveled away and died. But, for the briefest of instants, after a demon ingested it, they would have a second of clarity where they could understand just what happened to them. The poison carried with it a cruel, humiliating fate worse than mere death. There was only a single part of it that Yoku needed. The flicker of clarity before the end came. The one moment where the one who drank the potion knew who had betrayed them, and their full attention and hatred were focused entirely on her. The moment where she could truly take their measure, even if it never came to pass. Spider made his way back to the table and sat down, having imbued his rune onto a piece of treated waste-beast leather and given it to the attendant for the auction. He glanced over to Yoku, and a flicker of interest passed through his eyes at the vial. "Would you care to share a drink?" Yoku asked, putting a finger on the top of the vial. "A gesture of will for those who sit at my table." Then she unleashed the full power of her runes. The world erupted in energy visible only to her. Moonlight poured down from the air and illuminated the balcony, drawing it under her influence. Wisps of black smoke trickled from every single one of the demons around her as she weighed the probabilities in the future she had created. "Oh, what is it?" Spider asked, reaching for the vial. "Why does it feel like you've got a rune trapped in this?" Yoku smiled. As the last word slipped from Spider's mouth, she focused her power and peered into the probabilities of the future. A future where the probability of Spider drinking from the vial was absolute, one where the probability of his death was set in stone, a future where she witnessed the full potential of the influence he possessed and weighed it against herself. And in that moment, The sky went black. Yoku's blood turned to ice. A sea of black smoke exploded from Spider like the roar of a furious god. It poured past her and covered the ground, climbed up the walls, and rose up toward the moonlight shining down on them. Its immense, oppressive aura drove into Yoku's chest like a thick iron spike. Freezing claws wrapped around her chest and squeezed as her sightless eyes widened and the breath locked in her throat. The most likely results of the future she had crafted unfurled before Yoku's eyes. Spider would take the mind killer. He would drink a poison that would do immense damage, even to her. And he would survive. All the years of her existence, the enormous power of the rising moon bore down on Spider. She weighed everything that she was against everything that Spider had been, and her moonlight vanished under a vast sea of all-consuming black nothingness. If Spider drank from the vial, there was only one probability that was completely and utterly absolute. It would not be today. It might not even be within 100 years, but the probabilities would never allow themselves to realign. Yoku would die. Chapter 21. Yoku was far too experienced to let the disbelief show in her features, even if a mask was covering them. She'd lived too many years to give information away through a slip-up as obvious as body language, but she'd never come closer to it than this. There had only been a single other time when she'd seen a future as absolute as this, and that had been when she'd tested her chances of winning a direct fight against Belkis many years ago, when she'd still been a rank 6. Yoku pulled her hand back, keeping the potion out of Spider's grasp. Under no circumstances could he be allowed to drink the potion or discover the poison within it. The probabilities of the future she had crafted changed as Spider failed to pick up the vial. Black smoke receded, and moonlight broke through the clouds, pouring down on Yoku's back and easing the invisible tension in her shoulders. She allowed herself to relax internally. The future she crafted were mere probabilities, and they had not come to pass. The change had shifted the weights, and a path once again illuminated the dark. "Oh, were we supposed to share?" Spider asked as he let his hand drop and cleared his throat in embarrassment. "Sorry, I got excited." And just like that, the weights of the future changed once more. New probabilities unfurled like blooming black flowers of smoke. A future where the young demon beside Spider drank from the bottle first arose. A distant rumble echoed through Yoku's mind. The brief flicker of moonlight she had earned by averting the disastrous mistake vanished under a crashing tsunami of shadow. Smoke roared past her face, flooding through the balcony. The mental force slammed against her with enough intensity that it almost carried over into the real world and made her topple over. Icy bands wrapped around Yoku's neck and constricted her chest once more, and even tighter than they had before. The smoke was so thick that it threatened to pour down her throat and suffocate her. A bead of sweat formed between the mask and Yoku's face, another fixed, unchanging probability. This one was even worse than the first. The exact timing of her death was impossible to read, but it came sooner than when Spider himself ingested the poison. How is this possible? The boy has no weight of his own, nothing to the level. It all comes from Spider. But she would get no chance to use the strength of the poison if someone else were to drink the potion. Who is Spider? Is his strength somehow concealed? Or does he have connections to a demon so powerful the probability of my survival in the future drops to 0 if I make them an enemy? It was impossible to tell, but Yoku's fear was only matched by her curiosity. The futures she crafted were nothing but possibilities, the most likely outcomes of a certain situation. Nothing was real. Not yet. She needed more information. The current scenario just wasn't enough. Absolute death was a useful warning, but worthless in gaining any leverage. There had to be some scenario that could be turned to her advantage. For an instant, Yoku's attention flicked to the woman beside Spider. The plants, hidden within her clothes and hair, were a subtle display of wealth and power. Spider seemed closer to her than the others did. She let the future shift once more as she considered extending the poisoned vial to the woman to gauge her weight. Twisting whorls of black smoke exploded like a supernova. They crashed down upon her, a complete and utter pitch black painted across the sky. Not a single scrap of light remained in the world. All sound vanished, snuffed out like a candle. Every single one of Yoko's senses faltered in the face of the nothingness. The smoke became absolute. It was impossible to tell the smoke from a solid, unbroken blanket. A starless night, devoid of the moon. Yoku's heart thumped in her chest. Despite all her training, her lips parted slightly. There had never been a future so completely and utterly bleak. A future in which the moon had been ripped from the sky. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end as a deep sense of unease twisted in Yoku's stomach. Her heart thumped once more. Fingers of ice caressed her throat and ran down her back, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. A dull purple line appeared in the sky far above her. The prickling covering her body grew stronger. This was her domain, a world that had not yet taken shape. A mere possibility of a future that, no matter how dire, was nothing but a possibility under her control. The purple line intensified, spreading to split the sky and growing brighter by the second. Her pale, empty eyes dilated. The energy did not belong to her. Something had infiltrated the sanctum of her own mind, carving straight down toward her like the blade of an executioner's axe. She ripped herself from the future she had crafted, yanking the potion back before anyone could so much as brush a finger across it. Her heart bucked, twisted, as if attempting to escape its mortal cage. Yoku slammed the mental doors shut on her runes and ripped the powers from them. The endless night sky disappeared as if it had never been. She had absolutely no idea what would happen if she'd allowed that future to play out. Perhaps the line had been a warning, a manifestation of her powers that she had simply never seen before, a way to show how truly dire the future that lay before her would be if she allowed the probabilities she had set up to play out. She did not care to find out. That was a future that she refused to ever allow to play out again. It would never come to be. Never had she witnessed a future that she could not measure, and she had absolutely no plans of witnessing it again. Not a single demon at this table could be allowed to drink the potion. She shoved the vial back into her bag. The others sent confused looks in her direction. "Did we do something wrong?" the boy asked. "It is uncustomary to drink before a victory," Yoku replied, her perfectly measured voice doing nothing to betray her racing heart. The boy was a knowledge demon. She was more than capable of concealing herself from his powers, but he would know that she was stopping him from reading her. It was far easier to just speak carefully chosen truths. "It struck me that it would be unfortunate if we drank before the auction. I misstepped. I would sooner dash this potion against the rocks than allow anyone at this table to drink it. My first vision now makes far more sense. I had thought my victory over Belkis leveraged the scales Spider tipped when he took the gangs out from under his control. I was wrong. It is not the gangs that matter, but Spider himself. There exists a future in which his power and mine align. No matter what the cost, that will be the future I ensure. I must have him as an ally." The boy nodded slightly to Spider, indicating that Yoku hadn't lied. "Ah, good catch then," Spider said cheerfully. "We still need to have a successful run at the auction. We can just drink after. Don't want to eat my chickens before they hatch, after all." "Eat?" the woman asked. "I think you've been spending too much time with Lee." "Whoops," Spider said. He rubbed the back of his neck, then shrugged. What else were we going to do with them?" "Perhaps we can return to my dwellings and have a more proper celebration there," Yoku suggested, drawing on a fragment of power to weigh the futures once more. Trepidation brushed across her as she checked for the purple line, but it was nowhere to be seen. "We're a bit busy for that," Spider said with a small shake of his head. "I don't mind doing it here."
"Absolutely not. I already know the outcome of that. I need to learn more about Spider, but I cannot offer him anything here. I have already witnessed that future. What does he desire from this auction? The light of the rising moon will reveal it to me."
Questions flitted through Yoku's mind. Smoke swirled around her, probabilities ebbing and flowing like the tide with every attempt. Spider was attending an auction, but to her disbelief, it was not power that he sought. His reactions were more suspicious than interested in the futures where she offered him runes or magic. Promised favors and riches were met with similar failure. Yoku twisted probabilities and threw them to the side with practiced efficiency. Spider was a deeply suspicious demon, but everyone had something they desired, and she always found out what it was. And, after nearly 100 different attempts and several long seconds, the moonlight revealed to her the answer. And it made absolutely no sense. Yoku had never doubted her powers before, but today seemed to be a day for first times.
"I did not come here without purpose, as I am certain you are aware. Perhaps this will change your mind," Yoku said, not entirely sure this was the plan she sought, but unwilling to allow the opportunity to slip between her fingers. She hesitated for a second longer before continuing. "I would like to pet your cat." That caught Spider's attention. His gaze sharpened on her. "You know Mascot?" She was spared from having to search through the futures that would give her a satisfactory answer to that question. The roar of the crowd all around them finally sputtered out as a demon on the stage below cleared his throat, his voice rolling through the entire building effortlessly. "I hope everyone is prepared," the demon called, two black wings jutting from his back, stretching out to cast an imposing shadow before him. "The auction will be starting. If you plan to kill anyone from here on out, ensure you do it outside, lest you incur cleaning fees. Am I understood?" The crowd roared in response. Spider looked from Yoku down to the stage, then back to her. "We'll talk," Spider said. Yoku inclined her head. "I look forward to it." "Then let's get this auction started," the demon roared, clapping his hands together. "Bring on the offers." Chapter 22. Noah watched with rapt attention as the first rune came up for auction. It was a rank 2 demon rune that had barely been filled to 50% at formation, but it wasn't the rune he was interested in. It was the reaction of the crowd. The majority of the yells had trailed off the moment the announcer started speaking, but a few rowdy demons had continued on with their conversations. 20 gold, a demon from a balcony below them called. "I'll do 30, another countered from across the arena. Several more bids rose into the air in succession, quickly reaching 45 gold before grinding to a halt and being sold to a gold-skinned demon with a row of spikes running along the back of his spine and up his bald head. While the rank 2 rune hadn't stunned anyone, it had definitely caught a fair amount of attention from the demons in the crowd. That was good news. It meant the rank 3 Sandy Gale rune he'd put up for auction would probably hit pretty hard. He couldn't help but notice that, aside from the fact that everyone could see each other's faces, there hadn't been any major differences between this auction and the one he'd attended in Arbitage. I was fully expecting the demons to start flinging threats around or something. Maybe they saved that for the highest rank runes. Another rune went up as soon as the first one was sold, a second rank 2 demon rune of similar strength. "Not as impressive as I was hoping," Moxie said in a low tone. "We could have gotten runes of this quality just hunting outside the city. Cheap, though." "Yeah, you could make a fortune bringing a ton of these back home," Noah said with a chuckle. "Not worth buying, though. I assume they're going through the trash before getting to the more interesting things. The only runes I'm interested in are ones Lee might be able to use,
are ones that I can make my next rune with.
Your assumption is correct,
Yoku said from where she sat at the end of the table, her knees hugged to her chest.
The runes of worth will arrive in due time.
God, it's so weird listening to her talk. Actually, she's just weird in general. Who offers people a drink and then changes their mind a few seconds later? And how does she know about Mascot? Did the damn cat do something to her? Is it the reason she's here in the first place? He wasn't about to ask, not here. Asking would only give information away. Yoku was a problem that he could handle after the auction was done. After all the effort he'd put into getting here, which admittedly wasn't all that much, he didn't plan to let the auction go to waste because he was distracted. The second and third runes that went up both sold without a hitch. Noah was just starting to get a little bored when the announcer raised his hands to draw the crowd to silence for a few brief moments. "That's it for our rank 2 runes today," the announcer called. He'd still yet to actually introduce himself, so Noah had no idea what to think of the winged demon as.
"Bring out something worth our time,"
a massive, pot-bellied demon called as he raised a chicken leg the size of an entire sheep into the air like a club. He sat on the platform across from and slightly above theirs, taking up nearly its entire space with his bulk. The demon ripped a bite out of his meal, crunching through bone and flesh as one, and chewed with his mouth open as more jeers came from the rest of the crowd. There's a gluttony demon if I ever saw one.
Someone tell Fibog to stop talking, as if he can afford anything more than the trash that already sold.
A caped demon said from another balcony, his words sharp and snide.
I'd do it myself, but I suspect his ears are stuffed full of mutton, and I have no desire to get close enough to smell him.
A few demons cackled, and Fibog bared his teeth up at the demon above him.
"We'll see if you put your money where your mouth is, Mattis. I don't recall the last auction going all that well for you."
Times change. I think you'll find that I have always been just as equipped with coin as you are with wasted flesh, Mattis countered. I, unlike you, simply know the value of biding my time for something truly desirable.
"You wouldn't know the meaning of the word desirable if it slapped you in the face,"
Fibog said with a rumbling laugh. The announcer made no move to silence either of the demons. He stood patiently on the stage, his face a perfect mask of false positivity that only an overworked customer service representative could have ever had the misfortune to learn. The demons' argument intensified, and Noah tuned them out. "Who are they?" Noah asked, nodding to the demons. "Big shots?"
"Rank 5s,
Piran replied. She'd slumped so far back in her chair that her face was about to dip below the table.
Fibog is powerful. He's a gluttony demon if you haven't figured that part out yet. His ego is just as big as his ass."
"I take it you aren't friends, unless that was a compliment?"
"It was not."
"Not friends, then," Noah said with a knowing nod. "And Mattis?"
"A slaughter demon,"
Piran said. Noah tilted his head to the side. That was certainly quite the feeling to consume. It sounded a fair bit more intimidating than gluttony.
"A middling creature,"
Yoru said, the derision so evident in her voice that Noah could nearly taste it. She spoke as if she were looking at a smear of shit on the bottom of her shoe.
"Hardly worth attention. They are nothing but aggressive insects, a poor reflection of true death."
It didn't look like she was the only one who felt that way. A demon with skin as white as glossy ceramic watched the rank 5s argue with her brilliant red lips pursed in a mixture of displeasure and disgust. A single jagged wing extended from one of her shoulders. The other looked to have been ripped off at some point and leaving only a single stick-like appendage behind. "Who's the one glaring at them?" Noah asked.
"Sinclair. She's a rank 5 as well."
Piran sank even lower in her chair and her jaw clenched. There was more than just a little recognition in her eyes. She dealt with Sinclair before. Noah would have bet on it. "Is she strong?"
Noah asked. Pierin's eyes flicked to the side. It was a second before she spoke, and even then her voice was curt and taut with anger. Yes. Maybe better not to press too hard on that right now. I don't think Pirin is going to have great relations with any of the stronger demons, given how the previous auctions went for her. But that only makes me want to know how the hell she knows Yoru even more. The arguments between the two demons finally started to peter out. There was a second of silence, and the announcer capitalized upon it to take control of the floor back, before too many people lost their interest. The first of the next round is a rank 3 by the name of Bleeding Blades. It is also our first standard rune, so it's perfect for any combinations you may be looking to finish up, the announcer called, his wings snapping up behind him with a crack that split the air like a gunshot to draw everyone's attention back. A rather exciting find, if I say so myself. The rune was 25% full upon formation. It'll be starting at a minimum price of 100 gold. 125, Matta said instantly, barely waiting until the announcer had even finished talking. This is mine.
150.
Fibog's wide features split into a shit-eating grin.
I hope you've got the coin, Mattis.
175, the thin demon countered. He leaned over the edge of the ledge, and long, pale claws glistened in the light. Each one was nearly as long as Noah's forearm. It was like a whole drawer of kitchen knives was taped to his fingers. The thought completely broke any of the fear that Mattis's claws could have struck into him, and he repressed a snicker. The slaughter demon snarled down at Fibog. Don't challenge me. All that fat won't keep me from ripping you into pieces.
Try it,
Fibog said. He took another huge bite from his drumstick and pointed its remains at Mattis.
You're barely worth using as a toothpick, but I'll make an exception. 200 gold.
Noah almost found himself looking forward to seeing how the other demon would respond. This was definitely a very different approach than a bunch of people hiding behind masks and trying to tiptoe around each other to figure out what one another's goals were. These are the antics I was expecting. How fun. So do I just have to call people a bunch of creative insults and... Mattis leapt from his balcony in a blur. Noah's eyes widened as the rank 5 flashed through the air toward the gluttony demon. Fibog shot to his feet with a roar and swung his drumstick like a club. A crunch rang out, and Mattis rocketed away, hurtling down toward the stage. The announcer stepped to the side, and the thin demon slammed into the ground with a crunch loud enough to make Noah wince. Mattis rolled back to his feet, one of his arms hanging limply at his side. Fibog looked down at him from his balcony, but the massive grin on the huge demon's face had vanished. His drumstick, along with a good portion of his arm, had been shredded to ribbons. Blood poured down his side, but he barely even seemed to notice. 210 gold, Mattis snarled, spitting on the ground. Raise the price again. See what happens. I think we both know who comes out on top. Fibog clenched his jaw. For a second, Noah thought he'd go through with it. Then the gluttony demon shook his head and sat back in his chair with a derisive snort.
You aren't worth the effort, pond scum. You've already wasted more than enough money on this trash. I don't need it.
Mattis leapt into the air, landing back on the edge of his balcony and sitting down in his chair before kicking his feet up on the railing. The attendant waited patiently for several more seconds, but no other demons put up a bid. Mattis had made his threat more than clear enough.
Sold, the announcer proclaimed, but don't let your excitement dwindle yet. We've got a rank 3 demon rune next. Falling Shadow was formed at an impressive 20%. Bids will start at 120 gold.
Lee could use that. I need runes to rip apart when we're remaking her rank 4. 120, Noah called, and at the same time, Mattis spoke once more. 120. The slaughter demon's eyes snapped over to them. Warning flashed within them. But Noah didn't so much as hesitate. 150, Noah said, a smile crossing his lips beneath his face coverings. Moxie rolled a seed between her fingers, and he locked eyes with Mattis, meeting the challenge within them. Looks like I get to partake in the fun even earlier
than I expected. Chapter 23. Dozens of gazes all turned in Noah's direction as one, joining Mattis in staring at their balcony. Piran tried to sink even lower in her chair to avoid being noticed. It was far too late, and there wasn't anywhere to properly hide on the balcony anyway.
Piran, there's a face I haven't seen in a while, Mattis said with a sneer. We didn't miss you, coward. I'm surprised you had the gall to show yourself again. It's no surprise that you keep the company of those too scared to show their own face.
That's an odd way to concede the bid, Noah said, entirely unperturbed by the taunt. Stop wasting my time. Either raise your bid or shut your mouth. You and Fibog already spent more than enough time yammering for everyone here to get bored of you. A few chuckles rose up from the other demons. Lines of fury etched themselves into Mattis's expression, and he bared his teeth in a snarl.
Do not presume to speak to me as an equal, coward. I respect Fibog's blubbery ass more than you. At least he's bold enough to arrive in the auction under his own power. But that balcony belongs to Piran, doesn't it? How pathetic you can be, entering the auction under her banner. I raise the bid to 160. Don't speak again if you value your
180. Noah said, stretching his arms over his head and cracking his neck. You call Piran a coward, but her runes are worse than yours. Being weak isn't cowardice. Preying on those who can't fight back is. You were correct about one thing, Mattis. We aren't equals. You are below me. The slaughter demon stepped forward, his massive claws flaring as they caught the light. Noah was pretty certain that the only reason he hadn't tried to do anything yet was that he hadn't fully recovered from the damage Fibog had done to him. Even though Noah was standing on Piran's balcony, Mattis didn't know how strong he was. The demon might have been an arrogant asshole, but he wasn't a complete idiot. Charging into a fight blind was rarely a good idea. But Noah got the feeling that would only go so far. Arrogance tended to be blinding after a certain point, and demons were far from avatars of self-control. The other conversations in the auction house started to peter out as more and more attention turned toward Noah and Mattis. Nearly everyone was watching them now that it was becoming clear that a fight was inevitable.
Have you nothing to say for yourself, Piran? What? Did you scrounge all the trash you had together to hire some demons from another city to fight your battles for you? Mattis snarled. You're even more pathetic than the last time you came. Do I see 2 children in your party? What are they here for? Could you not afford adult mercenaries? I raised to 190. Stay in the mud where you belong, snake.
Sinclair's brilliant red lips twisted in a smirk at that, and more than a few demons chuckled. Piran definitely didn't have much support from the crowd, and the way she was acting wasn't helping. All the confidence she'd had back in her mansion had shattered. She was completely out of her element. The auction house was clearly bringing back so many bad memories that she just couldn't maintain her facade. Her failure to respond was only making things worse in the other demons' eyes. Mattis basically had a free punching bag that wouldn't strike back. It made them look weak, which was exactly what Noah needed. Weak targets were easy prey, and easy prey made for complacent predators. 200, Noah said flatly. You seem scared, Mattis. Perhaps you're worried that the children here are stronger than you are? Have you ever tried fighting someone that could hit back, or do you exclusively pick fights with demons more concerned with their next meal than who you are? Fibog's eyes narrowed at the stray insult, but the other demons around him all snickered. Noah was starting to get a pretty good grasp of how these auctions worked. They were more than just demons bidding over runes. The whole thing was a live show. Nobody actually cared who was fighting. They just wanted to see a fight. It didn't matter who won. It didn't matter who was the target. As long as there was blood, everyone else had fun.
220, Mattis said as he bared his teeth. You're out of warnings, mercenary. I have no interest in killing someone as unimportant as a hired blade that would debase themselves to fight alongside the pathetic company you keep. But if you say one more word, I'll rip out your throat and bleed you over the audience. You're nothing but a bug. But if you keep buzzing around my head, I'll end you."
"Do it!" a demon yelled.
"My money's on the mercenary,"
another said from a balcony nearby.
"He's baiting Mattis. 50 gold on him."
"Done deal," the demon on the balcony below said, leaning over to look up at the one that had just spoken. "The mercenary is bluffing. He's got fucking children in his party. Piran probably had to lick their shoes to get them to come. Look at her. She's about to start shedding." Yoru tapped Piran on the shoulder. The snake demon flinched as if she'd been stabbed, then jerked her head over to the smaller demon.
"Get up,"
Yoru said, pointing at the ground in front of her chair,
"and stand over here."
Piran jerked upright, moving to follow Yoru's command without an instant of hesitation. She moved like an iron rod had been planted in her back. Noah ignored them. He had his own problems to deal with. "I have a question. When I kill you, does the price go back down to the original one?" Noah asked, tilting his head to the side. Mattis broke. Evidently, he kept his promises. He leapt from his balcony in a blur of motion and launched for Noah, claws carving through the air with a shrill shriek. Despite all Noah's insults, Mattis was no pathetic opponent. The demon was incredibly fast. He moved faster than Noah's eyes could have ever tracked. But Noah didn't need to move as fast as Mattis. He already knew where the demon was going. He flicked his hand forward, almost lazily, as he summoned the bow of his violin and pointed it before him. At the same time, vines erupted behind him. They raced past his sides and rose up around him, flowers sprouting all along their surface. A powerful force slammed into Noah's arm. Mattis slid to a stop, his arms pinned back by the vines and the bow of the violin impaling his chest. The demon's eyes were wide with fury and disbelief. Noah ripped the bow free and tilted his head to the side. Now that was painfully obvious, wasn't it? I can't say I expected any more from a demon that fed on something as worthless as slaughter. "Coward!" Mattis snarled, jerking in an attempt to rip himself free of the vines, but they held him as tight as stone. It didn't matter how sharp his claws were when he couldn't actually reach anything with them. He may have been a rank 5, but Moxie's rank 4 rune was flawless, and it was quite clear that his form focused on speed, not power. "Fight me!" You know, Moxie's plants are strong, but they aren't that strong. This guy was shitting all over Piran, but he's hardly any stronger than she is. Arrogant prick. "Fight?" Noah let out a burst of laughter. "Why would I fight you? I already told you, Mattis, you're beneath me. There is no fight. There's nothing you can do to hurt me." "Aelin, would you come over here?" The boy rose from his seat and walked over to stand beside Noah.
"You want me to fight the child?"
Mattis asked, his lips curling in derision.
"Or are you just so scared to fight me alone that you have women and children to your combat for you?"
"Let's find out. Tell the truth, Aelin. Am I scared of the coward before me?"
"No,"
Aelin said. "And what about the coward? Is he scared of death?"
"I fear nothing,"
Mattis snarled.
"I am death."
"Lie," Aelin said, and Mattis drew a small breath of surprise as pain flickered across his features. Noah's lips pulled back in a smile. Mattis's runes were weak enough that Aelin was able to eat from him. Isn't that ironic? A flawless rank 3 can hurt even a shit rank 5. I wonder if willpower has some measure of play in this. Mattis is just a prick that preys on the weak. That doesn't make for a very strong mind. I'll have to test Aelin out on some other rank 5s to see what his limits are.
"What was that?"
Mattis demanded.
"What did you do?"
"Death." "You?" Noah asked, ignoring Mattis entirely. "I didn't even need Aelin to know that's a lie, but you're scared of more than just death, Mattis. You're scared of me."
"I do not fear a mercenary that cowers behind."
"Lie," Aelin said, and Mattis dragged in another pained breath. "I suggest against that. It's easier for him to eat you when you lie," Noah said with a smile. He tilted his head to the side as if in contemplation, though truth does seem to work just as well. It's just less fun. But I digress. We're having too much fun to get caught in semantics. Next question. Are you scared of the mere child standing before you? Mattis lurched forward, but all he did was jerk helplessly against Moxie's vines. He was stuck fast. "I'll kill you! I'll kill every single one of you!" Mattis spat, spittle flying from his lips. "Lie," Aelin said. Noah was pretty sure a threat didn't count as a lie, and he caught a small grin on the boy's face. Aelin was playing it up for the crowd. Noah almost burst into laughter on the spot, but he managed to keep his composure. "No, you won't," Noah said. "I'm losing my patience with you, Mattis. Don't you do anything other than threaten to kill me? Can't you be a little more creative? There has to be more in your repertoire." The demon's muscles trembled in fury, but there was nothing he could do but sit there. Murmurs passed through the auction house as the other demons realized that Mattis wasn't just playing along and was legitimately stuck in place. "Hold on," a scaled demon from the balcony beside them said, rising from his seat and thrusting a finger in their direction. "A knowledge demon brat and a demon that wears storm wrappings for no reason? That's Spider." A flicker of recognition passed through Mattis's eyes. Noah's eyes crinkled as his smile grew behind his face wrappings. "Have you heard of me, Mattis?" "As if I'd have heard of a coward like you," Mattis spat. He barely managed to force the sentence out before he let out another pained groan. Evidently, he wasn't smart enough to figure out that speaking in front of a knowledge demon that could eat from him was a poor idea. "I see," Noah said, with a disappointed shake of his head. "Well, I think we're done here. You full, Aelin?" "I am sated," Aelin said with a nod. "Thank you, Spider." "No problem," Noah replied. He nodded to Aelin's chair, and the boy headed back over to it, sitting down without another word. "Don't ignore me," Mattis screamed, jerking his arm against Moxie's vines. "Let me—" Noah's violin bow flashed. It carved straight through Mattis's neck, severing his head from his body in a single motion. Energy poured into Noah in a river, flooding into his runes. Blood splattered across the ground and over Piran, who stood between Yoru and the splash zone. "Whoops, sorry, Piran." "I think we've all had enough of his yammering," Noah said. He flicked the blood from the bow and let it fade away. Moxie's vines released Mattis's body, dropping it over the edge of the balcony, where it plummeted to land on the ground with a splattering crunch. For an instant, the auction house was silent. Noah picked the dead demon's head up by the hair and tossed it over the balcony to land beside the rest of the demon's body, then wiped his hands off on his jacket. Then he cleared his throat. "So, did anyone else want a bit on my rune?" Chapter 24. It would have been a lie to say that the crowd had been cowed. Demons looked at Noah and the balcony around him with undisguised interest. Several of them sported excited grins, and others exchanged money. Noah half wished he could have bet on himself, but that might have been a bit much. Not that many demons actually looked all that put out by Mattis's death, aside from the ones on the balcony below them, who had gotten even more blood on them than Piran had. They threw a few insults up at him, but he ignored them. While most of the crowd didn't seem to care about Mattis, there were definitely some that had taken more displeasure in the demon's death than others. Sinclair's porcelain features were tight in displeasure, her lips pressed into a thin line. Several demons scattered throughout the auction house had similar looks, likely having been allies of Mattis. Something told Noah that nobody missed him because of his stellar personality. Despite the looks they earned, not a single demon in the crowd said a word. That wasn't much of a surprise. The rune really wasn't that powerful. Any demons that would have been powerful enough to risk wanting to fight him now probably wouldn't be interested in something like Falling Shadow in the first place. If we're going back to bidding, does the price reset to the original amount? It's not like the other party was around to bid any longer, Noah said. I'm afraid not. The price remains at 220, if anyone would like to make a bid. Unfortunate. 220 then, Noah said. He put a foot on the railing and pushed himself up, using a burst of wind to launch himself up and into the air. He landed on the railing of Mattis's balcony and hopped down, scanning the relatively barren area and spotting a leather bag on the table. He snagged it, almost blinking in surprise at its weight. It was heavy. Noah slung the bag over his shoulder before turning back to his own balcony and jumping, letting his magic carry him back over to Moxie and the others. He dumped the bag on the table. "If there are no more bids, then Falling Shadow is sold for 220 gold," the announcer proclaimed, clearing his throat loudly. He sent a pointed look up at Noah. "And you will be liable for the cleaning fee." "How much is that again? It seems to have slipped my mind," Noah asked. 100 gold. Ah. Noah pulled Mattis's bag open and glanced through it. It was completely stuffed full of gold, but there were 6 glistening white crystals among the sea of yellow. They were perfectly round, nearly coin-shaped, and light danced as it passed through their clear depths. He was surprised to feel a trickle of runic energy residing within them. It wasn't much, but it was enough to send a faint tingle down his fingers when he brushed them across the gem's surfaces. Noah pulled one of them free to get a better look. It wasn't hard to guess they were some form of currency, if Mattis had brought them here. "Crystals?" Aelin breathed, his eyes fixing on the gemstone. "You know what this is?" Noah asked. Aelin gave him a sharp nod. "Yes, rune crystals. I've never seen one this close before. They're really expensive." "Not this one," Yoru said. "That barely has any magic. It's worth 100 gold. The dim light shows how weak it is. If it were more brightly lit from within, it could be of far greater value." 100 gold is a lot of gold, Aelin muttered. Yoru didn't respond to that. She just lifted her gaze to Pirin, who still stood before her. "You may sit now." The blood-splattered demon looked down at herself. Then she mutely walked back over to her chair and lowered herself into it, not even bothering to try and wipe herself off. Her eyes stared off like she was trapped somewhere between a dream and a nightmare and hadn't quite managed to work out which one it was yet. Noah quickly counted through the money in Mattis's bag. If each of the crystals was worth 100 gold, there was a total of 800 gold in it. The demon had actually been pretty wealthy by the standards of the damned plains. He grinned. You know, killing a bunch of demons here would actually be a pretty good investment. Pay 100 gold, take their bags and all the goodies in it in turn. I'm up a net 700 right now. I should goad some more idiots into trying something. "That's a lot of gold," Moxie said as she looked over his shoulder. "Do we still have to pay for the other rune Mattis bought?" "Yes," Yoru said, "but you will get it in his place. The contract was already struck with the auction house, so attempting to free Mattis's coin from it will go poorly." "That's fine," Noah said with a shrug. "We're down a total of 310 gold of his 800, so there's still 490 extra to play around with. For the amount of effort we had to put in to get this, I don't think I'm going to complain. Pirin, do you need a towel or something?" Pirin wiped some of the blood from her cheek. She looked down at her hand, then back up at Noah. "No, I am fine." Definitely doesn't sound fine. I wonder what got her so bothered. Mattis was a right prick. She and him definitely weren't friends. Not the time to go digging. I'll figure it out later. The announcer continued the auction and put the next rune up, but it didn't catch Noah's attention. He spent his time observing the other demons instead. It was hard to tell how many of them had come here to actually participate and how many had come just to watch the others beat the life out of each other. There was also a third group of demons, those that looked bored with the fights and runes alike. They were few in number, just 5 or 6 that he could spot. Sinclair among them. Noah was willing to bet a body that they were here for more powerful runes, and the games of the weaker demons just were of no interest to them. Their presence was actually quite beneficial. It told Noah that the auction was still far from being in full swing, and the best runes had yet to be revealed. There was just one small potential problem. He had a decent amount of money between what they'd brought and Mattis's thoughtful donation. The price of the rank 3 runes was steadily rising as the announcer sold one after the other. It had already reached the low 300s and went up every time one sold. They were going in order of worst to best, which meant his own rank 3 would probably sell for a pretty good price.
He just wasn't sure if it would be enough. Matter and space runes were disproportionately expensive in the mortal plane. Noah doubted it would be that different here. If he wanted to get a powerful rune, it could end up running at a cost higher than what he had. I was half joking about finding some more demons to kill during the auction, but I may need to do just that. Then again, I might not even have to do anything. The moment I bet on something nice, some macho prick will probably try their hand against me. I just hope they're rich. I'd like to bring all of your attention to the final rune in our rank 3s for today, the announcer called, flapping his wings to emphasize his words. This may be one of the most unique runes I've had the pleasure of selling. Though it is a rank 3, its quality is sublime. This is a standard rune called Sandy Gale that was formed at an unbelievable 11% full. Bids will start at 250 gold. Noah leaned forward in his chair, an excited smile crossing his face beneath his storm wrappings as dozens of gazes all snapped down to stare at the announcer. He'd been waiting for this, and the winged demon had done a great job of hyping the rune up. Now I just need a few people to start a bidding war over it, and I'll make off like a king for just about 0 work. 250, a brown-scaled demon with craggy spines running along his back and shoulders called, slamming his palm into the table on his balcony. I've been waiting for something like this for months. If you bid against me, be prepared to fight for it. 280. A stout demon from the balcony to his side said, crossing her arms and letting her steely gaze bore into the other demon. You aren't the only one that can use that, Ramon. You want it? Fight for it. 290. Ramon growled. The spikes covering his spine rippled. One warning. Don't try again. Your threats aren't going to stop me. Put your fists where your mouth... The rest of the stout demon's words were lost as a sharp, crisp voice split through the air like a spring wind. 300, Sinclair said, crossing one of her legs over the other as her lips pulled up in a faint smile. The stout demon's mouth snapped shut. Ramon exchanged a glance with her, then clenched his fists and lowered himself back into his chair as well. The auction house was silent. For some reason, the single bid from Sinclair had completely stilled the competition. Noah's eye twitched. Ramon and the other demon definitely would have pushed the price far higher than 300 gold. He didn't know why nobody was willing to bid against Sinclair, and he couldn't have given a shit less. Nobody scams me. I'm the scammer here. Even the announcer looked slightly pained at the price abruptly jerking to a halt. He glanced around the room, clearly hoping someone else would speak. Nobody did. His wings drooped slightly as he drew a breath. 310, Noah called out. Sinclair's eyes snapped up to meet his, burning with such malice that Noah could almost see flames flickering within them. A flicker of recognition passed through him. He recognized those eyes. They were incredibly similar to Azel's. She was an anger demon. You do not want to start this, Sinclair said. I am not at the same level of the pest you just quashed, Spider. 350. To a giant, ant and man and mountain are alike, Noah replied. He held Sinclair's gaze without flinching. He didn't know what an anger demon needed a rune like this for, but she clearly wanted it. And if she wanted it, he could push the price a whole lot higher. 400. The muscles in Sinclair's jaw clenched. Cold fury washed over her features, and her eye twitched as her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. Pirin? Yoru said. Yes. Yoru mutely pointed to the ground in front of her. Pirin looked to her bloodied hands. Then she stood up and moved to stand where the smaller demon had indicated. Here? Pirin asked wearily. Yes, very good, Yoru nodded. And Pirin? Yes. Yoru raised her hands to cover the masked face. Pirin gave her a confused look for a moment, then mirrored the motion. 450, Sinclair ground out. Do not open your wretched mouth, Spider. Do not confuse this for a mere warning. I am no whelp to be toyed with.
Be thankful I give you this opportunity to evade your death. The cost for eliminating your entire balcony is still greater than the annoyance you have caused me, but it will not be for much longer."
"I don't need to evade what I already am," Noah called back. For a brief second, the two of them were silent. Noah could see the promise in her posture. Sinclair was at her limit. If he spoke again, she would attack. That was fine with him. If she refused to buy his rune at the price it deserved, he'd just beat the life out of her until she came to a more reasonable decision. 500 gold. Sinclair rose to her feet, her loose robes fluttering around her as she mutely took a step toward the railing. Her fingers flexed, revealing long black claws at the tips of her alabaster-white skin. Noah called in his runes, letting power flow through his body as Sinclair's entire body trembled with poorly restrained fury. He winked at her. That proved to be the final straw. Sinclair launched herself into the air in a blur. She shot across the auction house with her claws primed to rip his throat out, and Noah stood in wait for her. I did always wonder how I'd square up against Azel once I was closer in rank to him. I guess this is about as close as I'll ever get to finding out. Chapter 25. Sinclair slammed into the top of Noah's table with enough force to shatter the wood. It crunched beneath her feet, large fragments spitting out in every direction. Noah released a powerful burst of wind from his palms, keeping any of the fragments from reaching him or Moxie. Piran was a little less fortunate. She was peppered with a dozen pieces of wood, and a particularly large one smacked against her raised arms with a loud crack. If they hadn't been there, the wood likely would have put out one of her eyes. "Open your mouth again," Sinclair hissed. The muscles in her arms taut as her clawed hands flexed. "See what—" Noah's knee drove up into her stomach. Sinclair moved to block the strike in a blur. She was faster than he was, but she wasn't the fastest demon that Noah had ever met, and he was cheating. Before his knee could even reach her deadly hands, he jerked to a halt and released a wave of magic through his other foot and into the balcony beneath them. A violet tremor gripped the ground beneath Sinclair. Her eyes widened as she lost her balance for a brief instant, but Noah was already moving. His elbow slammed into the side of her head with a loud crack. A normal strike from Noah would have had no chance of actually hurting a rank 5 demon, so he put a little extra juice into it. He drew on all the vibration magic he'd infused natural disaster with and stretched the rune to its limits, sending the power racing out from his body and into Sinclair. Her teeth cracked together as a tremor raced through her body, sending her staggering. Noah didn't give Sinclair a chance to gather herself. Demons were so used to showing off for each other and drumming up whatever emotion they were trying to feed on that they were ill-prepared for a rapid assault. Noah, however, had absolutely no plans on feeding anyone. He slammed his foot into the demon's face and released another burst of vibration through his heel. Her head snapped back, and she staggered into the railing at the edge of the balcony. Noah spun, driving all the force he could muster into a spinning kick that he unleashed into her stomach. He unleashed a huge burst of magical energy from natural disaster through the kick, detonating all the wind he could muster in a violent roar as his strike connected. The railing shattered. Sinclair flew off the edge of the balcony amid a rain of wooden fragments. Yoru reached up to Piran and gave the back of her shirt a tug.
"Piran?"
"Yes?" Piran asked weakly, lowering her hands and turning to look back at the smaller demon.
"You should consider eating less. Your bulk is interfering with my view. Kneel."
Piran didn't say so much as a word of protest. She dropped to her knees in front of Yoru, and a furious scream split the air of the auction house. Demons roared in approval as a white blur slammed into the edge of the balcony, and Sinclair vaulted over the remains of the railing. Her right arm had split along the seams, ripping apart to reveal a bouquet of jagged bone blades. They carved through the air, whistling past where Piran's head had been just seconds before, and hurtled toward Noah's side with the intent of carving him into ribbons with just a single blow. Yoru drew a small breath of surprise, but Noah had other things to pay attention to. He released crumbling space, sending tiny white cracks splintering through the air in Sinclair's path. Nobody else in the audience had any chance of even seeing the magic at its small scale, with Sinclair blocking the way. Even Sinclair herself didn't react to the tiny flicker in the air.
The magic collapsed on itself right as Sinclair's arm entered its field. Several loud cracks split the air, and Noah moved a step back. Fragments of bone and droplets of blood pattered against his side as the anger demon's arm transformed into pulp in a split instant. It took Sinclair an instant to realize what had happened. She stared at her destroyed arm as blood trickled down its crushed form in disbelief, her lips working as she tried to form words. "What?" Noah grabbed her arm. Physical contact with a rank 5 demon was generally a pretty piss-poor idea, but he was pretty sure she wasn't going to be using that arm again anytime soon. Sinclair screamed in pain as Noah released another wave of vibration into her arm, causing the sharp, shattered bones to dig into her flesh as his grip tightened. Noah glanced at Moxie, then tapped his throat. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she hurriedly whispered into Aylin's ear before drawing in a deep breath. Noah's grip on Sinclair's arm tightened as she went to free herself, ripping a snarl of pain from her lips. "There is an offending scent present," Yoru proclaimed to Pirin, as if Sinclair wasn't even present. "Pirin, locate it." Either the fight had long since left Pirin, or she'd just learned to do everything Yoru said, because she drew a deep breath. "I have to say, the last anger demon I met was a lot more competent than you were," Noah snarled, taking a deep breath himself, before activating combustion. The air on the balcony froze. Sinclair's eyes widened as she tried to draw a breath and found that nothing entered her lungs. She slashed at Noah with her free hand, shards of bone splitting through her flesh and forming into jagged blades. Noah didn't release his grip on her arm. He doubted she'd let him get his hands on her again if he did. Instead, he released a powerful wall of wind in her path. Her arm slammed into it and was thrown back, unable to penetrate the power of a flawless rank 4 rune. Noah yanked Sinclair to the side by her injured arm. She tried to draw in a pained gasp, but no oxygen would flow. Sinclair tried to drive her claws into Noah's stomach, but he had too much leverage, and she'd already been weakened. He slammed his foot into her shoulder and sent another wave of tremors through her body with a blow. The disorientation it caused was enough for him to slam her into the ground at his feet and knock what little breath she still had from her lungs. Her eyes bulged, and her uninjured hand clawed at her throat. Sinclair's lips worked to form words, but she had nothing left to make them with. Not a scrap of air remained. Her desperate gaze locked with Noah's, and the bone growths yanked back into her arms in a clear attempt to surrender. Noah just stared down at her. He wasn't in a hurry. Unlike Sinclair, he had a whole lot more air left to work with. The demon desperately tried to fling herself free, but Noah sent another wave of powerful vibrations slamming into her body through his foot, not giving her the chance to throw him off. She squirmed on the balcony like a beached fish. "Did anyone else want a bid?" Noah called, his gaze lifting to the crowd. "I'd hate for someone to miss out on a rune they wanted because of this vermin." Silence ruled. A demon coughed, then hurriedly ducked beneath their railing when everyone glanced in their direction. Noah looked back down at Sinclair, trying not to let his eyes twitch. God damn it. Now I've scared them too much, and they think I want the stupid rune myself. Stupid anger demons. I hate these bastards. Noah released combustion. Sinclair drew a ragged gasp, choked on her own saliva, and broke into a hacking cough. "Please," Sinclair wheezed between coughs as she battled to catch her breath, clutching her injured arm to her chest. Noah watched her with disgust. She and Azel were nothing alike. He couldn't believe he was complimenting the bastard, but Azel had been on an entirely different level. Nothing ever would have reduced him to a mess like this, and he never would have begged for his life. Despite what Pirin had said, even this rank 5 was nothing more than an arrogant idiot with slightly better runes than the rank 5s at the bottom of the barrel. She'd had no proper fighting techniques beyond swinging at him like a mad woman. Disappointing. I need more than this if I want to fight Wizen. Unfortunately, I overdid things. Now I need this idiot alive. "How much was the bid?" Noah whispered, reaching down and grabbing Sinclair by her blood-splattered collar. "You can have it," Sinclair said, the corners of her eyes watering. "I concede. I asked you how much the bid was," Noah snapped. "I didn't tell you to concede." 500 gold! It was 500 gold! Noah looked back at Pirin, though he kept his magical energy at the ready. He wouldn't put it past Sinclair to try and attack him while his back was turned. but he could pump her full of natural disaster's power far faster than she could attack him. "Doesn't that seem a bit low?" Noah asked the snake demon. Pirin glanced back at Yoru, her breath still caught in her lungs. "You are released from your task," the small demon said. "I located the foul smell without your aid. It was the rancid demonling that intruded on our balcony. Answer Spider's question." Pirin's gaze drifted down to Sinclair. Emotions churned in her eyes: humiliation, fear, anger. Her jaw tightened, and her hands clenched at her sides as her thin lips pulled back in a mixture of a snarl and a smile. 500 does seem a bit low. "Perhaps you should raise your bid," Noah suggested. Sinclair swallowed. Her eyes flicked from Noah to Pirin. 550 gold. "Is that all?" Noah asked, blinking in mock surprise. "Pirin, is that enough?" "I don't think so," the other demon replied, her cold smile stretching wider as some of the confidence that she displayed back in her mansion started to push its way free. Noah wasn't certain this was the best kind of therapy, but nobody had ever regretted watching someone who had beaten the shit out of them get the same treatment. "I think 2,000 would be more appropriate for a rune of this quality." "What?" Sinclair exclaimed. "This is a rank 3. I don't even have that much money. Why would—" Noah's grip on her arm tightened and she hissed in pain. "How much do you have?" 1,550, Sinclair blurted through a pained gasp. "Then I think 1,500 sounds good," Noah said with a smile. "Wouldn't you agree?" The anger demon stared up at him, and then at Pirin, whose smug face floated over Noah's shoulder and joined the rest of the auction house in watching her complete and utter defeat. 1,500 gold, Sinclair said, squeezing her eyes shut and letting her head flop back to the ground. Noah lifted his foot off her shoulder and peered over the edge of the broken railing at the announcer on the stage below. "You got that, yeah?" Yes, I did," the winged demon said. He hesitated for a moment, as if to see if anyone else was willing to bid. Nobody did. The announcer cleared his throat into a fist. "Sandy Gale has been sold to the fortunate Sinclair." "Congratulations on your win," Noah said with a polite smile that did absolutely nothing, as nobody could see his face. He grabbed Sinclair by her collar and pulled the demon to her feet. "Enjoy your new rune. Now screw off. You aren't worth the cleaning fee. And maybe you'll enjoy a taste of what you like doing to others. Show your face in this auction again while I'm here, and I'll kill you and use your runes as wall decor." He shoved her off the balcony. Sinclair righted herself as she fell, catching onto the balcony below before launching herself through the air back to her belongings. She didn't even stop moving as she grabbed her bag and vanished through the door, the laughter and jeers of the other demons in the auction house following after her. I almost feel bad about that, but after what she obviously did to Pirin, I reckon she got off easy. At least she's alive. Pirin caught Noah's eyes as he turned to sit back down beside Moxie. "Thank you," Pirin whispered, speaking so low that Noah could barely even pick up on her words. He just inclined his head slightly in response. It wasn't like he'd only done it to help Pirin take a little revenge. With all the money that he'd just conned Sinclair into spending on his rune, combined with what he'd taken from Mattis, he was fairly certain that he and Moxie were now some of the richest demons in the auction. Now all that was left to do was cash in his reward. We should be at rank 4 runes now. Let's see what goodies I can pick up for myself. Chapter 26. For all the attention that Noah's antics had just drawn to their balcony, the attention span of the demons in the auction house was far from long. As soon as the winged announcer started listing off the next runes for auction, the number of eyes remaining on them rapidly dropped. A few of Sinclair and Mattis's allies occasionally sent glares in Noah's direction. Not a single one of them was brave enough to actually act on them. His primary goal had been accomplished. After trouncing 2 different demons, Spider's reputation was even greater than it had been before. Nobody knew exactly what rank he was, and nobody had even given him so much as a challenge, yet. That would go a very long way in making sure his consolidation of power in the city continued smoothly. Noah rolled a glimmering crystal between his fingers as the auction continued on. Piran sat to his side, her face and clothes still splattered with blood, and a slightly shell-shocked expression on her face. She couldn't seem to decide whether she wanted to watch Noah or Yoru. Her eyes flicked between them like pinballs stuck between 2 bouncers. Yoru herself seemed completely bored. She'd wrapped her arms around her legs, which were still drawn up to her chest, and her chin rested on her knees. Noah tried not to stare too overtly, but it didn't take a genius to realize that she was more than she wanted him to believe. She'd used Piran as a living shield multiple times, then had her take a deep breath in right before he'd activated combustion. It almost seemed like she knew what he was going to do before he did it. Having Piran stand in front of her to block stuff might just be a good guess, but the instructions for how to avoid the magic, that shouldn't be possible. Even if she's realized that I'm using external magic, nobody in the damned planes would know I've got combustion. Is it possible there's some way to detect the magic someone is using before it leaves their body? Noah tilted his head to the side and thought, that was an interesting idea. Magical energy was hardly all identical. He could feel the difference between natural disaster and crumbling space when he used them. It wasn't an impossible task to presume it was possible to do that to someone else's body. After all, runes were just patterns. If Yoru could understand those patterns without actually seeing them, then she'd basically be able to predict the type of magic someone else was using. A spark of interest lit in Noah's chest. He had no idea how a demon would go about doing that, as they had no domain, but the idea took root in his head like one of Moxie's plants. He did have a domain. Even if that wasn't the technique that Yoru was doing, there was too much potential in the possibility to dismiss it. "What's up?" Moxie whispered, nudging him in the side of his leg with her knee. "I don't think the Burning Brilliance rune is what's got your attention." Noah blinked, then shook his head. "Burning Brilliance?" "I suppose that answers my question," Moxie said dryly. "The rune up for auction right now." Noah glanced down at the announcer. Several demons around them were locked in a bidding war, and the price had reached the low 500s already. It came as no surprise to him that rank 4 runes were considerably more expensive than their lower-strength counterparts. Well, most of their lower-strength counterparts. For some reason, Sandy Gale is just a rune to die for. I sure hope that doesn't mess with anyone when they're trying to run some numbers on what rank 3 runes sell for on average. No, it's not that, Noah agreed. He didn't want to get into what his thoughts were while Yoru was right next to them, especially since he was basically planning to try and copy as many of her abilities as he could. I'm only half listening right now, just thinking. Nothing all that interesting has come up yet. Did you see something you wanted? Not particularly. Moxie shook her head. I still need to figure out where I'm going to take things for the next rank, and I'm getting used to my current rune before I make any steps to get more of them. It's still got a lot of energy to fill anyway. Something tells me that won't be too hard here, Noah said, looking back to the other demons around them. Even if the ones in the auction had figured out trying him was generally a poor idea for their continued health, there were always more idiots. That was a universal truth back in Arbitage, and it was even more true in the damned plains. Probably not, Moxie agreed. I think we should be getting to the more interesting stuff soon, though. Good thing we got all that extra gold. Noah nodded. He stopped fiddling with the crystal and tossed it back into the bag. He didn't want to somehow manage to break it and waste 100 gold. The Burning Brilliance rune eventually sold for 540 gold while they were distracted with their conversation. Even though it was a rank 4 rune, it was so poorly made that interest in it ended up drying up rather quickly. Another uninteresting rank 4 rune went up for sale, this one only at 60% full upon creation. What about you, Aelin? See anything you want? Noah asked, looking to the boy. He normally wasn't a fan of just handing dozens of runes to his students, but Aelin was in a very different position than the others back in Arbitage. For them, rapid advancement was a hindrance and something they'd have to hide. It would also keep them from focusing on their patterns. But Aelin was a demonstration of Spider's power. There was a target on his back, and Noah was less concerned with his long-term growth than he was with making sure the kid didn't get killed in his sleep. Aelin nearly choked. "What? Me? I couldn't possibly take anything. You've done so much already, and I'm still learning how to use my rank 3 rune. I'm a little worried about what will happen if I reach rank 4 without getting a grasp over my, other abilities." A very wise fear, Noah said, his expression tightening at the reminder. He still hadn't made progress in figuring out what changed demons so extensively at rank 4. Both Piran and Yoru had passed that point, and even though Noah had no clue what Yoru's runes were, it was pretty clear they'd both been heavily influenced by them. Maybe I can get some information out of Yoru when we meet after the auction.
Up next is yet another unique rune that I'm delighted to share with you all, the announcer called, punctuating his words with a practiced snap of his wings that ripped through the air like a gunshot. He rubbed his hands together, a greedy smile crossing over his lips. Our first of 2 runes from the Black Reaches. This rank 4 rune is called Unstable Corrupted Mass. It may have been 70% full at conception, but the strength of this rune should be enough to more than make up for that. It will be starting at 400 gold. It didn't seem like the rest of the room agreed. The murmurs that had broken out at the mention of the Black Reaches instantly fell away the moment the announcer revealed just how poor quality the rune actually was. "Where are the Black Reaches?" Noah asked. The announcer had put too much focus on the location for it just to be a random part of the damned plains.
"They're toward the City of Gold," Piran said, "an area of the damned plains that got destroyed in a fight between 2 rank 8s a long time ago. It's very dangerous to enter. I've heard rumors that the barrier between planes is weaker there than anywhere else." "The rumors are correct," Yoru said. "That is why Sivan resides within the City of Gold. It is steeped within death energy. No other archdemon can challenge him there. Are you not aware of him?"
What, is his feeling death or something? That does not sound like someone I want to get to know. Given how much runes change demons, someone that represents death itself is probably going to be batshit insane and comically evil. I'll pass. Just slipped my mind, Noah said, clearing his throat. Though many demons were talking around them, only one other demon had bid on the Unstable Corrupted Mass rune, and its price was at a mere 400 gold. It sounded like there was a good chance it would have some degree of matter or space runes in it, given where it had come from. So Noah shrugged and raised his voice. 410 gold. The demon that had bid on the rune glanced over to Noah. He had skin like a craggy cliffside and a dour expression on his face. But the moment he realized who had spoken, the demon hurriedly sat back down and averted his gaze, not saying another word. Nobody else said anything. The poor-quality rune just wasn't worth the hassle.
"Sold,"
the announcer proclaimed, not even bothering to hide his disappointment. He'd definitely been hoping for a higher price. The auction house, and he, obviously got a cut of sales. It didn't take him long to get over it, though. No sooner than he had spoken did the announcer's eyes flash with excitement.
Coming from the same demon is a second rune from the Black Reaches. This one is a rank 4 unstable mass rune, and at a very respectable 50% full upon creation. Bids will start at 500 gold.
So a better version of the rune that just sold. More certainly couldn't hurt.
500, a demon called without a second of hesitation. 550,
another added, speaking before the first had even had a chance to close their mouth. Several more demons added their own voices into the mix. It wasn't long before the price quickly shot up to 650 gold, and it didn't look like it showed any signs of slowing. I need to cut this off at the head before I end up having to waste too much money. 1,000 gold, Noah called. His voice projected through the auction house like a wave of rolling thunder, cutting through the other demons' clamoring cries. A second of silence ticked by. Several demons considered him, clearly trying to figure out if it was worth trying to fight him on the rune. He didn't know if it was the reputation he'd built up or the huge price jump he'd made, but the silence dragged on. The announcer couldn't even be annoyed. 1,000 gold for a rank 4 that had only been 50% full upon creation was a good price in the damned plains. Noah had just started to let a smug grin form beneath the wrappings on his face when a new voice rose up into the air, not from another balcony, but from right beside him.
1,100 gold,
Yoru said, her quiet words cutting through the silence.
This rune is mine.
Chapter 27. Of everyone in the auction house that could have placed a counterbid, Noah hadn't expected the person to do it to be in his own balcony. He stared at Yoru, his face wrappings doing nothing to conceal the surprise in his eyes. It had been obvious that Yoru had an agenda she was aiming to accomplish. Noah hadn't expected it to include trying to take a relatively unimpressive rank 4 rune from him. His eyes narrowed as he studied her, trying to figure out what the demon's motive was. Is she trying to test my reaction? But what would the point of that even be? Annoying me isn't going to accomplish anything meaningful. Maybe she's trying to see if I'll back down when a higher-ranked demon tries to screw with me. That didn't feel like it made sense either. Noah had no idea what rank Yoru actually was. She was a high rank 5 at the bare minimum, but there was a good chance she was even stronger than that, given how Piran treated her. There wasn't much time to make a decision. He hadn't answered in several seconds, and no other demons had tried placing a bid. It wasn't like Noah didn't have the funds to spare. With all the money he'd just taken from the other demons, in addition to what he and Moxie had, he had something around 2,000 gold. But raising my bid any higher basically guarantees that I can't get any more runes in this auction. Everything from here on out is definitely going to be near 1,000 gold. I'd like to get at least one rank 5 rune if I can. Damn it, a rank 5 rune is more important than this one. There's just no point in getting into a bidding war here. Noah remained silent. Entering a bidding war here would only waste his time and money, and more importantly, he had no idea what Yoru was aiming for. Everyone at the auction was playing their own game. The only way he could come out on top was when the only game he let himself make moves in was his own. "The unstable mass rune is sold," the announcer proclaimed. A few disappointed murmurs ran through the demons in the crowd when they realized that Noah wasn't about to give them even more free entertainment. But it didn't take long before the winged demon got started introducing the next rune, and everything else was forgotten. Yoru's masked face turned toward Noah as he watched her out of the corners of his eyes. She tilted her head to the side.
What?
That's an odd question to ask, Moxie said. Why'd you bid on that rune? Do you really need it? Perfect. Thanks, Moxie. I need to keep putting on my spider shtick, but you can say everything I actually want to. I've already looked lost enough by not knowing where or what the black reaches were.
Me? No.
Yoru's head righted and tilted in the other direction.
Why would I need a rank 4 rune?
If you didn't need it, why'd you bid on it? Moxie asked with a confused frown. That seems like a waste of money.
Money is of little concern to me. There are precious few things that I need that gold could purchase.
I'm not sure I'm following your thought process here. You bought the rune because, what, you wanted to waste money? Moxie's brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of Yoru's actions.
No, I do not waste. Even the most unimportant resources have value. Discarding resources is the act of an arrogant fool.
Now I'm equally confused, Noah said, giving up on any plans to remain separated from the situation and tossing his own hat into the ring. So you bought a rune you don't need with money that you don't care about, but don't want to waste. For what reason exactly?
You wanted it,
Yoru said, as if that explained everything.
And it was 1,000 gold.
Right, well, that explains absolutely nothing. Is she saying she bought it to keep me from getting it? I don't see how the price matters here either.
If Spider wanted it, why did you buy it?
Moxie asked, not even bothering to mince her words. She'd never been one for trying to take the subtle path. Perrin shrank into her seat, eyes flickering between Yoru and Moxie as she tensed in preparation for a looming fight. There was a second of silence before Yoru responded. "To? Give it to him." A note of confusion entered the small demon's tone. It almost seemed like she'd surprised herself with her own words. "It is a gift?" She couldn't have sounded less certain about it even if she'd tried. Noah and Moxie exchanged a quick glance. Thank you?" Noah said hesitantly. Somehow, getting an answer to his question had only managed to make him even more confused. He couldn't think of a single reason why Yoru would want to give him a gift, but he certainly wasn't going to say no to anything that saved him 1,000 gold. Maybe it's just some aspect of demon culture I just don't understand yet. Maybe giving a gift is a way to assert dominance or something, like a display of wealth or power. Hey, I'm not going to complain. Free shit is free shit. Yoru didn't say anything more. Noah shrugged to himself and turned his attention back to the auctioneer. The auction was still going strong, and he now had a whole lot more gold left over to play with. A droplet of sweat rolled down Yoku's face behind her mask. She was confused, more confused than she'd been in hundreds of years. There was something seriously wrong with her runes. That was the only possible answer. The probable futures she weighed were making absolutely no sense. Something about Spider was breaking everything. Actions that should have been mundane resulted in bleak nothingness. Trapped deals that she'd relied upon dozens of times before to best demons far smarter than she resulted in the same. Her powers had always been heavily limited, the more complicated and the farther away the future she weighed were, but probabilities were probabilities. Even when the future grew less set in stone, she could still view its potential. At least normally she could. When it came to Spider, Yoku felt truly blind for the first time since she'd lost her eyes. Every other step she took sent her plummeting into a black abyss with no escape. There was no rhyme or reason to his actions. Yoku could deal with a more powerful foe. She could deal with an enemy who was smarter or faster than her. Everything could be dealt with when she knew what her opponents were doing before they themselves had decided on it. Even Belkis was a manageable threat. He was the strongest demon that Yoku had ever set herself against, but so long as the future played out in the manner that she'd waited, victory was inevitable. But Spider, he didn't act like a demon. He didn't react like a demon. He didn't even think like a demon. And that terrified Yoku. There was only one lifeline in the sea of tumultuous black smoke, a single pathway that she could find that didn't end up setting him against her. It was so shrouded in darkness that Yoku could only take a single tiny step at a time. The endlessly branching possibilities of the future had been so clouded that even she wasn't entirely sure what she was doing. Yoku hadn't any idea why buying a rune that Spider wanted was going to get him on her good side. If anything, it should have annoyed him. She hadn't even considered she was buying the rune for him. The mere idea of that was enough to make her sightless eyes twitch. Rivers of blood made a pathway up the mountains of corpses she'd left in her wake to reach the power she now commanded. Dozens of rank 6 demons would have prostrated themselves at her feet with nothing more than a single word from her lips. They would have given her the clothes from their backs and made themselves into stepping stones for her to cross a shallow creek if she requested it. Yoku did not give gifts. They were the tools of the weak who sought to appease the strong. She had no need of such crutches. And yet, for some reason, that was the only path that accomplished all of her goals. Spider had accepted the gift with the grace of a demon who had received many such offers before. She wasn't sure how she felt about that, but the probabilities had changed once more. And, as Yoku peered through the twisting smoke and weighed the probabilities to determine what exactly it was that she had just accomplished, moonlight illuminated the next step on the pathway to the future she desired. How will I take control of his power? How can I turn him against Belkis? Something about Spider, be it him or something he is connected to that I am unable to witness, is too powerful to let slip through my fingers.
I will do anything I must in order to—"
Yoku's sightless eyes blinked. Then they blinked again. Her ears picked up on the auctioneer's chatter as if it came from 1,000 miles away, but none of it actually processed. She stared at the probable future that lay before her in abject disbelief.
That can't be right.
Never before had she doubted her powers to this degree. Yoku drew on more magic and poured it forth, weighing the probabilities once more. They remained unchanged. Every single pathway she took but this one ended in the pitch-black sea. There was only a single way to fully get Spider on her side. She couldn't see what would happen after, or how it would even affect the other plans she had set in motion. All she knew was the next step along the path that she had to take, and it was one that made even less sense than every other impossible oddity that had happened today. "Is something on my face?" Spider asked, his voice cutting through her futures like a blade.
"Yes. Storm wrappings."
Yoku's words were flat, but her heart pounded in her chest. The uncertainty was awful. It had been so long since she hadn't known something that the mere sensation made her want to retch like a battle-eager child witnessing death for the first time. Spider let out a snort and turned back to the auction, but Moxie's gaze remained on her. Yoku didn't even consider trying to weigh the futures with her again. She already had the pathway before her, and the next step would be after the auction. Yoku just wasn't sure if she had the strength to take it. Chapter 28. Thanks to all the demons that had kindly donated their savings, and Yoru's interference on the rank 4 unstable mass rune, Noah waited patiently for something worth buying as the auction pressed on. Rank 4 runes turned to rank 5s, and the prices everything sold for steadily rose and grew closer to the upper limits of what he could afford to compete with. There were a few runes that Noah briefly considered bidding for, but none were quite interesting enough for him to put too much effort into. The demons competing in the auction now were stronger than the ones that had partaken in the earlier parts. He wasn't confident he could kill anyone without having to rely on the fragment of renewal, sunder, or possibly even getting himself killed in the process. Noah had no plans of playing any of his trump cards just for an auction. Surprises were only good if nobody else knew you had them, and none of the rank 5 runes thus far had truly been worth the effort. Minutes ticked by. Several more demons fought each other, much to the delight of the crowd, though nobody else died. They almost felt more like posturing than proper fights, where a demon was forced to fight to protect their image or honor, but had no desire to actually get killed in the process of it. I suppose that makes sense. Aside from a few kinds of feelings, I don't imagine the majority of demons are going to be any keener on fighting to the death than anybody else. Their society is 70% posturing and threats, and 30% actually carrying through on them. Definitely makes for more of a spectacle than a bunch of nobles sneering at each other, though. Eventually the bids started to slow. The quality of the runes dropped as they grew higher in rank, even as their cost grew. Fewer demons were willing to bid on something that just wasn't useful. Noah was just starting to think that the auction was wrapping up when the announcer's wings snapped out in his signature move, cracking like a whip, breaking the sound barrier. "My good demons, we'll be entering the final part of today's auction," the auctioneer called. "We're all out of runes that will fit within our more standard categories. So next up is the lightning round, where we toss up everything that didn't quite fit. Remember, 10 seconds per item, and bids start at 1,000 gold for everything. Whatever the last highest offer is at the end of 10 seconds wins the item, no questions. Nothing is in order of rarity or strength in this round, so bid on what you want and spend all that money. We'll be opening with the jaw of a rank 5 bone demon that was recovered from the wastes. It's estimated to be about 400 years old, so it's still got a good bit of efficacy left in it." Bids flowed from the masses like a river. Noah blinked in surprise as the price rapidly shot up all the way to 1,600 gold before slowing down over the next few seconds. Even though most demons were only raising the price by 20 or 30 gold with each increment, there were so many of them competing that the price skyrocketed. That 10-second time limit is smart. It forces people to just fling money out and not give them much time to think if the item is actually worth increasing their bid or not. The next two items flashed by, but both were other demon parts and didn't interest Noah much. He'd never really taken to the whole bathing in monster parts strategy for strengthening his runes. It was much easier to just kill them. Using alternative methods to gather magical energy was useful for noble families trying to get their members stronger without actually putting them through fights. There was no point going through the hassle when he could just kill a few dozen monsters instead. Sure, there was a chance he'd get killed in the process, but that was just a minor inconvenience. "Up next is another rune for the bold and inquisitive among you," the auctioneer called. But something in his voice was different. Noah couldn't quite place the emotion, but it almost sounded like unease. "This is a rare offering, but I can assure you we have permission to sell it. A broken master rune. Deathly Night." Yoru stiffened, but Noah barely even noticed as her posture shifted and she moved to speak. Another broken master rune. That's perfect. It could be invaluable to figure out what happened to Lee's runes. 1,500 gold, Noah yelled without a second of hesitation, then drew a breath in preparation to jack the price up even higher the moment someone else placed a bid. But to his confusion, the auction house was dead silent. Not a single demon spoke a word. Noah blinked. Huh. I guess I really put on quite a show. Nobody wants to bid against me. Or is this like those damn eBay auctions I always used to lose because some assholes would wait until the last second to place a bid? Noah's eyes narrowed, and he prepared to yell out again if someone attempted to steal the broken master rune from him in the last second. Seconds ticked by. Silence reigned. And then the time was up. "Sold," the auctioneer said. "We've got a uni-steel horn up next. Go!" Bids filled the air once more as if nothing had happened. Yoru's posture returned to normal, and she slipped back into her chair, her head tilted slightly to the side. "Well," Noah said slowly, sitting down in his chair as his brow furrowed, "that was odd. I didn't think my reputation was that impressive yet. Lucky me." "It's not you," Piran said, fidgeting nervously in her seat. "You just bought a death rune." "Right, that was in the name. They sold it, I bought it. That's how auctions work," Noah said with a frown. "What else are you meant to do?" "Sivan has purchased almost every single death rune above rank 4 that's ever been found in the damned plains," Yoru said, tapping her fingers on her knees in thought. "A broken master rune is still a master rune." "I don't see how that's my problem. You can't tell me he's going to throw a tantrum because I bought a rune that he wasn't even here to bid on," Noah said. "Isn't he a demon lord or something? That feels a bit petty." "He will not be angry, but he may attempt to reach out, and few are eager to meet with anyone from Sivan's entourage," Yoru mused. "Someone choosing to sell the rune here rather than in the City of Gold means they are at odds with Sivan. They most certainly would have gotten a better price from him than they did here." Sounds like something I'll deal with when it comes. "I need the rune," Noah said with a half shrug. He only wanted the broken master rune for research at the moment. If Sivan wanted to try to buy it off him, they were more than welcome to. Though there's a chance Moxie might be able to use something like this. I feel like death kind of fits in her whole cycle of life pattern that she's got going. We'll see. I can't really be bothered worrying about some demon lord in a city across the damned plains. He's not going to make the trip all the way out here to get a middling rune that was only worth a few thousand gold at best. And if he sends his people, well, then we'll talk. "You aren't concerned about Sivan?" Piran asked, swallowing her surprise and straightening in her chair as she squinted at Noah. He could almost see the gears turning in her head as she tried to figure out what rank he truly was. Then she gave up. Piran blew out a sigh, sinking lower into her chair. "I want a nap," she muttered. The auction ended a short while later. Attendants headed over to their balcony, handing him the winnings from his entirely above-the-table sale of his rune, shortly before collecting the 1,910 he owed for the things he'd purchased. They gave him 2 sheets of tanned leather with runes embossed upon them, crackling faintly with energy, then handed another one to Yoru. It seemed the short demon had some form of a pay system already set up with the auction house because they didn't bother trying to get any gold from her. By the time the attendants left, Yoru had already hopped down from her chair and strode over to the door. Noah supposed he had agreed to meet her after the auction ended. Judging by how she was clutching the leather bearing the rune she'd yoinked from him, he got the feeling she didn't plan to hand it over until they'd made it to her place. Yoru let them all outside and back into the streets of Triton. Piran went to slip away, but Yoru grabbed the snake demon by the arm before she could even take a step in any other direction. Shoulders hunched into feet like a weary mom being led to the toy section of a store by her toddler, Piran let Yoru drag her along. I wonder if Yoru's actually just the kid of some powerful demon. She does come off as just a bit spoiled. Definitely doesn't know the value of money. She talks a bit odd, but that could be because she's trying to mirror her mom or dad. Noah squinted at the back of Yoru's head as they followed her down winding roads. She had to hold her hair with one hand to keep it from dragging along the ground and getting dirty. He nodded to himself. Yeah, she even wanted a pet mascot. Still don't know how she found out about him, but Yoru acts like a little kid. Could be a strong little kid. The noble families could manufacture some really strong mages back in the mortal world, so the same could easily go here. Being young doesn't mean weak. Maybe she's a prodigy of some sort, since she was somehow predicting the magic I was going to use. I'll have to make sure to be nice to her. It's important to be a good role model for the easily impressionable. Hey, Noah whispered, leaning over to Moxie as they entered a doorway and headed down a stairwell leading deeper into the city. I think Yoru is a kid. You just came to that conclusion? Moxie asked in the same tone. She's half our height. Short people exist, you know. Moxie rolled her eyes. Yeah, sure. But she sounds like a kid. That doesn't mean we can let our guard down. A kid like this, yeah, young doesn't mean weak. She almost certainly has a really strong rune or a lot of talent. To be honest, I'm mostly curious to see what she wants and how she knows Piran. Moxie nodded in mute agreement. They didn't get any more time to speak as Yoru pushed open a plain stone door, revealing a wide hall beyond it. Gentle blue light illuminated it from far above, and a tall wooden table rested in its center, long enough to easily seat 20 people. Plain but well-carved chairs lined the table's sides in wait of someone to use them. The air was still like a bated breath, and the smell of fresh dew washed away the musty stench of the tunnel behind them. Whoa, Noah said. Nice place, Yoru. Is this where you live? No, this is a greeting room, Yoru replied. She made her way over to the chair at the head of the table and hoisted herself into a raised chair at the table's end. Noah had to bite back a laugh. She looked like a kid playing princess. Well, I suppose it can't hurt to play along. She did spend over 1,000 gold on me. So, what is it that you wanted? Noah asked. And I have to know, how did you find out about our cat? Did someone tell you? The cat can wait, Yoru said. She pointed at the chair to her side. Sit. Noah shrugged and did as she requested. Moxie took the chair beside him, and Aelin took the one beside her while Piran edged toward the one at the farthest spot on the table. Yoru's masked face lifted to stare in the snake demon's direction. She didn't even have to say a word. Piran's shoulders slumped, and she walked back over to join them, sitting down beside Moxie. If not the cat, then what is it? Noah tilted his head to the side. His senses scanned over the room to see if this was some sort of trap, but he didn't feel anyone else in the area. I want you to do something for me, Spider, Yoru said in her typical icy soft whisper. Would you be so kind as to grant my request? Oh? Noah tilted his head to the side. What is it? Yoru lifted her hands to her mask. I want you to look into my eyes. Chapter 29. Yoku's hand tightened around her mask, and Spider watched her, mild curiosity in his expression. He seemed to have absolutely no idea that the thin piece of ceramic wasn't there to conceal her identity.
It was there to make sure no demon mistakenly looked into her eyes. Any demon that knew who she was, even Belkis himself, would have averted their gaze instantly. Spider didn't so much as flinch. Either he had absolutely no idea who she was, or he simply didn't care. Yuku was willing to bet it was the former, and she'd only lost a single bet throughout the entirety of her very, very long life. She lifted the mask away from her face. Before she could lower it and meet Spider's gaze unhindered, she paused. And for a brief instant, the demon that peered endlessly into the future was plagued by memories of the past. Old faces flickered in her sightless eyes. Some of them had started to fade with age, but even the relentless millstone of time hadn't managed to completely wipe them from her memory. They would haunt her for as long as she lived. There had been a time so long ago that nearly everyone that still recalled it had long since passed, where Yoku had not possessed the Moonlight Prophecy Master Rune, a time when she had lived with her parents and brother in a small cave in the wastes. Yoku only possessed a single clear memory from that time, the very last one. She could remember the pain, the burning agony searing through her body as the Master Rune had changed her, as it granted her the gift to witness the potential probabilities of everything before her, as it gave her a looking glass into the future, as it took her eyes in turn. It had been a cruel joke. A Master Rune that granted vision of the future had an inverse that took her sight of the present. Moonlit prophecy had burned away her irises and left behind empty portals to the immense might stored within her soul. If that had been the extent of the rune's damage, then perhaps she never would have seen it as a curse. But Moonlit prophecy was far too great a Master Rune to be satisfied with that. The immense weight of every single probable future stored within her hung like the sky itself had been propped up upon rickety stilts. But Moonlit prophecy's passive had taken her sight. It prevented her from looking into the incomprehensible, shifting paths of the future with her own eyes, and kept her from being forced to witness the entirety of an ever-growing universe of potential within a split second. Moonlit prophecy had taken her eyes to protect her, but it didn't protect anyone else. She still remembered the look on her father's face as his mind had melted. His eyes had gone glassy and flat, shattered windows to an abandoned soul. She remembered her mother's scream. She remembered the panic, the confusion, the terror. Yoku hadn't understood what had happened when her father died. She hadn't known what she had done. But she'd learned. She'd learned when she spun to her mother and brother, only to watch the screams die on their lips as every aspect of them that made them who they were was swept away. She couldn't wipe the faces of her family from her mind if she tried. She hadn't even been able to squeeze her eyes shut and shut the world out in darkness. Moonlit prophecy had taken her vision, but it had cursed her with eternal sight. No future could ever escape her sight again. That included the one she'd made for herself. In all the years that had passed since that day, the pain had lessened. She had grown stronger. She witnessed the rise and fall of countless demons. She saw the mistakes they made, both in the present and in the future, and learned to avoid them. While others rushed, Yoku advanced, 1 foot ahead of the other. She ground toward the inevitable future in which she was the victor. Fewer and fewer demons existed that had survived to her age. Her eyes became a tool, one that occasionally snuffed out a flickering candle that was a life, so insignificant that she barely even noticed. But today, for the first time in centuries, Yoku hesitated to bare her eyes to the world. She had seen the most probable future that resulted from lowering the mask. It was the only one in which Spider allied with her, and it made absolutely no sense. Ever since the Master Rune had permanently bonded with her body, not a single demon had met her gaze and survived with their minds intact. At best, they were reduced to mindless drones, unable to do anything but obey any commands they heard. It had been so long since Yoku had a true ally that she could barely remember the meaning of the word.
No demon in their right mind was stupid enough to dare let their guard down around her when a few moments of direct eye contact were enough to end them. Her eyes had been an absolute in a sea of twisting probabilities and futures. But for the first time, she doubted not just her powers, but her eyes as well. She simply couldn't comprehend how the future in which Spider would do as she willed was the same as the one where he held her gaze. The moment they looked at each other, Spider's mind would collapse, and nothing would remain but an empty void. An empty shell of what had once been a demon was in no way an ally. It would become a corpse that hadn't been told it was dead yet.
Does that mean he survives? What happens when Spider meets my gaze? Does he have a way to truly look at me when nobody else has? Will he see my strength and bend the knee? Or will my rune have no effect on him at all?
You okay? Spider asked, tilting his head to the side. Do you have second thoughts about taking your mask off? It's fine if you don't want to. I don't particularly mind, since I have absolutely no plans of removing my own.
I haven't come this far to back down now. I've done too much to get here only to falter. This is the future I need, the only path forward where the moonlight still shines. I will advance, just as I always have.
Yoku lowered the mask. Her flat eyes locked with Spider's, two souls completely bared to each other. For a silent instant, nothing changed. Then, her soul shuddered. The immense power within Yoku connected her to Spider as every potential future unfurled itself like a garden of blooming flowers. The full weight of her master rune crashed down upon him, just as it had on everyone else that had ever held her gaze. Smoky black tendrils bubbled up from beneath the ground. They rose into the air, invisible to everyone but Yoku, and dove into Spider's eyes like the fangs of a great beast snapping closed. And then, the incomprehensible weight of moonlit prophecy, the master rune that had ground the mind and soul of every single demon that had ever gazed upon it into mindless mush, crumpled like a scrap of paper. For the first time in countless years, Yoku felt true terror. Visions crashed into her mind one after the other. A smiling man standing in a strange, well-lit room surrounded by children holding wooden objects that sang in harmony with strange, melodic voices. A white bed and white sheets with arms of pale, pallid skin that matched. The shrill, infuriating beep and screech of odd metal structures with glowing surfaces covered with strange, incomprehensible runes. An empty room. And then darkness. Darkness and what lay beyond it. Yoku's lips parted. Her heart skipped a beat as an icy hand closed around it and started to squeeze. Glowing bodies in an endless golden line leading through a vast expanse of nothingness, complete and utter boredom. But more than that, there was nothing but steps. Footsteps, 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 over and over again. Endless boredom, time stretched and dilated, losing its meaning. It could have been thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. It was impossible to tell. Incomprehensible pain pierced Yoku's mind. If she still possessed control of her body, she would have screamed. Instead, she could do nothing but watch the visions drive into her with increasing intensity. Years, decades, centuries, millennia, all passed in the briefest flicker of an instant. She saw nothing but mere flickers of it, but even those were enough. Moonlit prophecy held every future that she could see within it. But when Yoku looked into Spider's eyes, what she found waiting there was eternity. An existence that reached so far back through the universe that even every sprawling future she could conceive was nothing more than a blip before everything that its soul had experienced. It was like weighing a marble against a planet. And as blood dripped from Yoku's nose and trickled from her eyes, she finally understood the future that she had witnessed. She could only weigh futures against herself, and Spider was heavier than she was. Far, far heavier.
Spider didn't bend the knee to her. He didn't obey her desires or become a part of her plans. There was only a single future in which she got everything she desired, and that was the one where she became a part of his. Chapter 30. When Yoru started to bleed from her eyes and mouth after staring at him for no more than a second or two, the first thought that flashed through Noah's head was, "Oh shit, she's sick." The second thought that followed it was, "Damn, she barely looks any older than a teenager." No older than many of his students had been back on Earth, or at least, how old they'd once been. At least in appearance. But that didn't mean much for demons. Yoru grabbed her mask from the table and practically slammed it back onto her face, not even pausing for long enough to wipe the blood away. Her hands gripped the armrests of her chair so tightly that her knuckles had turned bone white. She let out a ragged breath, slumping back and letting her head thunk against the chair's back. "Whoa! Are you okay?" Noah asked, rising from his chair. "Do you need something?"
Just quiet,"
Yoru rasped. She pressed her hand against the mask, her entire body as stiff as a board. Noah exchanged a baffled look with Moxie. He didn't miss the look of stark horror on Piran's face, but he was pretty sure she'd spent more time terrified in the last few hours than not. It was basically normal at this point. Noah obliged and stood in place, shifting uncomfortably. He'd never been a fan of problems completely out of his control. It wasn't like he could hand her an Advil and send her home to her parents, both of whom still seemed to be absent. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Yoru's grip on the armrests didn't lessen in the slightest, and her breath showed no signs of coming under control. Blood welled along the edges of the mask and ran down its sides, dripping down to her clothes. Noah managed to avoid doing anything for about a minute. He was fairly proud of that. It was longer than he normally waited. He carefully reached out and put a hand on Yoru's shoulder. "Hey," Noah said, keeping his voice gentle. He had no idea what had happened to her, but he wasn't going to get any answers until she was calm again. "Yoru, it's okay. Take a deep breath in and let it out nice and slow. Everything is fine. Help me count how many people are in the room. Me, you, Moxie, Aelin, Piran." He moved his other hand as he spoke, pointing to each of them in turn. Noah didn't have to worry about if Yoru could see with her mask on. She'd already made it quite clear that she could. The small demon made no move to acknowledge his words, but he saw her head move slightly with his hand. That was progress. "Keep breathing, in and out. Deep," Noah continued. "What about touch? You're holding the chair pretty hard. What else can you touch? Can you touch 4 things?" He ignored the baffled looks Moxie and Piran sent him as he watched Yoru closely. It was difficult to read the demon with her mask on, but her breathing had started to slow, and her hands gradually unclenched from the chair. "Are smells better?" Noah asked. "Can you smell anything?" You don't have to answer out loud, just think and breathe. Yoru's hands fully unclenched from the chair, her head tilted back slightly.
"Blood. I taste blood."
"That would be because your mask is covered in it. Stay with me. Just keep breathing. Are you feeling better?"
Yes, I am fine."
Some of the strength returned to Yoru's voice, but she still sounded badly shaken. "Are you sick with something?" Noah asked. "Where are your parents? Are they here?"
"Dead,"
Yoru replied, her voice going distant. "Fuck. God damn it. Of course they're dead. It's a random demon kid. Why wouldn't their parents be dead? Not a rich brat, then. A rich heiress, one of unknown actual age and power. I was not trained for this, but I'm pretty sure bringing up a kid's dead parents isn't the best way to ground them." "Deep breaths," Noah repeated somewhat ineffectively. He was surprised to find it actually seemed to work. Yoru was coming to again.
"I'm not sick,"
Yoru said. She lifted a hand to her blooded mask, then let it drop before touching anything.
"I am fine."
"You most certainly do not look fine. What do rich kids do when they throw up?"
Do you have a butler or something? Noah asked hesitantly. Maybe you should get some moist towelettes. Moist towelettes? Moxie mouthed, squinting at him. Aelin looked equally baffled, and Piran seemed to still have yet to remember she could change her expression at will. I do not have a butler. I have an aide, Yoru said. He is not present. Kind of useless then, isn't he? If you're going to be rich, shouldn't you at least keep your staff around for when you randomly start bleeding out of your eyes and mouth? God, am I that ugly or something? Okay, that's fine, Noah said, making sure to keep his calm tone. Do you need anything? Maybe you should clean your mask off. No, it is fine. I am fine, Yoru said, but it sounded like she was trying to convince him as much as she was trying to convince herself. Okay. If you're sure, then I won't insist, Noah said. He released Yoru's shoulder and lowered himself back into his chair to give her a little room. Take your time. I do not need any more time, Yoru said. This was sufficient. I saw what I needed to. Okay, now I'm offended. She popped like a blood balloon because of me? That's just rude. Moxie and Aelin both sent Noah equally confused looks. Noah couldn't help but notice that it didn't look like Aelin had taken a single metaphorical bite out of Yoru, despite everything that had just happened. It wasn't like he hadn't already known that to be true, but it was even more proof of Yoru's strength. If she'd managed to keep enough composure to prevent Aelin's magic from touching her, she was either impressively strong or incredibly well-trained. Noah was currently still leaning toward the former. Okay, that's fine. We're all just happy you aren't sick. Do you often burst into blood at the sight of people's faces, or was that just a me thing? That particular phenomenon was reserved entirely for you. A touch more of Yoru's normal tone returned to her voice as she steadily took control of herself once more. Whatever had happened, she was either recovering quickly or putting up a very good act of it. Well, I've always loved being special, Noah said. The longer they kept the topic on more mundane matters, the better. Yoru was a really small demon. She didn't have that much blood to waste. Maybe we should take a small break or something? No need to push yourself too hard? There is no need. Yoru's words were as firm as iron. She placed a hand on the piece of leather bearing the rune she'd bought in the auction and pushed it across the table to Noah. Here. He blinked. This really didn't seem like the time for it, but if Yoru didn't want to dwell on whatever the hell had just happened, it was probably best to let the topic change completely. Noah took the leather and nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Yoru. This is a really kind gift. Is there a reason you're giving it to me? It is a gift. Right, gathered that bit. Ugh, I really wanted to ask her how she knew about Mascot, but I refused to be the reason a little kid has a heart attack and starts gushing blood from her face for the second time. Well, thank you. I don't have anything of any interest to properly repay it right now. Noah scratched the back of his neck, sending a pleading glance in Moxie's direction. He didn't make it a habit of carrying around toys. He couldn't even know what kind of toys a 14-year-old would... Wait, she's a powerful demon, not just a child. I'm not sure when I started thinking of her as a kid, but underestimating her would be a very poor idea. She's still almost certainly more powerful than I am. Noah looked back at Yoru. She'd hugged her knees to her chest and sat in her chair at the head of the table quietly. A powerful demon she may have been, but power didn't negate every single problem. Having powerful runes doesn't magically make you not want to have things that everyone else does, and it certainly can't give you a family. A house is only a home when there's someone to go back to. This environment can't be good for her. Oh, Noah said, his eyes lighting up as an idea finally struck him. I know. It's a little empty here, don't you think? Why don't we head back to Aelin's camp? Piran finally remembered that her body could move and mustered every last scrap of self-confidence in her body to send an aghast look in Noah's direction.
There's no way she...
Yoru turned to look at the knowledge demon.
His camp? It is yours.
No, it's his, Noah said with a shake of his head. He's doing all the work to take care of it. Besides, I really don't want the responsibility of managing that many demons. Aelin controls the camp. He just works for me.
I see. I am partial to this request.
Piran started to nod sagely before realizing that Yoru had just agreed to the offer instead of saying no. The snake demon blinked, then seemed to realize that she had already spent every last drop of emotion that her body could muster.
Ah, Piran said. Right, of course. May I be excused to go back to my egg?
No, Yoru said.
Right, Piran said. That's fine. I didn't want to go back anyway.
Lie, Aelin muttered under his breath, just barely loud enough for Noah to pick his words up.
Good,
Yoru said. She rose from her chair and wiped at some of the blood running from her mask. It looked like the majority of the bleeding had stopped, but she still really hadn't had a chance to clean anything yet. Did you want to clean up first? Noah asked. We can wait. It isn't a problem. It was a second before Yoru spoke again.
No, I will clean later. Blood is not a significant impediment. There is no reason to cause delay. My aide will gather everything I need and bring it to me. I will use a spare bed in one of the tents at your camp.
Noah shrugged. That was just fine with him. He had gotten what he wanted, after all. The sooner he could get back to the camp and make sure Lee was doing fine, the better. Then a moment later, he actually processed what Yoru had just said. He'd been offering to come back to his camp so they could speak further, and he could figure out how she knew about Mascot, but it seemed that she'd taken that as an invitation to move in. Noah couldn't bring himself to correct Yoru. Powerful demon or not, the room they were in was just depressing. It was so empty and devoid of everything that an actual home should have had. A kid deserved better. Granted, he wasn't entirely sure a camp full of murderous demons was any better, but it wasn't like any of them were going to pose a threat to Yoru. I suppose that's fine with me, Noah said, not entirely sure how things had ended up like this, but left with no path but the one before him. Let's get going, then. I think I might have just inadvertently adopted a demon. Chapter 31. The trip back to the Webb's camp was quiet and went without any incident or events of note. There were a few demons wandering around in the market square and standing watch from the rooftops around it. None of them did anything to draw Noah's attention, though that was probably more out of self-preservation than any other reason. Well, here we are, Noah said as they came to a stop in front of the large command tent. I'd imagine there should be an empty tent somewhere so we can—
That one,
Yoru said, pointing to a small tent to the right of the one that Noah, Moxie, and Lee had taken up residence in.
It is newly vacant.
It is? Noah asked, arching an eyebrow. I was unaware. How did you know?
Because I will make it vacant.
Ah, I suppose I should have seen that coming. She's still a rich kid, after all. A rich kid in a demon society. I'm sure we can find you a tent that isn't occupied, Noah said. He couldn't hold Yoru's action against her. She hadn't had any guidance, and if she had, it was probably from the wrong kind of people. But just because her past wasn't ideal didn't mean he was going to let her just keep acting that way if she was going to join his camp. There are a lot of tents. No point in being an asshole to someone just because you can. Save it for a purpose, yeah? Yoru tilted her head to the side.
You imply that the demon inside that tent has a greater worth to you than I do?
That's not how things work, Yoru, Moxie said gently. It's about giving people a place they can want to return to. A lot of demons are relying on Aelin right now, and he's trying to prove that he's the best of all the street lords. There would be no reason to follow him when Spider isn't around if that doesn't hold true. Nobody will want to be here if they're constantly worried another demon will just take what is theirs.
That does not make sense. Those without power cannot expect to possess anything. All you own is only yours so long as you can protect it. This is a fact that every demon knows well. It will not surprise them.
That may be true in the rest of the damned plains, but this is Aelin's camp, and through him, it is mine, Noah said, putting a hand on Yoru's shoulder. And we have enough enemies outside our walls to avoid making new ones within them. You'll have a tent that suits your needs and doesn't require you to steal it from someone weaker. Besides, doesn't it feel a bit bad punching down?
No. Victory is victory, regardless of the opponent.
Right, Noah said with a small sigh. We'll work on that. How about I introduce you and Piran to the other important members of the camp?
You implied that everyone in your camp was important. Are we going to meet all of them?
There was a note of faint amusement buried deep within Yoru's tone. Great. Not just a kid, but a rebellious one. This isn't the place to get into a philosophical debate over the worth of lives. I think we'd be at it for a while. For now, suffice it to say, everyone in my camp has value, but some have more value than others. An ill-kept sword will rust and shatter when brought to battle. I just like some swords more than others.
So they are all tools, and you do not wish them damaged. I understand.
Noah sighed. Out of everything he'd been trying to get across, that hadn't been the bit he'd hoped she'd fixate on. At least it meant she probably wouldn't go around attacking random members of his camp because she liked the way their shirts looked and wanted them for herself. Viewing everyone as a tool was still a pretty bad way to view life, but at least she saw them as useful tools that weren't to be damaged. She was still a demon, after all. Small steps toward progress were key. Close enough, Noah decided, guiding Yoru and the others toward the entrance of the large tent. There are a few people you should meet now, though. They're powerful demons that are instrumental to my plans. His tremor sense picked up on several demons within it. 2 smaller forms sat near the middle of the tent, while a third paced back and forth in front of them. One was slumped in the chair in front of the seated demon, while the final stood near the entrance, as stiff as a rod. Noah pushed the tent flap open and headed inside with the rest of his group. The demon at the entrance was none other than Vrith, who peered right past Noah with a look of concern on her features. She spotted Aelin, and some of the tension left her stiff shoulders before she hurriedly set about looking bored. Violet didn't even bother hiding anything. She'd been pacing in front of Torek and Edda, but her eyes lit up when she saw them return, and she ground to a halt. The demons sitting on the ground behind her, who Noah was unsurprised to find to be Torek and Edda, both looked over, faces stuffed chock full of food. Torek's eyes widened in surprise, and he choked, grasping at his neck. Edda smacked him on the back with enough force to launch all the food from his mouth, which he wasted absolutely no time in stealing and shoving into her own. There was a small pile of dried meats and cheeses between them and the throne, in which Lee had draped herself. She looked like a discarded beach blanket that was currently in the process of stretching out one of her feet in an attempt to snag something without having to actually stand up. Lee looked up as they all made their way inside. She raised a hand in greeting, accidentally losing her grip on the chair, and fell onto her backside with a grunt. That somehow didn't stop her from snagging the piece of cheese she'd been reaching for. Noah repressed a sigh. Glad to know we've still got first impressions under good wraps. Well, this is convenient. Everyone's in one spot, Noah said. I'd like to properly introduce you all.
We've already met,
Lee said. Noah blinked. You have?
Yes, this is Torek and this is Edda.
She pointed to the small demons in turn.
The one pacing around and worrying about Aelin is Violet, and the one that was pacing around and worrying about Aelin before she went over to stand at the door and pretend like she was relaxed is Vrith.
Vrith's shoulders slumped as her cover was blown. I meant the new demons, Lee, Noah said, but he was fairly certain that Lee should have already known that. She should have smelled them coming from a mile away, which meant she was either incredibly distracted or trying to act dumber than she was. Either way, it was probably best to just play along until he figured out what it was. Piran visited briefly before, but this is Yoru. She's going to be staying in the camp with us for a little while.
Oh, yeah, I remember Piran.
Lee squinted at them. Then her nose scrunched and her head tilted to the side.
Yoru smells.
Noah tensed. He trusted Lee's nose a whole lot more than he did any of his own observations. If Yoru was manipulating them, or was a threat, he refused to let himself be caught off guard. It really didn't seem like Yoru was planning to try and screw us over, but if Lee caught something that I missed— "You should take a bath," Lee continued. "It's been too long since your last one." It took every scrap of willpower Noah had to avoid letting out a surprised laugh. He hadn't expected Lee to be speaking about a literal smell. He hadn't really noticed anything off about Yoru, but it wasn't like he'd been going around sniffing her either. The small demon looked down at her hands, then back up at Lee. "I do?" "Yes." "There are probably slightly more polite ways to say that, Lee," Noah said gently. "But we have all been walking around for a while. I'm sure we could all use some tidying up, but let me finish introductions first." "There is no need," Yoru said. Her head tilted to the side, and nearly 5 seconds of uncomfortable silence passed before she returned to her normal position. "I have familiarized myself with everyone present." "It takes more than a brief introduction for that," Noah said. "I know you're used to living alone, but it's important to make friends." "I am already aware of their names and desires." Yoru pointed at Vrith. "This is Vrith. She is thinking about stabbing me. She is also thinking about Aelin." Noah blinked. "I'm sure she isn't." "No, I was," Vrith said, staring at Yoru with wide eyes. "It's important to find the fastest way to kill anyone when you first meet them in case they try to betray you. But I most certainly was not thinking about Aelin." Embarrassment tinged her cheeks with enough intensity to make it absolutely clear to Noah that Vrith was lying through her teeth. Yoru had read her perfectly. "It was in your eyes," Yoru replied. She turned to the rest of the room and pointed at one demon after the other. "Torik, he wants to hide. Edda, she is hungry. Lee, she wants to eat me. She also thinks I smell bad. Violet, she loves Aelin and is worried I pose him a threat." Noah stared at Yoru in disbelief. This was more than just finding a way to detect the magic that someone else was using. That's not the first time Yoru has known more than she should. What the hell is up with her? Does she have a way to read people's minds or something? God, I really hope she's not a mind rune user. I hate mind runes. "How did you know that?" Violet demanded, saving Noah from having to figure out a way to ask the very same thing. She took a step forward, and her lips thinned as she watched the other demon warily. "Who are you?" Chapter 32. "I am Yoru." "I think I was a little more interested in the second question," Violet said. She shifted her stance and rolled her neck. "A lot of demons would take someone knowing everything about them as a threat." "I do not know everything about you." "Then how did you know what we were thinking?" Vrith asked. "Your eyes. I already informed you. If you are asking for the identity of my runes, then I will not be answering. That is my knowledge alone. I will not speak on any part of—" "Do you have mind runes?" Noah asked, making sure to keep his tone measured. There was no point getting testy before she could even answer him. It wasn't like demons could do much about what runes they had, but he wasn't willing to leave the question unanswered. "No," Yoru said immediately. "I have 5 moonlight runes and a master rune. None of them are related to mind runes." "Didn't you just say you weren't going to speak about your runes?" Aelin asked. "That was before Spider asked." "I appreciate the honesty," Noah said. He wished Aelin could have read her, but Yoru seemed to be telling the truth anyway. Almost nobody would just share the exact details of their runes with other people. As long as Yoru wasn't doing anything out of line, he had no reason to hold her to a different standard. That all went a long way to reassure him. It didn't, however, do much to help her stand with the others in the tent. Noah blew out a sigh. "But I have to say, you've missed something, Yoru." "I did?" A trace of panic entered the small demon's voice. "What is it? What did I miss?" Knowing someone's name and predicting what they're going to say doesn't mean you know them. That's not a relationship. If you're going to stay at my camp, you'll be seeing everyone here quite a bit. I expect everyone to get along. I do not tolerate infighting. Everyone in the room stiffened as his voice grew taut. "We won't cause problems," Aelin promised. "I think Yoru is more likely to cause issues than you are, buddy." "How are we supposed to be friendly with someone that can read our minds?" Violet asked. "What? I will do everything I can to execute your order, Spider." "I cannot read your mind. I can simply predict your thoughts to a very high degree of accuracy," Yoru said. Her head tilted slightly. "And no, I do not have the slightest degree of interest in Aelin. He is a child." "As are you," Vrith said, sending Yoru a pointed look. "I am not, Yoru. There's nothing wrong with being young," Noah said with a chuckle. The masked demon turned to stare up at him for a second. Then she inclined her head. "I lost my perspective. You are correct. I am a child."
"So please speak like one, good God."
"We aren't trying to pick you apart here," Noah said, crouching so he was at eye level with Yoru. "I invited you here so you'd be able to relax and spend time with others. Let your guard down a bit. Have fun. Okay?" "I will attempt to do as you ask." That was probably about as good of a promise as he was going to get for the time being. "Great," Noah said. He straightened back out and gave everyone a nod. "Aelin, would you find Yoru an unoccupied tent to stay in?" "I'll look into it immediately," Aelin said. "I'm sure—" "She can stay in mine," Violet said. Her eyes locked onto Yoru's mask. "I'm sure we'd be thrilled to get to know each other better. Just as Spider requested." Noah gave Violet an approving nod. He was entirely aware she'd only said it so she'd have more time to interrogate Yoru, but he wanted those answers just as badly as everyone else in the room did. It's better for Violet to do it than me. Speaking to someone her age should help Yoru relax and realize we aren't out to get her. I prefer that to having to interrogate the poor girl myself. "That sounds like a brilliant idea," Noah said. "I'm going to head back into my tent. I've got some work to do with the runes I just bought. If anyone needs me, you know where to look. Just make sure it's important." "Very well," Yoru said. Wary glances passed through the room, and almost all of them were directed in Yoru's direction. Noah held back a grimace. She certainly had her work cut out for her if she was going to get along with anyone. "I'm sure Yoru will be fine. She's just a bit posh. I'm just going to go remove myself from this situation. That's the whole point of having subordinates, after all. Why deal with the drama when they can handle it themselves?" "Great. Have fun, kids," Noah said, spinning on his heel and striding out of the tent. He held the flap open for Moxie as she followed after him, then glanced over his shoulder. "And don't kill each other." Violet stood quietly as the tent fell shut behind Spider. There were so many different thoughts rushing through her head and vying for attention that it was difficult to isolate one at a time. Nobody else said a word. They just all stood silent. It was impossible to blame any of them. Violet couldn't claim that she was intimately familiar with Spider. She wasn't sure anyone was. But in the short time she had known Spider, she'd been subjected to a number of baffling events that she never could have guessed she'd partake in. She'd witnessed power beyond imagination. She'd stared death in the eyes, and it had given her runes. And somehow, compared to Aelin, she'd barely even experienced anything at all. Her world had been turned on its head multiple times, but she still hadn't been prepared to see the most terrifying demon she'd ever met act like, well, that. She clearly wasn't the only one who had noticed it. "Was that really Spider?" Vrith asked hesitantly, watching the still-moving tarp entrance of the tent as if Spider was about to pop right back in. "It was him. He just gets like that sometimes," Lee said, stretching her arms over her head and yawning. She rose from where she sat on the ground and snagged a second piece of cheese before heading out of the tent. "It's him," Aelin confirmed. "Always with him the whole time we were." Lee poked her head back through the tent flap, a piece of cheese stuffed into her mouth, and thrust a finger at Yoru. Don't forget, Yoru. Bath. Then she was gone again. Violet exchanged a look with Aelin. Then they all looked at Yoru. I am confused, Violet said. Was that a pun? Yoru sniffed at her arm. I do not stink. I don't know about you, but I'd scrub my skin so hard it came off if Lee told me to, Vrith said with a shudder. I've seen what she can do. Just do what she says. You might as well consider her orders as coming straight from Spider. A very hungry, slightly insane spider. Interesting, Yoru said. Violet looked at the demon out of the corner of her eyes. Yoru was shorter than she was, shorter than she'd been before Spider had gifted her runes that had filled her body out. The mask covered her features, but even her voice sounded young. Her words, however, did not. There was something deeply unsettling about Yoru. The demon carried herself with the presence of a king, not a child. She found it incredibly difficult to believe that Yoru was anywhere near their age. I need to find out more. I wouldn't let someone put any of my people in danger. They're mine. She can't hurt them. If she's got any ill intentions, I'll find out, and then I'll tell Spider. Come on, Yoru, Violet said, fighting to keep her words as friendly as possible and not doing a particularly good job of it. Let's go take a look at my tent and get to know each other a little better. Okay. I'm glad you sound so thrilled about it. Trust me, I'm just as annoyed. Keep an eye on them for me, would you? Violet asked, sending a look at Edda and Torek. Sure, Aelin replied. It looks like they've got more than enough food to keep them occupied for the time being anyway. I don't think I'll have to do much. I wasn't talking to you, Violet said with a wry smile. I heard what Yoru said about what you were thinking, Vrith. Hands off. What? Vrith choked on her own saliva and doubled over, coughing into her fist. Edda gave a thumbs up. Aelin just sighed, and Violet repressed a laugh as she stepped out of the tent, letting the flap fall shut behind her. Yoru stepped out a moment later. The tent is this, Violet started, then trailed off as Yoru stepped past her and walked right over to her tent. Here, Yoru finished, ducking into the tent. Violet's eye twitched. She followed after Yoru. The small tent she'd taken over really wasn't big enough for 2 people. It only had enough room for a single bedroll, though they could probably stuff a second one into it if they really wanted to. There was a small desk that lacked a chair to the side of the tent. Violet hadn't gotten a chance to use it. She'd spent most of her recent time in the command tent, but it was too difficult to interrogate Yoru with other people there. There were too many distractions, too many risks if something went wrong. Not that they were alone, she could. You will find nothing that I do not give you, Yoru said. Violet's eyes narrowed. Stop doing that. How are you doing that? Did you lie about not having mind runes? No, lying to Spider is ill-advised. Then how? Violet demanded. You're reading my mind. I am not. I am predicting your words. There is a difference. Let's just skip all of this, shall we? Violet asked, her jaw tight as she took a step toward Yoru. I want to know what you're after. There's no way you're just a random kid. I don't believe it. I have little interest in you. So long as you do not oppose me, then we will have no reason to interact. Right, Violet said dryly. No reason aside from the part that we're going to be living in the same tent. That's not going to work for me. I recognize someone who has an agenda when I see them. Until you tell me what it is, I'm going to be all the way up your ass. Crass words will do nothing to intimidate me. You lack the power to influence my actions. Maybe, Violet allowed, but you can't do anything to me either, because if you do, Spider would be incredibly displeased, Yoru said, finishing Violet's sentence for her. Yes, I already considered that. Of course you did. Go take your bath, then. Keep your goals to yourself. Spider will find them out eventually. Good luck making any friends, Yoru muttered. Violet's eye twitched. Stop that. I don't understand, Yoru said. Understand what? Viola asked. You're literally the one that just stole the words from my mouth. You said them yourself. What is there to not understand? I know the words, but I don't understand them, Yoru said. Violet was surprised to hear a note of distress entering the smaller demon's voice. Yoru's head tilted to the side. What is a friend? Chapter 33. Violet squinted at Yoru in search of any derision or sarcasm. There was none. As far as she could tell, the masked demon was being completely honest with her, and if anything, that only made it odder. What do you mean, what is a friend? Violet asked, baffled, as she sat back against her desk, using it for the first time as she scooted back to get a better seat and stained the back of her pants with dust in the process. Exactly what I said. Yoru went to sit down on the bedroll at her feet. Violet's eyes narrowed. They'd just been walking around all day, and the demon was hardly clean. Even though her bedroll was far from a paragon of cleanliness, it was hers. Violet didn't get a chance to say anything. Even as her lips parted, Yoru paused. I am not dirty. You did it again, Violet snapped, her eyes going narrow. Stop reading my damn mind, you creep. No wonder you're asking what a friend is if this is how you act. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Yoru's head tilted to the side, a movement that Violet was quickly starting to associate with when the masked demon was doing whatever it was that she did. You would have been displeased if I sat down. Yeah, well, I'm even more displeased that you're digging through my damn head, Violet snapped. Less displeased than if I sat down. Violet considered that for a second, and was annoyed to find that Yoru was right. If anything, that just annoyed her even more. Forget it, Violet said with a sigh. Just stay away from Aelin. Torek and Edda too. I don't want you anywhere near them. I do not have any intention to harm any of them at the current point in time. Yoru bundled her long white hair up and lowered herself to the ground, crossing her legs beneath herself. She plopped the ball of hair down in her lap. That's an odd way to phrase it. Anyone else would say, I'm not any threat to them. Not, I don't plan on being a problem right now, but who knows about later? We'll see, tee-hee. What is wrong with this girl? What? There is nothing wrong with me. Gods damn it! Violet snapped, thrusting a finger at Yoru. I told you to fucking stop. What is your problem? If you can predict the future, then why do you keep doing this? Because it is the path in which you tell me what a friend is. Violet's eye twitched. Did you consider that I could just stand up, here and now? I could walk out of this tent and tell Spider that you've got something seriously wrong with your head? Why would I tell you anything, much less waste time on such a stupid question? You won't, Yoru said. You are too interested in learning about my goals to pass up the chance. I will tell you what you wish to know if you answer my questions. You're a right bitch, you know that, Violet asked, jaw clenched in irritation. How do I know you're going to tell the truth? Nobody would just reveal the exact details of their plans if it was nefarious. Because you will not ask any questions I need to avoid answering, and the offer is too tempting for you to refuse. It was a battle to keep Violet's true thoughts from showing on her face. A battle she won, but she was pretty sure it didn't even matter. Yoru probably knew what she was thinking anyway. A huge part of her just wanted to spin and leave the room just to spite the other demon. But Yoru was right. The chance to find out more about Yoru was just too important to pass up. Violet pushed away from her table and sat down across from Yoru, slapping her palms down on her knees. Fine, Violet said. What's the point of this in the first place? Can't you just read the answers from my mind? I know what your answer is, but the meaning of it evades me. I do not understand. That makes absolutely no sense, but I'll humor you. A friend is someone you love. I do not understand. Yeah, I figured that much. What part of that do you understand? I understand that you do not understand me. I do not understand what a friend is. I do not understand what love is either.
Because I do not understand love, I do not understand what a friend is.
You could have just said you didn't get what love was, but I probably should have guessed, Violet muttered.
You...
Yoru tilted her head to the side.
I told you to stop, Violet exclaimed, giving up on her previous sentence. I am answering your stupid questions. Why are you trying to read my mind? It is not mind-reading. I am predicting your answers. Why? I am answering them now, literally, right now, as we speak. What is the point of figuring out what I'm going to say before I say it, when I'm already agreed to say it? To know what you are going to say. I am not going to do that. Stop doing... Wait.
Violet's mouth dropped open.
Did you just answer my question before I asked it? Yes.
Yoru's head tilted to the other side, and her back stiffened.
No. You need to stop. Oh, damn it all. I hate you. Seriously, stop answering my questions before I ask them. You need to stop reading my mind. If you want me to answer your questions, turn that shit off. Speak to me like a normal demon. In fact, I can promise you that you're never going to understand what friendship or love or any of that is if you don't stop all of this.
Nearly 3 seconds passed in silence. For a moment, Violet thought that Yoru was contemplating her words. Then she realized that the other demon's head was tilted to the side.
Is she? You do not budge on this,
Yoru said, a note of surprise entering her voice.
We argue for nearly an hour before you give up and leave if I do not do this. You can see the future that far out?
Violet tried to keep the disbelief from her voice and failed completely.
How? Although I will admit that's actually kind of useful. We're going to get nowhere if you don't meet me on even ground. I am strong,
Yoru replied simply. Her head returned to a normal position, and there was another pause. This time, Violet couldn't tell if Yoru was looking into the future or simply thinking.
I am uneasy. I do not want to not know. It scares me. Just how strong is Yoru? Definitely stronger than me if she's telling the truth about being able to see that far into the future. But for someone so strong, she's surprisingly open about her thoughts and feelings. What a strange demon.
That's normal, Violet said, heaving out a sigh and shaking her head.
Up to you, Yoru. But if you do that future crap one more time, we're done. I'm leaving. Go ahead, use your future sight or whatever it is. You'll see I'm dead serious. If I use it, that would be one more time.
Oh, just do it.
I already did. You are telling the truth.
Violet couldn't quite tell if she was irritated or not. Speaking to Yoru kind of felt like sticking her head into a pot and banging it with a wooden spoon until her ears rang. She ran her hands through her hair and arched an eyebrow.
So...
It was several more seconds before Yoru spoke again.
I will not stop, but I will suspend my powers for the next few minutes. I am not comfortable doing it for longer.
I suppose that's as good as we're going to get, Violet said.
You smell like day-old meat and cheese. Your hair is also stupid-looking. You should cut it before you trip over it and fall on that dumb mask of yours. It is, Yoru agreed. Now tell me about what a friend is.
Yoru didn't say anything about Violet's thoughts. Either she was lying or she'd actually stopped looking into Violet's head. There was no way to know for sure.
The answer didn't change just because you don't understand it, Violet replied. It's someone you love and someone that loves you. I don't know how I'm supposed to describe love. Try. I don't think any number of words could ever truly describe love. It's something you have to experience, not hear about. Try anyway.
Violet chewed the insides of her cheek for a second.
Love is giving someone your last piece of food when you're starving. It's putting your life in someone's hands and taking theirs in your own. Being willing to die for someone. That does not sound like a beneficial thing. Why would I desire to risk myself for another? All that matters is my own survival.
There wasn't a hint of derision, or for that fact, emotion of any kind in Yoru's voice. It sounded like she was just stating a fact. The idea of caring for someone other than herself was completely foreign to her.
"That's the complete wrong way to look at it," Violet said. "Love isn't transactional. Friendship isn't about giving something and getting something. It's about being with people that make you happy."
Yoru was silent for a moment.
"What is happy?"
"Oh, fuck me," Violet said, burying her face in her hands.
"Do you know the definition of a single word?" "I know the definition. I do not understand the word."
"I refuse to believe you do not understand the meaning of happiness." Violet raised her head again.
"Maybe this isn't the best example, but haven't you ever gotten something you wanted?" "Yes." "Well, I get everything I want," Yoru said. "The future exists as I craft it. I have never failed to achieve my desires. There have been longer and shorter routes, but every single one leads to victory."
"Of course."
"You're telling me you haven't failed, not once?" "In a complete plan? No. I have received setbacks, but that is only because the probabilities of the future are ever shifting. So long as I can view them, I am in control. I have felt fear. I have seen death. But a path remains in the dark."
Violet stared at Yoru. It was difficult to comprehend what she was saying. Everyone lost. Even the most powerful demons occasionally didn't win a fight, or they didn't have something go exactly as planned. It was incomprehensible to think someone could have literally just never been in a position where they'd felt defeat.
"What about before you got your magic? You weren't born with that powerful rune, were you?" Violet pressed. "There has to be a time that you didn't just win."
The other demon stiffened slightly.
"I do not have many memories of my time before I got my rune. The ones I have are not pleasant. I do not wish to relive them. But even if I did, they are so muted that I can barely recall them."
"That's really sad, actually," Violet said, surprised to find that the predominant emotion she felt was pity. If Yoru was serious, then she'd literally never had a chance to feel anything. There was no way to feel happy if you'd never had loss to compare it to. If everything always went the exact way that Yoru wanted it to, then how could she ever celebrate a victory? Winning wasn't possible when losing wasn't either. It sounded so flat, empty.
If this is actually true, Spider might actually be right. It doesn't matter how old Yoru is. She might as well be a child if she's literally never had a chance to live. "Why is it sad?" Yoru asked.
"I don't understand," Violet finished. Yoru's hands tightened around her hair, and she gave it a small tug.
"I do not like that."
"Yeah, well, now you know how it feels." Violet tried not to let herself sound too smug. "But I've got good news for you. If you're actually serious about wanting to know what friendship and all that other shit is, then I know how to do it."
"How?" Yoru asked. "I want to know. I hate not knowing."
"You're gonna hate this even more," Violet muttered under her breath before returning to her normal volume.
"You need to stop using your powers."
Chapter 34.
"No,"
Yoru said, her voice going as flat as a steel plate. Violet shrugged. It wasn't her problem in the end. She didn't care about Yoru, but she did care about any potential threat the demon posed. She leaned forward and braced her arms against her crossed legs.
"Whatever. I don't care what you do, but I do care about what you plan. I already gave you your answer, so now you have to give me mine. What do you want with Aelin?" "Nothing. He is of no interest to me beyond his connection to Spider. He is nothing but a drone in a hive."
Yoru reached up to her mask. Her fingers brushed across its ceramic surface. Then she let her hand drop again.
I am not satisfied with the answer you have given me.
Too bad, Violet said with a sharp laugh. That's how things work for everyone else. Not every answer is the one you want it to be, and we can't just force everything to work the way we want it to. If not Aelin, then is your goal the web?
I do not care about Spider's organization. No member within it is any more than a drone. Their weights are insignificant.
Lee? Moxie? Yoru hesitated for a moment before answering. Her hand found its way to the bedroll behind her and dug into the sheets, squeezing them in a tight grip as unease washed over Yoru's body.
Not to be touched. I do not desire anything for them.
So everyone is nothing but a tool or a drone? Violet crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised an eyebrow. She wished she had a chair to lean back in, but without one, this was the best she could manage.
Right.
So you don't need anyone. You don't care about anyone. You don't even have any goals beyond Spider. Why do you even care about learning about love and friendship? They seem pretty damn useless to you.
Because I do not understand them.
Yoru released the bag and rose to her feet, carrying her hair up with her before letting it spill down around her feet. You're scared, Violet said, standing as well. She couldn't let Yoru get the height and position advantage on her if they started grappling. Whoever was on the ground first would have a disadvantage. That was the reason. It definitely wasn't because she didn't want to have to look up at the other demon.
You fear what you can't understand?
Yes, Yoru said. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment about admitting to it. Yoru was simultaneously the easiest and hardest demon to read that Violet had ever met. She was completely honest about her thoughts, but her thoughts were so foreign that it almost didn't matter.
I fear what I cannot control.
You realize that's just life, right? Violet asked. Not a single other demon in the world can control literally everything. What happens when you run into something that you just can't beat?
Impossible. There is a path forward in every scenario. There is always a winning move.
Violet fought to keep her eye from twitching. Yoru was so damn stubborn that it was like speaking to a brick wall.
Even with Spider? You're dead set on allying with him. Why? What happens if he turns against you? I will not allow that to happen.
Just pretend it does, Violet said through a sigh. It was difficult to speak in hypothetical scenarios with a demon that could, at least as far as Violet could tell, see the future. Yoru was silent for several long seconds. Her fingers twitched. Her head started to tilt, and Violet clicked her tongue in warning, her eyes narrowing. Yoru's jaw worked behind her mask, and she let herself return to her normal position.
I do not like this. I do not know. No path in which I come to odds with Spider ends in a victory. I am in the dark.
Which is how everyone is. Always. Every minute of the day. Nobody knows what will happen, and that means we have to adapt. We need to rely on more than just ourselves, Violet said. By relying so heavily on your power, I think you've actually hurt yourself. You can't see without your magic.
I cannot see at all.
So you understand?
No, I am literally blind.
Oh, Violet said. She massaged her brow. Of course you are. That's ironic. Or maybe it's just fitting. I don't know what to tell you beyond this, Yoru. Life is scary. Things go wrong. And friends pull you through it.
Friends are there to prevent you from falling to what you cannot predict. I can understand that.
No, absolutely not. Violet shook her head firmly. You've missed it completely, blind girl. Friends aren't there to protect you. They're there because they love you. You protect each other, but not because you have to. Stop thinking of everyone as pawns or tools. Make a new category already. Friends are friends.
I still do not understand.
Yoru was definitely irritated now. Her soft voice had grown tense, and her head twitched, clearly desperately wanting to use her magic but keeping herself from doing it. "I know," Violet said through a snort of laughter. "And you never will, Yoru. Not unless you stop using this crutch. If you're fine with that, then fine. Stay blind, and stay away from Aelin and Toric and Edda. Vrith, too. Just stay away from all of them." "Why, I do not— You see them as tools," Violet said flatly, cutting Yoru off before the other demon could finish her sentence. "They're disposable in your eyes. Nothing more than game pieces. For that reason alone, I don't want you near them." "What does it matter? Survival is survival. If I am aiding Spider and he desires to keep you alive, then our goals are alike, and their lives are not at risk due to my presence. Lives aren't things to fuck around with. We've fought so damn hard to get here. By all means, we shouldn't be here at all. Spider gave us all another chance." Violet stalked up to Yoru until she stood face to face with the other demon, her nose no more than an inch away from the mask. "Maybe he wants to give you one too. It's up to you if you're actually going to take it. But if you're going to be like this, then do it away from me and the people I care about. Go ahead. Look into the future again. Figure out the optimal way to reach your next victory, and do it alone, just like you always will. The tent is yours. I'll find somewhere else to sleep." Violet turned and stepped out of the tent. She'd gotten the information she wanted. Unless Yoru was the best liar she'd ever met, the demon was exactly what she presented herself to be. She wasn't a direct threat to Aelin or the others, but she was no ally.
"I have to say, this is quite freeing," Silvertide cackled as the staff in Bird's hands whistled past his body, passing so close that the wind made the tight wrappings covering him rustle. Leaves crunched beneath his feet as he pirouetted, prancing back over the body of a lizard monster he'd killed while they were preparing the forest clearing to train in. The elderly soldier was what some may have considered a disturbing sight. He was wrapped from the neck down in tight bandages that contoured to his body perfectly. Far too perfectly. Bird's staff whipped up, but Silvertide spun out of the way, letting it slip just by his shoulder as he pranced right past her.
"He's kind of built, isn't he?" Todd muttered. "It's scary. Someone that old shouldn't have more muscle definition than me."
Silvertide wasn't the only one clad in tight bandages. Every single person in the clearing wore the same. It had been Bird's idea. The closest they could get to actually being truly naked without, well, being naked. "I'll be honest," Isabel replied, picking at a bandage around her neck and grimacing. "I'm trying not to look too closely. I think I'm starting to develop an entirely new fighting style from this." "You are?" Alexandra looked to Isabel with interest. Out of all of them, she'd taken to the change in uniform well. A little too well. Isabel had been forced to have a small discussion with the other girl to keep her from wearing the bandages around Arbitage and getting too many strange glances thrown in her direction. "What is it?" "Fighting blind," Isabel muttered. Silvertide's cackle rang through the clearing as he vaulted backward, and Bird's staff carved the air between his legs apart, just narrowly missing a very painful strike.
"I prefer fighting the blind, myself. Makes things a little easier on me when they can't see what I'm doing,"
James said from a short ways away. He sat against a tree together with Emily. Each of them had half of a sandwich in their hands. Isabel had no clue where James had gotten it from. She definitely hadn't seen it when they'd been in the transport cannon. She wasn't sure she wanted to know.
"Fighting blind? How did you find insight for that?"
Alexandra asked, her eyes going wide. A flicker of disappointment passed through them a moment later.
"I've tried before, but it's impossible. For me, at least. When you reach rank 4, you could use your domain to feel your opponents, and your eyes would not be needed." "Insight came in the name of Jalen and Silvertide," Isabel said, raising a hand to block out the fighting unfolding before them. "Perhaps the elderly should be instructed to wrap themselves less tightly."
"Elderly?"
Jalen exclaimed, stepping out from a ripple in space to their side, and, much to Isabel's immense distress, dressed the same as the rest of them.
"Who are you calling elderly? I am still in the spring of my youth."
"You're old enough to be my great-grandpa, man," Todd said.
"Don't insult me," Jalen said through a scoff. "Do I look like a whelp to you? I'm far older than that."
"You just said," Alexandra started.
"Forget what I said. It's about what I do,"
Jalen replied. He held up a hand, a dart with a rounded tip pinched within his fingers.
"And what I am doing is playing darts. Silvertide and Bird are having too much fun without us. I got bored."
"Where's the target?" Alexandra asked, glancing around the forest. They were surrounded by rough-barked trees and towering canopies. There was nothing else. Jalen smiled and plucked at a bandage wrapped around his wrist, tightening it.
"I'm looking at them, of course."
"I'll pass on this one," Todd said quickly. "As will I. I've suddenly decided that I love watching demonstrations," James said. "I think I'd prefer to keep absorbing information from afar."
"Me too," Emily added. "We can learn a lot from Silvertide."
"Yeah," Todd muttered, "like the importance of underwear when you're wrapped up like a glazed ham."
A bark of laughter slipped from Jalen's lips, and he shook his head.
"Oh, kids, have I ever told you how much I love them?"
"No," Isabel said.
"That's because I don't."
Jalen examined the dart in his hands. The smile on his features grew, but it was far from comforting. It was the look of a shark approaching a school of fish.
"But I do love darts, and playing wasn't an option."
James pushed himself to his feet and pulled Emily up alongside him. Isabel and Todd both lowered their stances, and Alexandra put her hand on the hilt of her sword.
"Can we do a rain check on this?" Todd asked.
"I'm afraid not,"
Jalen said. He splayed his hand out, and 4 more darts materialized between his fingers.
"Let's practice, shall we? I suggest you start running."
Chapter 35. Noah stood on the roof of a building at the edge of camp, the purple and red light of the dammed plains dancing across the rooftops around him like they were a bed of shimmering gravel in an aquarium. Yoru sat before him, her legs dangling over the edge of the roof as she looked down on the camp. If she noticed him, and he suspected that she did, she made no move to acknowledge his presence. Violet had given Noah a rundown of the conversation the 2 demons had. It wasn't what he'd been hoping to hear, but expecting much different would have just been lying to himself. The 2 demons' personalities couldn't have possibly been more different. One was a demon that had grown up on the streets with nothing but her family, starving and clawing her way to survival. Victory was a foreign concept when the only thing they could afford to focus on was surviving to the next day. The other was someone who knew only victory, but possessed nothing beyond it. Future sight, huh? Or some variant of it. I find it difficult to believe something like that exists in this world. How can you see the future if it hasn't been made yet? The implications of that are kind of unsettling. But power does not a child unmake. You can be immensely strong and still be a child mentally. Understanding doesn't always come with strength, no matter how much people think it does. Dying to monsters in the scorched acres hundreds of times showed me how to fight. The only way to truly understand is to experience. I condensed years of experience into such a short period of time, but I don't know if something like that is possible for emotion. Yoru is strong. Stronger than I am if you're only counting the raw strength of our runes, but she has no life experience. A demon who embodies controlling the future. It seems like she's been controlled by her own runes for so long that she hasn't ever gotten a chance to live. In a lot of ways, that still makes her a child. Noah blew out a small sigh. It was a strange concept to feel bad for Yoru. The demon was almost undoubtedly trying to manipulate him. That was the conclusion Violet had come to. She'd only returned to the camp because she saw some sort of benefit from doing so, and yet he still felt pity. Yoru was so completely inexperienced with living that she didn't even have the basis to feel uncomfortable admitting that she was scared of something. He shifted, preparing to hop down from his roof and join Yoru. Someone else moved before he could. A small hand reached over the edge of the roof and clasped the stone lip. Aelin pulled himself over with a grunt. "Yoru," Aelin said. "Aelin, you will—" "Hold on. Turn it off, would you?" Aelin asked as he scooted back over to the edge of the building and swung his legs over it. He leaned back on his hands and turned to the other demon. "Your future sight, that is." "It is off. I have not tilted my head." A small smile tugged at Aelin's lips, and he let out a chuckle. "As if someone as strong as you would have such a damn obvious tell. You don't need to tilt your head to use your magic. Maybe you just like doing it, but you don't need to. But you knew I'd say that, didn't you?" "It was highly probable," Yoru admitted. "Well, turn it off. What makes you believe I would ever turn it off?" "You spoke with Violet." Yoru's words were a statement, not a question. "Perhaps I simply lied to her as well." "I don't think you did." Aelin gave her a half shrug. "Dunno. No way for me to know for sure, but I want you to do it anyway." "Why?" "Here's a better question. Why would you ask why if you already know my answer?" "Because I do not know your answer until I ask the question," Yoru replied, "and you have avoided answering it again. You guard this answer closely." "Just trying to learn how your power works," Aelin said, his smile growing slightly. "And I think that helps. I approached the conversation with a determination that I wouldn't tell you why I'm here today. That means your magic has a limit, or you choose to give it a limit. I suppose it also means you can't actually read my mind or otherwise influence me. You just, take really good guesses as to what people will do." "That is a rudimentary way to view it, but not entirely incorrect. You did not come here purely just to learn my powers." "You're right. That was a bit of it. I like knowing things, but the reason I'm here is to talk to you, so turn the magic off." Yoru studied Aelin in silence for several seconds. Then she inclined her head slightly. "It is off. I will not keep it this way for long. State the purpose for which you came quickly." "My sister's a bit of a handful, isn't she?" Aelin asked, looking out over the camp. "She's always been overprotective. Reaching rank 3 only made that even stronger. I hope you won't hold it against her. She's lost a lot, and she doesn't want to lose more." "I do not hold grudges. There is no purpose for them." "Of course you don't," Aelin said with a wry smile. "You wouldn't have a reason to, would you? You know what people are going to do before they do. It's hard for someone to wrong you when you know everything they're doing. It's just another step in your plans, or something like that, right?" Yoru nodded. "Yes. Then, if you don't mind saying, what are your plans?" "To become powerful." "Right. A power like yours, I don't know what rank you are, but something tells me you're far from weak." "There is always more power. There are always those stronger. Knowing the weights of the future does not mean controlling them." "Logically," Aelin agreed. "But what's your goal? Why do you want to get stronger?" "Because there are others stronger than me." "You want to fight them?" "No. I wish to be able to remove myself from any control they have over me." "That's it." Aelin leaned back a little farther and drummed his heels against the wall of the building beneath him. "Kind of an empty goal. It's not even exciting. You don't want to rule the damned plains because you're a sadist or something. You just want to not get killed." "Survival is the most paramount of all aspects in existence. So long as you live, you may accomplish all else you desire." "Am I talking to you?" Aelin yanked a page from Yoru's book and let his head tilt to the side as he turned to face her. "Or am I talking to your rune? Because to me, it doesn't sound like you've got any desires at all. You just want to exist." "I have desires. I will not reveal them to you." "Yeah, and I've got a girlfriend a few street blocks down," Aelin said. Noah's tremor sense rippled as he felt a figure move at its edges. He glanced over to a building to his left, only to find Vrith crouched in a shadow, having just twitched in surprise, and entered his range in the process.
"What does that matter?"
Yoru asked. Aelin let out a sigh.
"I was lying." "I could not tell. My rune is not active as per your request."
"You're actually helpless without your magic, aren't you?" Aelin asked. That was sarcasm. Really obvious sarcasm.
"You are helpless to walk without your legs. Why can you not walk on your arms as well? It is because the legs serve the same purpose."
Aelin pushed back from the edge of the building and placed his hands onto the roof. He kicked his legs up into a wobbly handstand. He took a few wobbly hand steps forward before falling over with a grunt. Yoru stared at him. Her expression was unreadable with the mask blocking it, but Noah wished it wasn't.
"Actually, I can."
Aelin grinned up at her.
"Good to know you weren't lying about the whole not using your magic right now bit." "That is beside the point."
"No, it isn't." The knowledge demon sat up and crossed his legs beneath him. He braced his palms against his knees.
"This is what I came here to talk to you about, Yoru. I want to understand you, because I want to understand everything. Violet wants to protect because she's never had anything but our family, and she's terrified of losing that. She's also just as terrified of gaining something new that she doesn't understand. It's easy to protect what you know, but something new? That's a different story. It's so much easier to just keep things as they are. So I understand Violet as well. But you, I don't understand you." "I survive. That is all there is to understand."
"Then you have even less than I did before Spider found me," Aelin said. "Because Violet, Torek, Edda, and I survived. That was all we did. It was all we could afford to do. But you've got so much power. You can do anything you want, and yet you choose to have even less than we do. At least we have each other. What do you have?"
"Power?"
"Do you?" Aelin asked. "Or does power have you? Power is only useful when it has a purpose." Yoru didn't respond for several seconds. Then she turned to finally look at Aelin.
"Is there a purpose to this discussion?"
"For you, maybe not. But it helps me understand you better." Aelin gave her a small shrug. He rose to his feet and brushed himself off. "I'll tell Violet to get off your back, but I'm not giving her a different tent. You'll be a learning experience for her. She has to learn to adapt and to keep her powers from controlling her."
"You aren't scared that I will bring her to harm?"
"Harm? No. Everything I've learned about you shows that your only concern is staying on Spider's good side, and hurting Violet will ensure that doesn't happen. I understand you now." He walked over to the edge of the building, then paused. "But if there's more to you than just your magic, I'd be happy to talk again. I'm always eager to learn more." With that, Aelin dropped off the edge of the roof. He hit the ground below with a distant thud and strode off toward the center of camp. Vrith slipped into a shadow to follow after him, and Yoru remained exactly where she sat. Knowledge demons are scary. Noah finally emerged from his hiding spot and dropped down to the roof behind Yoru. She spun toward him, leaping to her feet, then froze as she spotted who it was. "Didn't have your magic active yet?" Noah asked, mildly surprised. "I thought you'd have turned it back on the moment he left."
"I was thinking,"
Yoru said, letting her hands lower. "I usually leave that to the professionals," Noah said. "Tends to hurt my head when I do it too much."
"It does hurt,"
Yoru agreed, without even a hint of sarcasm.
"I do not like it."
"Then don't do too much at once. Nobody changes in a blink of an eye. I do agree with Aelin that power has to come for a reason. There's no use in being the strongest being in existence if you don't have something to use all that might for." Yoru's neck craned back as she looked up to his eyes.
"What do you use your power for?"
"It's changed. At first, much like you, if I'm being honest. I just wanted to survive," Noah admitted. "But now,
I don't know if I can give you a singular answer. I use it for a lot of things. I'm no philosopher. If you're asking to try and copy me, it won't work. You're going to have to figure out what you want yourself. Desires are personal. How am I meant to do that? A note of anger entered Yoru's voice. I can get anything I want with my powers, but this is not tangible. How do you know what you want? By failing, Noah replied. I've learned a hell of a lot more from that than I have from anything else. I'm not telling you to turn your powers off and sprint into certain death, but it never hurts to take a closer look at yourself. Is that what you do? Now? Oh, hell no. I got more than enough time to think about myself. Noah shuddered. I'm going to go think about someone I like more. I promised Moxie I'd be back soon. Find Aelin if you need advice, and be careful with that power of yours. It's definitely strong, but I know what it feels like to be trapped on a path. I do not understand. Someone was able to trap you? It was a long time ago, Noah said with a wry smile. He headed over to the edge of the building and checked the ground below to make sure nobody was standing beneath them. But while I was trapped, you might be stuck even harder than I was. It's a lot easier to break out of a prison when the bars aren't of your own making. Then he jumped, using a small burst of wind to catch himself before he hit the ground. Noah hadn't lied about Moxie waiting for him, and as much as he wanted to help Yoru adapt, he really didn't get enough time alone with her. And though he wouldn't admit it, he was also a real sucker for dramatic exits. Chapter 36. You're back sooner than I expected, Moxie observed as Noah stepped back into their tent. Her hands were cupped around a blooming flower with a head the size of her palm. Every petal on it was its own color, vibrant and bright. A faint, sweet scent rose from it and crossed the tent to greet Noah. I found Yoru pretty easily. Saved me a lot of work. She adjusting well? Moxie asked, not taking her eyes off the flower. The tip of her tongue protruded from the side of her mouth in concentration, and a ripple passed through the flower's petals as they grew a few inches. No, Noah replied. He walked over to stand beside Moxie and watched the flower curiously. It felt unerringly alive. That wasn't to say that he thought other plants weren't living organisms. It was just that the way this one was squirming made it feel like it belonged more in a cradle than in the dirt. Somehow I'm not surprised. Moxie pulled her gaze from the flower, and it wilted instantly. The petals folded inward, and its stem withered, bending under its own weight as it crumpled into a pile of graying sludge. She pulled her hands away and shook them off. How bad are we talking? You saw how Piran was treating her? Yoru isn't just some random kid. Oh, I'm more than aware. She's almost certainly a rank higher than we are. Noah scratched the back of his neck. Rank 6, maybe. It's hard to tell. I never realized how useful domains were for figuring out your opponent's strength until I couldn't do it anymore. Yoru could be a rank 9 for all I know. Somehow I doubt that, Moxie said dryly. If there was a rank 9 just sitting around in Treaton, much less in the damned plains, I doubt they'd be in need of our help for just about anything. But Yoru is a good reminder. We can't sit still, even with all the power he's building with the demon camps. We're going to need to be a whole lot stronger ourselves if we want a chance of fighting Wizen. Noah rifled through his bag and pulled out the strips of leather bearing all the runes they'd gotten at the auction. He splayed them out on the rough stone table beside Moxie. More than aware of that. I came back to try and figure out my next rune. I've got enough components here to toss something together. Unstable mass, unstable corrupted mass, both at rank 4, Moxie read off, moving some of the pieces to get a better look at the rest of them. Those two are obviously going to be useful. I'm less certain on bleeding blades, or whatever this last one is. That's falling shadow, if I remember correctly. It'll be for Lee, Noah said with a half shrug. I don't have any shadow runes. What about the broken master rune? Moxie asked, plucking another leather strip from the pile and examining it with a critical eye. Her lips pursed, and she returned to its former place before pushing another imbued rune over it. We better make sure that one isn't just sitting around. We've got enough enemies as it is,
Antagonizing some annoying death demon is far from the top of my list of things to do. Hey, you've got one of those as well? Noah's eyes lit up. I thought I was the only one. Moxie rolled her eyes. She swiped the pile of sludge that had been her flower off the table and onto the ground, where it landed with a wet splatter. They both looked down at it. Get that expression off your face. That's what happens when I make flowers from things that aren't seeds. Not a pretty sight, Moxie grumbled as she rose from her chair. She hooked a foot around one of its legs and pulled it closer to Noah. Anyway, I won't stall you out from getting that rune combination work in. Let me know if you figure out anything useful, yeah? Noah sat down, and Moxie wrapped her arms around him from behind, leaning down to give him a quick kiss on the forehead. Only when she pulled away did he realize that she'd also wiped the remains of the plant's sludge off on his shirt sleeve. Hey, Noah exclaimed, that's cheating. No good things come without sacrifice. Moxie snickered and hoisted herself up onto the table before crossing her legs beneath her and supporting her chin on a palm. Go on, then. I'll keep an eye out so nobody sticks something pointy between your ribs. Noah blew out an exaggerated sigh and sent a squint in Moxie's direction before turning his attention to the runes laid out on the table before him. He studied them for several seconds to commit their shapes to memory, then gathered them before himself and slipped into the darkness of his mind space. As soon as his runes took form in the pitch black, Noah raised a finger and started to draw. Both unstable mass and unstable corrupted mass would be instrumental in making a matter rune. The other runes could wait until after he'd had a chance to look at the first two. Unstable mass came first. It took him just around 30 seconds to draw the rank 4 rune into his soul. Energy arced off his fingertip as he pulled it back, creating it on the first try. A purple-gray rune shimmered to life before him. It was made of what seemed to be a single line, all twisted and knotted like a bowl of shoestrings. Ripples ran through the line and warped portions of it, while others had patterns buried deep within the twisting designs. It let out a dull hum before drifting back to float across from natural disaster and crumbling space. Noah repressed a sigh. The unstable mass rune wasn't even a bad rune. It was a rank 4, more than what the majority of people ever got, and the magic it enveloped was far from simple. But what would have been the find of a lifetime for most people barely even registered for him. Unstable mass was so weak in comparison to his flawless runes that he couldn't even feel his soul grow larger from drawing it in. He went about drawing unstable corrupted mass. It bore a strong resemblance to the other mass rune, but the warping effects were considerably worse on it than they were on the other rune. Noah took a few moments to sit and examine the new runes in his soul. He didn't want to start cutting anything up too early and just waste his energy. Now that he actually had the building blocks to work with, he needed to figure out exactly what it was he wanted to build. Matter, sure, that's a pretty damn broad rune. Can't just make himself a matter rune, if I want it to be even half decent. Not at this rank, at least. I need to focus in, but not too much. I'll need an inciting energy as well, something to get things started. But what would that be? He chewed his lower lip, letting his eyes drift over the new runes in his mind space. Even the addition of the second one had done nothing to expand his soul. It was just too big. An imaginary Moxie flicked Noah in the head. Complaining about not getting to see himself get stronger when he absorbed some crappy runes was definitely a first-world problem. No matter. I'll get to see all the soul expansion I want once I actually make a new flawless rune. I can't get ahead of myself. First things first, I need to figure out what the hell kind of rune I'm trying to make with matter. There wasn't exactly a lack of options. Just about everything in the universe was made up out of matter, as far as Noah was aware, though he wasn't about to put any money on his incredibly rudimentary understanding of physics. Minutes ticked by as Noah thought. He had more ideas than he knew what to do with, but he carved away everything that he couldn't intimately relate to. The line had given him a perspective and understanding of things that no other living mortal could ever claim to manifest until their time among the living came to an end and they found themselves where he had once been. Therein lay his advantage. He needed to find something matter-based that related to the line. It had been pretty easy with crumbling space. The line, the gods, everything he'd seen, everything he'd done, and all the times he'd died. There had to be something he could reference to. Noah paused. A second ticked by. He swallowed. An idea lodged itself in his mind like a splinter, and a flicker of fear passed through him, not toward what he was about to do, but because he was going to have to explain it to Moxie. Noah's eyes drifted back open to find Moxie watching him intently. She didn't even bother trying to pretend like she'd been doing anything else. Moxie just arched an eyebrow. That was fast. Done already? I don't really feel a difference in you. Not really. I only just started, Noah hedged. I just had to prepare things out here first. Moxie's eyes narrowed as she caught the look on his face, even through the wrappings. Prepare? For what? I think I know what I have to do to make my next rune. Noah blew out a breath and gave Moxie a sheepish grin. I'm going to have to kill myself. Chapter 37. The first step to finding a solution is admitting that you have a problem, Moxie said as she prodded Noah in the forehead. And you have a problem. I'm pretty sure that only works if I'm the one to admit that I've got a problem. Noah rubbed the back of his neck. And I'm not just doing this for no reason, Mox. I'm pretty sure it's the best way to form a matter rune. I'm sure you think... Wait, Mox? I thought it sounded cute, like a short version of Moxie, you know? I'll scrap it and think of something better. It's not like I can call you Mo. That's like moo, and I'm not trying to imply... Moxie leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, stealing the rest of his sentence. She pulled back a few seconds later. I wanted to get that in before you turned into a corpse. And Mox is just fine. Sounds a bit dumb, but I don't think I could expect anything else from you. No need to dig yourself a hole trying to come up with something worse. Thanks for the save, Noah said with a sheepish grin. Does this mean you'll kiss me every time I kill myself? Don't push your luck, Moxie said dryly. Just get it over with already. And be careful. I'm not sure this is something where being careful is possible, but I'll do my best to keep any blood from getting on the bed. Oh, don't worry about that. The plants will just drink it, Moxie said with a small wave. Noah started to nod. Then he paused. They'll do what now? What did you think would happen? I'm making them from all sorts of organic matter. Blood and meat. It's all fuel in the end. Works just as well. That's not terrifying at all, Noah said. We've been sleeping on a bed of blood-sucking plants. The floor is nice and open if you want it. Nobody's forcing you. Noah looked down at the hard ground, then back up to Moxie. He cleared his throat. On second thought, the man-eating bed is lovely. It's very well behaved. It would be rude of me to try and sleep elsewhere after the bond we formed. Moxie rolled her eyes and turned away, but not before Noah caught a flicker of a grin pulling across her lips. She reached for the tent flaps and glanced over her shoulder at him. I'll go get Lee to clean up your mess. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Thanks, much appreciated. Noah slipped out of his jacket and tossed it across the room before starting to pull his shirt off. He paused when he noticed that Moxie was still watching him and raised an eyebrow. Did you decide to stick around? I'd consider it if you weren't about to blow yourself up. Have fun, but not too much of it. Moxie slipped out of the tent, and the flap fell shut behind her. Noah stared at it for a second, then blew out a sigh. That was definitely the most convincing argument she'd had against him killing himself. It was almost enough to actually make him look for a different solution. Almost, but not quite. Maybe I do have a problem. He pulled the rest of his clothes off, removing the face wrappings last. There wasn't even all that much need for them at this point. He'd already established Spider as a fairly powerful demon, so having a completely normal-looking human form probably wouldn't be able to draw that much more negative attention. Unfortunately, the wrappings were basically part of Spider's identity now. He couldn't just get rid of them on a whim. Noah tossed all his clothes to the side and grabbed his large grimoire, propping it open against the table before sitting down in front of it. He was going to need to move quickly once he got things started. The method wouldn't be too different from what he'd done when he'd made the crumbling space rune. He'd carved the runes up to their base components and split those apart as well, using nothing but the pure raw energy and his intent to form the rune he needed. It wasn't a technique he'd be able to use for every combination. He needed to have a way to trigger the inciting energy and create a rune. Fortunately, this time around, Noah had just the strategy to pull it off. "You just sit here and wait," Noah told the grimoire. "I might need to dump a few runes in you after I'm done working. No point in wasting good magic. No eating them, you got me? I'll feed you more monster runes later." The pages fluttered. He wasn't sure if that was the equivalent of assent or a paper middle finger. Noah shrugged to himself. If the grimoire didn't do what he wanted, it wasn't going to get any more food. It knew how their deal worked, and he could always kill himself again if he needed to. Noah closed his eyes and placed a palm on the grimoire. Then he sank into the darkness of his mind space. Runes bloomed from the black sea around him, their pressure bearing down on him. He wasted no time in pulling crumbling space toward himself. He was making a matter rune, but matter and space were so closely related that he couldn't imagine not trying to take advantage of that. Noah pressed his hand to the crackling surface of the rune and peeled power from within it, taking around 15% of the rune's total energy and gathering it inside himself. He traced faint purple lines through the air with his other hand, redrawing a copy of crumbling space in his soul. The new rune thrummed to life, and a ripple of power rolled out from it, prickling against Noah's skin as it passed him by. He now had 2 crumbling space runes, one at 15% full and the other at just around 30. It's a good thing that I got that extra energy from hunting in the damned plains, or breaking crumbling space up wouldn't have left me too much to work with. That makes everything so much easier. Noah let the copy with more energy drift back, keeping the weaker one at his side. He drew the 2 matter runes that he'd just drawn into his soul closer to himself as well, and gathered the 3 rank 4s in the air before him. Noah then let out a slow breath and raised a hand. Immense weight bore down on him as Sunder responded to his call. The master rune lowered and brushed against Noah's fingertips. Energy screamed into his body, and his veins turned jet black as it raced beneath his skin. I finally get the opportunity to see what happens if I sunder a rune that I made from scratch. This will be interesting. Noah touched the unstable mass rune. Power raced down his fingertips and into the rune. It split apart with a loud crack as Sunder carved through it. Runes swirled out from within it, rising to swirl around Noah. He didn't give them the grace to finish forming. Sunder lashed out like a striking snake, shattering every single one of the rank 3 runes in rapid succession. More runes ballooned forth, and more were carved apart. In seconds, Noah took a rank 4 rune and reduced it to nothing but shimmering, raw power. It prickled against his skin and charged the very air he breathed, even though he was pretty sure he didn't actually need to breathe inside his own soul. Noah didn't waste even a second examining the results of his work. He summoned unstable corrupted mass and repeated the process, splitting every single component of it down into nothing but pure magic. He drew the clouds of smoky, multicolored power around himself like streamers with a thought. They swirled and danced, tiny particles already drifting and fading away into the ether. No traces of panic entered his movements. Rushing would only result in greater chances for something to go wrong, and Noah only had one shot at this. There was only one rune left to split apart. He brought the copy of crumbling space closer to himself. Aches racked his body from channeling so much of Sunder's power, but he couldn't stop yet. Noah gritted his teeth and called upon the master rune once more. His veins darkened, and he clenched one fist as he raised the other toward crumbling space. His fingers trembled as they brushed across the surface of the rune. Time to see what happens when I split this thing apart. He released Sunder. A black line flashed down the center of the copied rune. Energy crackled along its path for a split instant. Then it shattered, releasing a wave of pure power with enough intensity to blow his hair back. No runes formed from the broken rune. It was like he just split apart a rank 1 rune, even though it had been a rank 4. Noah didn't have time to fully contemplate the meaning of that yet. He'd get around to it when he wasn't so pressed for time. For now, he was just thankful that he wouldn't have to keep using Sunder. Noah released the master rune, and it rose up into the air to return to its place in his soul.
Energy filled all the free space around him, dancing and burning with an intensity that would only fade with every instant he let go to waste. There were only 2 steps left to do, and the first was the easiest. He had to kill himself. Noah had gotten pretty damn good at that, which probably wasn't something to be proud of, but he had a new idea to beat even his fastest previous record. Natural disaster drifted to Noah's palm as he drew on a flicker of its energy and directed it inward, toward the top of his neck, where it met his skull. He was pretty sure that... A sharp, buzzing zap filled Noah's ears. There was a flash of a burnt scent, followed by the walls of his mind space crumbling away to reveal the real world once more. Disorientation washed over Noah, and he found himself rising into the air, looking down at his own body as it crumpled and pitched face first onto the ground. Lee stood behind him, his gourd in her hand, watching him as her expression shifted between nervousness and eagerness. Even despite his need to work quickly, Noah blinked in surprise. Well, I'll be damned. That was a whole lot faster than I expected. Didn't hurt too much either. Good to know. A faint tug pulled at Noah's neck from the direction of the gourd. He welcomed it. After all, death wasn't what he needed to form his new rune. What he needed was what came after. The reformation of life, when the gourd gave him a new body. Noah didn't understand how the gourd worked. He didn't even completely get how matter as a concept functioned. Fortunately, he didn't have to. He didn't need to make a flawless rune the first time around. All he needed to do was take the first step. The rest would come in time as he grew to understand it. A grin split his lips as his soul was yanked back down into his gourd to the new body that was starting to form in the black smoke pouring from its lip. The inciting energy was there. He could feel his body forming around him, providing the inciting energy he'd need. All the power from his sundered runes waited within his soul. He had everything he needed. It was time to form his next rank 4 rune. Chapter 38. Power crashed around Noah like a roaring ocean. It flooded his lungs and pooled in his stomach, slamming into his mind like mighty waves. He grasped the reins of consciousness and weathered the violent magic with every scrap of intent he could bring to bear. His will dug deep into the swirling magic and drew it together, forcing it to obey his mental command. The more his body formed, the harder the energy tried to escape. Noah didn't let it. His reformation ground to a halt as it slammed into a mental wall, and he drew deeper on the latent magic that came in his reformation. The throbbing pulses of his headache grew stronger with every second as he resisted the pull of sunder. His vision fluctuated between the darkness of his soul and the dim light within his tent in the damned plains. Flashes of runic pressure wove in and out together with his consciousness, but Noah's will had been forged by the very line itself. He had millennia of impatience and determination to draw upon, but that wasn't all. Noah had one flame of motivation that burned brighter than anything else ever possibly could have. Moxie would be fucking pissed if he had to kill himself a second time. That was more than enough to keep him on track. The waves of power slammed into him over and over, and Noah drank from them with every blow. He ripped the churning power out and pulled it into himself, forcing it into his soul and bending it to his intent. Crackles of gray and white energy flashed behind Noah's eyes and arced through his mind space. They slammed home before his flickering hand, driving themselves like pieces of jagged porcelain into the beginnings of a rune forming before him. Every single angle of the rune seemed as sharp as a blade. It had no curves, only jagged lines and floating components connected to the others by nothing more than a thread. If someone had grabbed their favorite plate and dashed it across the ground with all their might, the instant after it shattered would have been a fair representation of the growing rune. Pain burned through Noah's soul as pieces of it started to fragment. Chips formed in the empty darkness, allowing brilliant white light to spill through. They lengthened into cracks that spiderwebbed through his soul like fingers of frost. Noah snarled, the noise lost to the recesses of his own mind. There was less power now, but the mounting pain and soul damage were starting to eat away at his concentration.
He could feel himself faltering and the rune's formation slowing. He still hadn't managed to draw in all the latent magic flowing through his soul. There was more left. If he failed now, it would all be wasted. He'd have to go back to the auction or find another way to get more runes. I won't let that happen. We don't have the time to waste. I will not fail now. I'm so damn close. Noah snarled in defiance. He doubled down, thrusting every scrap of intent and power he had forward. Pressure bore down on him from sunder as his will locked horns with its power. A tight band of force wrapped around his neck and started to constrict, trying to force him out of his soul and into his forming body. Some of the cracks carving through the dark widened. Agony gripped Noah's skull in a vice. His vision of his soul started to fade away. Tingles raced down his fingertips and toes. They reached down his limbs and raced toward his chest. He was getting pulled back into his body. If the rune wasn't formed by the time his eyes truly opened, then everything would be wasted. Noah desperately pushed back against the encroaching feeling, but it was fruitless. Sunder's pull was too strong. His soul faded away completely. He tasted blood in his mouth, and his entire form tingled like every one of his limbs had fallen asleep. A thick fog started to form at the edges of his mind, taking with it his access to magic. He groaned, and the sound dimly reached his ears in the distance. He nearly completely reformed. Desperation burned in his chest as he clutched onto the final strands of power he still had. Noah couldn't see the darkness anymore. His senses were fading, but he could still feel the energy at the back of his mind. With one final cry of defiance, Noah yanked on the remaining power. There was a sharp crack, followed by a brilliant flash of light. A wave of force slammed into his head, and fog rolled through his mind like a crashing tsunami, washing away every last scrap of connection to his soul that remained. Noah's eyes snapped open, and he drew a ragged gasp. Pain slammed in his skull like someone had been hammering away at it for the past hour. He could feel the blood pumping with such intensity that it made the veins on his forehead and the back of his neck bulge. A hacking cough forced its way out of his chest, intensifying the pain with every sharp movement, and blood splattered from his lips onto the ground. Something grabbed his shoulder. Noah couldn't make out who it was. The world was a sea of hazy, indecipherable colors and all too bright lights that burned into his retinas like hot brands. He squeezed his eyes shut and grasped the sides of his head as if to dig the pain free with his own fingers. Something wet trickled down from his nose and across his lip. He barely even noticed. It wasn't just pain. The world felt disconnected, distant. Voices brushed across his ears, but their meaning arrived at his mind, garbled and destroyed beyond comprehension. Forming words was equally impossible. His tongue was thick and heavy in his mouth. Every thought that attempted to take root in his mind was washed away by the powerful ebb and flow of fog. There was no option left to him. The human body could only handle so much before shutting down. Noah's consciousness mercifully drifted away until only empty darkness remained. Thought returned, slowly. The world was still dark, but the pain had abated. A throb was still present in the back of Noah's mind. Its savage claws dug deep into his soul. He definitely had a significant amount of soul damage. The rest of his senses started to trickle back. A faint, sweet smell reminiscent of strawberries lingered in the air. Something warm and soft was pressed against his body, and his face was nestled in a smooth, tickly bed. He groaned and squeezed his eyes even harder. Noah worked his lips and opened his mouth only for something to work its way in. Hair. He let out a startled grunt. The movement sent spikes of pain jabbing into the back of his head, and he jerked to a halt with a grimace. His grip subconsciously tightened around the soft bed he was laid out on. "Noah?" Moxie's voice came from just behind his head. Her tone had been gentle, but the words resonated through his head like the echo of a massive drum. He grimaced and forced his eyes open, blinking furiously. Even the dim light felt like it were made of dozens of tiny needles trying to work their way into his skull. That
Didn't go how I planned it to, Noah muttered. More of the world formed around him. He was lying against Moxie on top of her bed of vines, his arms wrapped around her back in a stranglehold that probably would have been somewhat dangerous if he didn't feel so drained of energy. "Are you okay?" Moxie asked, tone tinged with deep concern. Her voice didn't come out as loud this time around. It was almost manageable. "Yeah," Noah said. He reluctantly released his grip on Moxie, though he made no move to distance himself from her side as he drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm fine. That was rough. But the worst is gone. Just some nasty soul damage." "Idiot," Moxie muttered into the top of his head, giving him a gentle squeeze. "This is why dying shouldn't be your first solution to literally every single problem." "Hey, it's been a while since the last time," Noah defended. The last dredges of disorientation finally sloughed away, though he could still feel traces of fog lingering in his mind. "How long was I out?" "It's kind of hard to tell down here, but I'd say something close to half a day back in our world, maybe a bit more," Moxie replied. "Seriously? And I still have a headache? God damn, what did I do to my soul?" "You've been out for a while. Lee and I were worried," Moxie said through a huff. "I trust it was worth it?" "I sure hope so," Noah replied. He reluctantly pulled away from Moxie and pushed himself upright. A twinge of pain shot through his head again, and he grimaced. Moxie sat up beside him and sent him a worried glance. "Are you sure?" "No," Noah admitted through a wince, "but I'll find out. If it's been half a day, my magic should be back. I'm going to go use the fragment of renewal and see if I managed to pull this shit off or not." Moxie inclined her head, and Noah let his eyes drift shut again. He drew a slow breath and exhaled through his mouth, pushing past the headache to sink back into his soul. Darkness bloomed all around him, but it was far from absolute. Pale, glowing cracks covered the edges of his soul like the web of a massive spider, climbing all the way up to the fragment of renewal and sunder. It wasn't the worst soul damage he'd ever found himself with, and Noah could barely even bring himself to pay any attention to it. His eyes were fixated on something new, something that hadn't been in his soul when he'd last left it. A jagged gray rune floated across from him, equidistant from crumbling space and natural disaster. Ripples of pale energy pulsated within the sharp edges that made it up. It definitely didn't feel like a flawless rune, but it would have been a fantastic first attempt if it hadn't been for one small issue. Ribbons of thick, inky darkness hung from the rune like someone had dumped a bucket of sludge over it. They wove through the holes in the rune and formed a shadowy mass behind it, running down and merging into the floor of his soul. He couldn't read the rune at all. Noah swallowed. A headache still pulsed in the back of his head. A quick summon of the fragment of renewal would have purged it, but he couldn't pull his eyes from the rune before him. It wasn't possible. Every component that had gone into the rune had been a normal one. The runes he'd broken to make it were readable, but there was no denying what his eyes told him. The rune floating before him looked eerily similar to the ones that he had seen lodged in Lee's soul. Did I just make a demon rune? Chapter 39. Noah approached the new rune, not daring to attempt to call it closer to himself. He didn't want to accidentally snap the strands connecting it to the base of his soul and give himself even more soul damage. It had been months since he'd gotten so much soul damage that the Hellreaver had been able to enter his mind, but he had no desire to ever let things get to that state again. He had more than enough stupid things to do without needing hallucinations to help him along. He had a demon rune. Noah wasn't sure how to feel about that. He definitely hadn't been trying to make one. There was a reason he'd been avoiding drawing in any monster runes, but not once had he ever considered it would be possible to actually make a demon rune. Noah couldn't tell if he was excited, terrified, or just plain confused. This opens up so much. If I can form a demon rune, then could I use it to potentially help Lee? I could find a way to prevent demons from losing themselves when they hit rank 4. I feel like I could study this thing for 100 years and not figure out everything about it. Azel definitely felt controlled by his emotion, but Yoru feels surprisingly in control despite being considerably more powerful than him. Noah took the rune in for a few seconds. Then his brow furrowed slightly. Now that he took a closer look, there was something off about it. And it wasn't just the fact that he, a human, had formed a demon rune. Noah's brow creased, and his eyebrows knitted as he drew to a stop directly before the rune. And then he stared. A minute ticked by. Noah didn't move. He couldn't place what it was, but something was definitely wrong. It became more apparent the longer he stared. Even though he couldn't read the rune, the sharp, twisting forms that made it up almost felt familiar. Like they'd been written in a language he could understand, but made from random letters rather than proper words. The longer he stared, the more familiar it seemed to become. The shadowy strands blocked him from getting a full picture, but he knew what rune he'd set out to make. He knew the energy in it. The answer was before him, and all he had to do was dig until he found it. Of that he was certain. Noah could practically taste the rune's name on his tongue. He tried to form it, but his mind stubbornly refused. The finish line in sight was walled behind iron bars that refused to let him push the last few inches through. A twinge of anger broke through his concentration, and Noah stepped away from the rune to walk in a circle around it and see if he could pick up on something that he'd been missing. It was for naught. The back of the rune was even more covered with a shadowy mass than the front had been. He could barely even make the rune out from where he stood. It was just a few flickers of white-gray energy buried in a sea of twisting dark. Noah blew out a sigh and tapped a foot on the ground. His impatience was already starting to poke at the inside of his throat like he'd swallowed a prickly seed. A distant headache made sure he couldn't throw off his irritation, but he stubbornly refused to activate the fragment of renewal until he figured out what the hell he'd just made. Fuck it. He brushed a finger across the inky black strands. A faint shiver rolled down the back of his spine, and he shivered, pulling his hand back. Noah paused for a second, then he reached out and touched the strand again. A startled yelp escaped his lips as a sharp prod of chilly energy poked into his navel. It wasn't exactly painful, but it was extraordinarily uncomfortable. He yanked his hand away and took a step back from his rune. "We're going to have a problem if this is going to be how things are," Noah said, his eyes narrow. He considered prodding the rune again, but decided against it and let his hand fall to his side. Muttering under his breath, Noah started to pace around the rune. Minutes ticked by like sand falling in an hourglass. Time slipped through Noah's fingers as he studied the rune, determined not to leave until he figured out exactly what it was niggling at the back of his mind. The unwanted splinter would be removed. There was too much riding on it. Not only were the results of all his work locked up within the unreadable rune, but this was the best angle he'd found that had a chance of being able to help Lee. Noah wasn't about to let that slip by or go unnoticed. If there was something to be learned from a rune he'd accidentally formed, then he was determined to find it. "How the hell did I form you in the first place?" Noah mused to himself, taking a step back and shaking his head to try and reset his thoughts and locate a new angle to approach the problem from. I didn't have any demonic energy in my combination. Didn't think I was imagining anything demon-like either. I suppose it's possible that the damned planes themselves could have affected the rune's formation. He trailed off and pursed his lips, pacing around the rune another time. Part of him wanted to go bother Moxie and see if she had any thoughts as to what the rune may have been. But that could wait for later. They didn't have a mind meld potion to spare so he could show it to her yet. I should definitely get one of those. Hard to do much together when we're in the middle of a camp of nosy demons. Noah stopped his pacing and crossed his arms as he ran back through everything he knew about its formation. There were 3 components that went into the formation of a new rune: intent, magical energy, and the inciting energy or action. The magical energy was the easiest to trace. It came from the runes he'd just broken down. While 2 of them had been from the damned plains, Noah hadn't seen any demon runes within them while he'd been breaking them down. That might not have been enough to completely cross magical energy off as the cause of his little problem, but it was a fair argument against it. I swear it couldn't have been my intent, either. I don't even know what kind of intent you would need to form a demon rune, but I wasn't thinking about demons. I can't even read the damn rune. If I can make a rune in demonic, then I should be able to read the damn thing. That means it probably wasn't my intent, but that only leaves the inciting energy. Sunder. The reformation of his body. Noah's lips thinned. Sunder had come from the demon that had attacked the afterlife, but the rune itself was perfectly readable to him. It wasn't demonic, as far as he could tell. Maybe Sunder uses energy from wherever I am to make my body, Noah mused, tilting his head to the side. I am in the damned plains, after all. That could mean that my bodies here are formed with, I don't know, latent demonic energy? But I don't feel any different. If I had a demon rune, shouldn't my emotions be somehow affected? There was a chance he was resistant to the rune's effects because humans weren't as closely tied to their runes as demons were. But the black strands holding the rune to his soul spoke differently. It might not have been as intense as the bindings that Lee's runes were trapped in, but he should have still felt some difference. I've never felt so close to being able to read a demon rune before. I'm missing something. I have to be. Even Aelin and Violet's rank 1 demon runes were completely indecipherable to me, though they looked identical. This doesn't look like them. If the black sludge weren't covering so much of it, I could probably tell what it was. Noah walked around to the back of the rune again, where his soul had risen up to connect to the back of the rune, and peered through a few of the cracks that showed the rune from the other side to see if he could make out anything that he'd missed. He raised a hand and drew on natural disaster. A crackling ball of electricity arced between his fingertips with enough intensity to cast yellow light over the darkness to illuminate the back of the rune. He drew a slow breath as goosebumps prickled along the top of his arms. There was nothing. The few extra glimpses of the grayish-white light he could catch through the dark mass were just too difficult to make anything useful of. He walked back to the front and glared at the offending rune, then dismissed his ball of lightning. It vanished with a flash, briefly lighting up his mind space. Something caught the corner of Noah's eye as the light went off, and he froze. He summoned the ball of lightning a second time, lifting it into the air as he stared at the ground. The light flowing through the holes in the rune like a reversed shadow glowed faintly at the base of Noah's soul. His gaze snapped back to the rune in the air as he finally realized what had felt off about it. It wasn't in another language at all. It was inverted. The outline of a rune shone on the floor. He couldn't quite read it completely because of all the dark matter blocking it out, but therein lay the biggest source of his surprise. The strands of his soul connected to the rune weren't solid black. When the light illuminated them, faint lines projected themselves onto the ground overlaid upon the first rune. Not just lines. A pattern. What the hell? Noah breathed, his eyes going wide. He hadn't made just one rune. He'd made 2. Chapter 40. Noah stared at the ground in stunned silence. He'd somehow made an entire rune on accident. How can this even happen? Noah muttered to himself. I could see my intent somehow getting messed with by the energy in the damned plains or some shit like that. But I can't make 2 completely different runes. It didn't seem that anyone had told the runes that. They remained on the floor of his soul, illuminated by the crackling light of the ball of electric energy churning above his hand. The second rune didn't look like it was about to go anywhere anytime soon. As the shock wore off, Noah took a closer look at the dark lines on the ground. A flicker of annoyance welled up in his chest.
Not only was the unexpected rune blocking out significant portions of the rune he'd actually tried to make, but he couldn't read it either. There were just too many segments missing. This is exactly what happened with Lee's rune, isn't it? She managed to squish all her runes together into Frankenstein's rune. Now she can't read any of them. But I don't have a master rune, broken or not, in the mix here. Could this be the result of a failed combination? That was something he could test. Noah held a hand up to the amalgamation of runes before him and focused his attention on it, sending a faint tendril of desire toward them. A wall of pressure drove into him in response, and the other runes in his soul shuddered as they pushed back against it. It wasn't enough to keep what felt like a strong wind from driving into Noah, blowing his hair back and nearly causing him to slide across the ground. He blocked his eyes with a hand and released the desire, letting the runes return to their normal state as a frown crossed his lips. Way more than the pressure from a newly made rank 4, Noah muttered. That's easily 2 of them. There's energy there that shouldn't be there. This isn't just some failed combination. Something got added into the mix that I didn't want. The rune floated innocently before him, the thick strands of jet-black soul undulating gently in beat with the ripples of energy passing over its surface. Noah scrunched his nose. It felt a little odd to be irritated about getting an extra rune. That was a first-world problem if he'd ever heard of one, and that made him mildly annoyed that he couldn't be more annoyed. Don't like you, Noah informed his conjoined runes, but I would like you more if you split yourselves apart for me. The runes did not respond. That was probably for the best. The day his runes started talking to him was the day Noah sundered them out and served them on a plate to Lee. His brow furrowed at the thought of the demon. She needed him to find a way to deal with whatever this was. Even if it didn't hold the secrets to her issues with rank 4, the very least he could do was find a way to untangle the bungled mess of a rune she currently had. Azel's bindings weren't going to hold forever, and they only got weaker with every time Lee pushed her strength. That might have been fine back in Arbitage, but they were in the damned plains. He doubted they were going to get the liberty of being able to hold back for long. They'd already taken control of the street lords and made a scene at the auction. Stronger demons would be taking notice of them soon, if they hadn't already. Noah brushed his thoughts away and let out a sharp breath to refocus himself. He couldn't afford to start worrying about distractions right now. There was too much at stake. I wonder if I could just sunder you, Noah mused to himself, moving to see if he could find an obvious spot where the 2 runes had connected themselves. He made another circle around them, but it did little to help. There was no clear distinction between them. If it wasn't for the light illuminating the runes on the ground, it would have been impossible to tell that there even were 2 of them. He came to a stop back at the front of the rune and dismissed his glowing ball before crossing his legs and sitting down. He planted his chin in his palm and braced his elbow against a knee, fingers drumming against the side of his chin in contemplation. Sundering the runes had a chance of splitting them apart. It had an equal chance of just straight-up destroying them. He'd lost around 15% of the energy in crumbling space when he'd sundered it in order to make whatever abomination this thing was. If the same thing happened, well, the rune didn't have enough energy to lose. It would just shatter, and all his efforts would be wasted. I wish I could just test on something, Noah complained, his mood still worsened by the still-present headache from all the soul damage littering his soul. He cast his gaze around, as if in hopes of finding a second copy of the odd rune amalgamation before him. It was fruitless. The only other option he had to test on was Lee's rune, and he vehemently refused to do that. If anyone's getting tested on, it'll be me. I don't want to risk hurting or killing Lee, but if I'm going to fiddle around with myself, that sounds wrong. I should save the fragment of renewal until I'm done. The chances of me getting out of this without even more soul damage are negligible. Noah blew out a sharp breath and pushed himself to his feet. Then, for a flicker of a thought, he paused. If his soul already had extensive soul damage, the smart thing would probably be to use the fragment of renewal now, and then wait until it came back before he started messing with the new runes. If this is really a demon rune, I don't think I can afford to sit around and wait to see what it does. What if I start feasting on emotions all of a sudden? I don't know what emotion I'd want, but I don't think it would be anything good. It would probably involve Ma. No, not letting myself get distracted now. I really do need to get some more mind melt potions, though. Sundering the runes would be his last resort. Noah brushed his hands off on his pants. It wasn't like there was any sweat on them in his mind space, but it was about the spirit of things. There was at least one thing he could try before fiddling around with any magic. He strode up to the rune and set his jaw, grabbing the rune with both hands. A river of tingling energy raced down his palms and through his arms into his chest. An involuntary shiver ran down Noah's spine, but he didn't let go. His grip tightened, and he planted his feet in the ground. Then he pulled. The river transformed into an ocean. His fingers went numb, and he could have sworn his bones started to vibrate. It felt like he was trying to yank out his own heart. Noah's teeth gritted as he pulled even harder. "Come here, you little shit," Noah snarled. Energy coursed throughout his veins and flooded every part of him. His tongue tingled and prickles poked at the back of his eyes. A colony of ants felt like it had taken up residence within him and was marching throughout his veins. It was the most incredibly uncomfortable thing that Noah had ever experienced, but it wasn't quite painful. One of the strands snapped, releasing the rune and whipping back into the base of his soul with a splatter. Noah's eyes widened in surprise, and he nearly lost his grip. He hadn't expected tugging on the rune like a disgruntled ape to actually work. The sharp edges of the rune pulled back, and Noah quickly adjusted his stiff fingers, just barely managing to keep his hold on it. He took a step back, stretching the dark strands farther. Gaps started to form within them as they lost the game of tug-of-war against him. "Let go!" Noah roared, driving himself backward another step and thrusting every scrap of force he could muster into his feet. Several loud thwangs ripped through the air as ropey soul strings ripped and lost their hold on the rune. Noah slipped, his fingers losing their grip, and landed on his back with a pained grunt. The energy tearing through his body vanished as he groaned, staring up at Sunder and the fragment of renewal floating above him. It was several seconds before the awful tingling finally faded away, and he managed to pull himself into a sitting position. "Oh, pound sand, would you?" The rune had gone right back to the position it had been in before. His soul had extended gloopy tendrils to wrap around it once again. All his work had been for... Wait. Noah rose to his feet and approached the rune. The strands had wrapped back around the rune in the exact same way as before. His head tilted to the side. If his soul was trying to hold on to the rune for some reason, then the way it connected should have been at least somewhat random. This wasn't. He'd broken some of the strands, but they'd come back exactly as they'd been. It's almost as if there's a pattern, Noah muttered, finishing his thoughts out loud as his eyes widened. He raised his hands and summoned a crackling ball of electricity with the help of natural disaster, illuminating the two runes and casting their inversed shadows onto the ground so he could examine them. Noah's eyes danced as he memorized the glowing lines that came from the black strands. He couldn't understand what the patterns meant, but he could still see a portion of them. Once he'd memorized everything he could, he released natural disaster and hopped awkwardly on one foot, raising the other to stick it into the parts of his soul covering his rune. He gagged as tingles shot down his leg and up into his torso. The urge to pull back was strong, but he resisted it. Noah just tilted his head to the side and summoned his violin, bracing it against himself and resting the bow on the strings. I don't know any way better to manifest a pattern than through music. If this rune does anything, I'll find out when I convert its pattern to a song while channeling its energy. Noah drew a deep breath and pushed the distraction away, shoving the uncomfortable tingling sensation into the back of his mind. Then he began to play. He started slow, taking care not to draw too much power or let the pattern escape from him, but he was surprised to find the music didn't just come easily, it came naturally. His bow picked up speed, and a strange song echoed through the reaches of his soul. It was more than natural. It was familiar. Power twisted within Noah. The uncomfortable prickling in the back of his mind receded. His posture relaxed, and his song grew faster still as he felt himself synchronize with the rune. Noah's eyes drifted shut, and he immersed himself within the song, letting the pattern form itself with his body as the outlet. And then it came to an end. His bow slowed, and a deep sense of peace washed over his body like a comforting blanket. The discomfort had entirely vanished everywhere other than his eyes, which still felt like he'd squinted into a bright light for a little too long. Well, at least it doesn't seem malicious. What kind of rune does this? Noah let his eyes open once again. His violin squeaked as his hand jerked in surprise, playing an unbidden note. Faint golden lines glimmered within the dark floor and walls of his soul. They danced and twisted in the most complex mosaic that he'd ever seen, like a field of glimmering vines, stretching so far out that he couldn't see where they ended. It was a pattern, but it was so much more. It was an entire world. Noah could do nothing but stare in disbelief. He turned, trying to take in the entirety of the pattern glowing within the darkness of his soul, but it was impossible. The pattern was just so immense that he couldn't even begin to make anything individual out. Swirling waves and starry skies mixed like the painting of a madman, vanishing the moment he thought he caught a glimpse of something tangible. It was alien and immense, beautiful in the way that renewal had been. His gaze landed back on the strands holding onto his rune. Noah's fingers loosened, and the violin vanished from his grasp. The darkness had been lit up by the very same lines running throughout the rest of his soul, but these ones didn't change. They remained locked in place, interweaving with each other in a way that wasn't just familiar to Noah. It was Noah. For the first time, Noah managed to read the name of the rune stored within the syrupy strands of his soul. Fragment of Self. Chapter 41. "Oh, shit," Noah said. "Didn't see that one coming." Noah then froze, as he hadn't actually said anything. That had nothing to change the fact that he'd most certainly just heard himself speak. What the fuck? Noah spun toward the source of his voice and found himself face to face with Noah. A complete and utter copy of him, down to a stray hair sticking out from the top of his head. They stared at each other for several seconds in stunned silence. "Yeah, no," Noah said. "That's not happening. You did not just finish my sentence." "I'm pretty sure I did," Noah replied, scratching his chin as his brow furrowed. "Or did you finish mine?" "You finished mine, and you did it wrong. I was going to say, what the hell? You got it wrong." "No, I didn't." "No, you didn't," Noah admitted. He thrust a finger at the other Noah, who returned the gesture. Their eyes narrowed in unison, and their hands lowered back to their sides. "Are you copying me now?" Noah asked, upon which Noah's, the other one, fingers twitched. "We are not getting into this. There isn't even anyone else here, so there's no point in doing some weird shape-stealer bullshit," Noah said, crossing his arms. "Seriously, what the hell is going on? And who are you? You're not me. I'm me. You're someone else." "No, I'm most definitely you." They paused for a second. "Okay, this is getting confusing." "Quite. You're Noah 2. I'm Noah 1. Why do you get to be Noah 1? Because you're in my damn head. You... What? Came from the rune I just made? Is that even possible?" "No clue," Noah 2 replied, scratching the back of his head and letting out a huff. "And how could you have made the rune? I made it, not you." "Don't even try that," Noah glared at his double. "I am not so easily gaslit." "Okay, I was fucking with you. You did make it," Noah 2 said with a snicker. The smile fell away from his features a moment later. "I really am Noah, though. At least, I'm pretty sure I am. I know I'm not you, but I am you. They were silent for another few moments. That was a bit confusing, wasn't it? Noah, too, asked. I'm going to bash you over the head with a rock. I'd probably try that, too, if I were you. Which I am, kind of. Unfortunately, no rocks here. Noah, too, cast his gaze around the shadows of the mind space around them. And even if there were, I'm not so sure it would actually do anything. I don't get the feeling that I'm alive. How's that? Noah asked suspiciously. Didn't you just claim to be me? What would you have done if you just suddenly found yourself existing in another variation of yourself? I would have tried to... Wait. You tried to leave my mind space? Noah glared at the other Noah. To what? Take over my body? Of course. It's what you would have done. Fair point, Noah admitted. It was a little difficult to get too mad when that was the exact step he would have taken if he'd been in his clone's position. I take it that failed? Completely. I don't exist outside of our mind space, Noah too said, tapping his foot on the ground and letting out a sigh. Which means you're probably actually Noah 1. So that leads me to my next question. What the hell am I? They both looked over at the fragment of self. Not exactly a difficult guess, Noah said. Doesn't tell us much either, Noah too said. You don't know what this is? No more than you do. It's a rune, obviously. Obviously, Noah agreed. But I can't imagine I've just randomly made myself a Noah-mancy rune. That would be a little specific, Noah too said. He held his hands out toward Noah, who mirrored the motion. They both squinted for a second. Then their hands dropped. Not a Noah-mancy rune. I couldn't control you, they said in unison. God, that's creepy, they said in unison once again. Please don't tell me the fragment of self just makes a duplicate form of me, Noah muttered, relieved to find that his clone didn't copy his words again. There's no way that's all it would do. I mean, look at it, Noah too said, crossing his arms and staring down at the illuminated lines within their soul. This is literally me. Or you. Us, I guess. There's no way the absolute core of somebody's soul is just making another version of themselves. They both studied the rune for several moments. It was a remarkably strange experience for Noah to stand across from a perfect copy of himself. He'd seen his face in the mirror before, and he'd left more than enough copies behind to know what he looked like. Even Lee had taken on his appearance more than a few times. This was different. He couldn't quite place how he knew, but there was no doubt in his mind that Noah, too, really was him. Their mannerisms, the way they spoke, everything. It was identical. Maybe this is a side effect of the fragment of self, Noah mused. Not the purpose of the actual rune. It's still stuck merged with the matter rune, so that could be messing with it somehow. Could be, Noah too said. I can't access the runes, by the way. It seems the only thing I can do is exist. Mildly annoying. I'd like to try killing myself to see if anything happens. That really is always our solution, isn't it? It works. Let's hold off on it until I learn more. What if you don't come back? Or if two of you come back? They both shuddered. Two versions of himself was already too much. They didn't need to turn his mind space into a party. If you can find a way to separate these runes, we might be able to learn more about what's going on, Noah too said. You've clearly got a way to access it. I'm a little concerned about doing irreparable damage to myself at this point, Noah muttered, looking down at the glowing lines tracing through the floor beneath his feet. They shifted in a gentle wave of motion, changing shapes before he could make out their pattern. Don't fiddle with the greater part of your soul. That's obviously a shit idea, Noah too said. Just stick with the fragment. We can already see it, and it's largely separated from the rest of your soul. Sunder it and reform it. I don't love the idea of sundering. Hold on. You just want to see what happens if I separate you from myself. Guilty, Noah too said. It was worth a shot. It was, Noah agreed. I'm not doing it, though. Even if that worked, what would you do? You wouldn't have my body. You wouldn't have Sunder either. Hey, I figured I'd get there when the time came. This feels like someone trying to force me to reflect. That's not going to work. I wonder what happens if I kill myself. Wait. That might leave Noah too in charge. It probably wouldn't, but I'm not taking the risk. Noah's soul was quiet for a few moments as its inhabitants pondered the fragment of self between them. You might have a point about separating the rune, Noah mused. I don't like the idea of sundering it. We need to find a way to help Lee, and using Sunder on a rank 4 with a Master Rune might end up killing her. You're right, Noah too said, his features flattening. This is no demon rune, but it seems remarkably similar. This isn't just about me or you. We have the perfect opportunity to figure out how this works. Truce? Lee comes first. Truce, Noah agreed. He considered extending a hand to himself, but that just felt like a little too much. Instead, they both just looked back to the fragment of self. Noah had absolutely no idea where to start. The runes looked completely lodged together. Finding a way to separate them without Sunder felt like it would be nearly impossible. But he had an advantage that no force in the universe had ever possessed before. There wasn't just one Noah working on this. There were two. Time slipped by. Noah had no idea how much. He and Noah, too, came at the fragment of self from every angle. They tried dragging it apart. They tried wiggling and pulling at pieces of his soul to unknot it and free the other rune. They tried wedging a third rune between the two and using it like a crowbar to pry them apart. And that was just the head of the iceberg. The pair of them went through every single trick and idea that came to their minds, working in conjunction and firing off thoughts in unison as they worked to find a way to separate the runes. They even tried recreating the song Noah had done to first connect with the fragment of self. Nothing worked. Their efforts did nothing but drain the majority of the magical energy that Noah had left and send them both flopping to the ground on either side of the conglomerate rune, their brows creased in annoyance. This is goddamn annoying, Noah too said. I don't like this rune, and it's the reason I exist in the first place. Maybe we're going about this the wrong way, Noah muttered. If this was something that could be brute force, I'm sure Azel would have done it to Lee. Maybe we have to be subtle. Subtle is not our specialty. Well, we'll have to adapt then. I'm not going to give up and let Lee get stuck where she is forever, and that's assuming her rune doesn't destroy her, because subtle isn't my specialty. The other Noah winced. Yeah, you're right. How can we be subtle, though? We tried connecting to the rune. It didn't do anything. If we don't know how to use the rune, then we can't do anything with it. It was several seconds before Noah responded. We might not know what it does, but maybe we're going about this the wrong way. We've been trying to separate it. That seems like the right way to me. Yeah, and maybe that's the problem, Noah mused, rising to his feet slowly. I thought we just agreed not to give up, Noah too said. I'm not giving up. Noah approached the merged runes until he stood a foot away from them, their pressure winding around his chest like a constricting snake. What if that's our mistake? I mean, the fragment of self is literally a rune that's meant to represent me, a portion of me, at the least. If I want to control that, you want to try and pull it back into your soul instead of cutting it out? Noah too asked, his eyes lighting up. That's genius. We're so smart. Tell me about it, Noah agreed. Well, stand there, I guess. It's not like you can do much. Just pretend I'm Moxie. I can be moral support. I'll pass. The corner of Noah's lip curled up, and he let out a slow breath, letting his eyes close for a moment as he steadied himself. He'd tried to grab the fragment of self so many times that he was already more than used to the uncomfortable prickling energy that attacked his insides when he touched it. But that didn't mean he liked it. Then his eyes opened again, and he extended his hand. He rested it on the surface of the black strands of his soul. Energy poured into Noah, but instead of trying to find a way to wrest it away or control it, he pushed back. Noah drove his intent into the rune, shoving the energy aside as he turned all the runic pressure he had to bear into the fragment of self. His vision focused in until the only thing before his eyes were the two merged runes. His runes. Even if he didn't know what one of them was, the other was a part of his soul. He didn't need to understand what the fragment of self did or how it worked. It was a part of him. They were one and the same. A river of chills rolled down Noah's spine as a dull chime echoed through his soul. All the rushing energy ground to a halt. Distant echoes rang in his ears, and an odd feeling washed over his body as the world swayed. He could hear his heart beating in his chest and the blood rushing in his ears. Then, even that stopped. There was only silence. The rune did nothing, but not because it didn't work. It did nothing because it was already working. It always had been. Noah's hand dropped to his side. "Oh," Noah breathed, unable to keep a faint laugh from slipping free of his lips as he finally realized what the rune truly was. He turned to Noah, too, who watched him with an inscrutable expression. "Seriously? The first guess I made was basically right." "Hardly. You used it the wrong way," Noah, too, replied with a faint smile. "Took you long enough." The fragment of self was nothing like the other runes he possessed. It was him, or at least a portion of himself. It was the connection between his body and his soul. The rune was the passageway that let him access the rest of his runes, but it was more than that. It was everything he desired, everything he was. It was literally him. "Why didn't you tell me?" Noah asked. "Did you know?" "I didn't know anything more than you did," Noah too shrugged. "I figured it out when you did." "I'm just a fragment, Noah. You made me. Splintering a section of your soul off can hardly be healthy, but it's a damn good way to get a look at yourself." "Did you like what you saw?" "Not answering that one. I'm more than aware we only get philosophical when we're bullshitting." "Got me there." Noah too's eyes changed. Something swirled deep within them. A vine bed. The outside world. Noah extended a hand, not to the rune, but to Noah too. "Until next time, Noah too?" "What makes you think there'll be a next time? I only came into being because your mind needed a way to represent everything. Well, you." "Because I'm remarkably good at screwing up, and you're me," Noah replied. "I reckon it won't be long." Noah too laughed. He lifted his hand and clasped Noah's. "I suppose you're right." "Until then, Noah won." A ripple passed through Noah's soul, and his clone vanished. He was alone once more, but things had changed. His soul felt different, more vibrant. It was as if all his senses had been dialed up. Noah looked back to the pair of conjoined runes floating before him. He'd been trying to split the fragment of self off this whole time, when what he should have been doing was the exact opposite. He couldn't cut a piece of himself off. It would have been like removing a portion of his personality. Fortunately, Noah didn't have to. Fragment of self didn't have to be removed. It had to be taken back. Chapter 42. "Rejoin me," Noah commanded. He extended his mind to the rune, meeting the rush of freezing energy. Up until now, he'd been treating the fragment of self like it was any other rune. He thought the pressure was something that he had to push back against. That was impossible. It was the pressure of his own soul, after all. You couldn't push up against something with itself. Instead of pushing back or trying to wrest control of the power, he relaxed. The strands of black holding his matter rune shuddered. Then, without a sound, they released it and slithered into the floor of his mind space as the fragment of self joined the rest of his soul. It embedded itself on the ground, a glistening pattern that stood as still as stone in a shifting sea. A chill crept up Noah's chest and set into his bones. It wasn't as uncomfortable as it was unnerving. He could almost hear the thoughts echoing in his mind, feel the blood running in his veins, taste the power he bore within his soul. Noah felt like a violin left to the side for years before finally getting its strings tuned. Extending his thoughts to the fragment of self sent a tremor running through his body. Energy pumped in him, but not in the way it ever had before. Noah's lips pulled apart of their own volition as he tried to make sense of the strange power. He stared at his hand. Everything felt so alive. Each single movement wasn't just a thought, but 1,000 different minuscule reactions within himself, flashing through his nervous system to deliver the command his mind gave, and Noah could feel every single one of them. He could control every single one of them. His finger twitched by such a tiny amount that his eyes couldn't even properly make out the motion, but he could feel it. His body felt like it had truly become his for the first time in his life. A disbelieving laugh slipped from Noah's mouth. "This is incredible," he breathed, holding his hand up and staring through the cracks between his fingers at Sunder as it floated above him. For the first time in his life, his body actually felt like it belonged to him, and this technically wasn't even his body. Then again, Vermil died a long time ago. I've gone through so many new bodies that I think this is definitely my body at this point. Vermil died back in the Scorched Acres. I've just stolen his visage and cleaned it up a little. Noah let out a shaky breath. He let his hand lower, vividly aware of the space it took up by his side, and paused before his eyes lowered from the sky. Sunder wasn't the only master rune floating above him. The fragment of renewal joined it. The two immense runes bearing down on his entire soul and each other with immense pressure. A small frown creased Noah's lips. The fragment of renewal. The fragment of self. The same kind of rune? But that can't be right. My rune definitely isn't a master rune by any stretch of the imagination. It didn't have enough pressure. Wasn't big enough either. I don't know if I'd call it a normal rune, but there's no way it could be a master rune. Right? Noah looked back down to the fragment of self. It remained in the floor of his mind space before his feet, the only patch of golden lines that wasn't flowing in the invisible current that wound its way through the rest of his soul. It didn't look like a master rune, and Noah had no idea what its inverse would have been if it was. He didn't understand the fragment of self nearly enough to try and figure that out. His frown deepened. The names are way too similar to be a coincidence, but there's at least one key difference aside from their power. The rune I took from the goddess is called the Fragment of Renewal, not the Fragment of Self. My rune isn't called the Fragment of Noah. They're reminiscent of each other in name, but they're not exactly the same. That, unfortunately, didn't answer much of his confusion. Even if the two runes were identical in make, the similarity between them was a little too much for him to overlook. He wasn't so sure he bought the idea that the goddess's rune was a master rune purely because she was more powerful. Maybe there's a way to expand upon or improve the fragment of self and make a stronger rune that represents you. Noah just had no way to know. He couldn't exactly call the goddess up and ask her advice. He got the feeling she still wasn't too pleased about how he'd yanked some of her power in the first place. I do still need to get her a fruit basket or something. She hasn't smited me yet, so maybe she's not too pissed. I wonder what kind of fruits God's like. Mangoes, perhaps? A small smile pulled to the corner of Noah's lips before it fell away, and he shook his head. As much control as the fragment of self gave him over his body, it didn't seem to help keep him focused any better than normal. I just don't understand this, Noah muttered to himself. The fragment of self resembles the rune of a goddess, and it also resembles a demon rune, two things that couldn't have possibly been more different. Noah crossed his arms in front of his chest and tapped his foot on the ground as he dug through his mind, forcing himself to think harder. The similarities that his rune had to that of a demon rune had to be the key he was missing. There had to be something in them that would let him figure out how to help Lee. I thought mine was a demon rune until I connected to it and lit it up from inside, letting me read the pattern. Okay, so that's one step. Either I or Lee need to connect to her rune. That might let her pull it free of that mess that she combined. But that doesn't fix the problem, does it? She'd still have a demon rune in her soul messing up her desires. I suppose I'd have to see another rank 4 or higher demon to tell for sure. I'm also not really following how demon runes change demons so badly to force them to basically become embodiments of their emotion. The fragment of self was definitely exhilarating. It made Noah feel alive, but no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel like any part of himself was actually being influenced. He wasn't suddenly any more suicidal or impatient than he had been before, and those definitely would have been the desires that would have gotten amplified by a demon rune. He felt more like himself, not like a caricature. So what's the difference between me and a demon? Noah mused. His foot stopped tapping, and he started to pace, his eyes tracing the flowing lines as they danced across the ground before him. I suppose there are really only two options. Either it's the owner of the rune, or the rune itself. Demons are connected to their runes far more strongly than humans are. But that wouldn't explain why they hyperfixate on one emotion when a rune gets to rank 4. Could it be a difference in the runes themselves, then? Noah shook his head in response to his own thought. The rune he'd made had resembled a demon rune so strongly that the whole point of a demon rune seemed to be to amplify them. The same as the fragment of self. So why does my rune just make me more me, while theirs turns them into slaves to their desires? It doesn't make sense. There has to be an answer, but I might not be able to find it pacing around inside my soul. I'll have to find someone to test on. I have to really get a close look at a rank 4 demon rune when it's inside a demon and figure out what it does to them. Back in the mortal realm, that would have been pretty difficult. It wasn't like there were rank 4 demons strolling around everywhere. But down in the damned plains? Noah wasn't even slightly worried. He'd already kicked the hornet's nest enough to draw the attention of some enemies. There wasn't even a need for him to go looking for rank 4 demons. They'd deliver themselves to him. His lips pulled up in a smile. Don't worry, Lee. I'll have this figured out soon enough, Noah promised. I just might have to break a few demons to do it. A faint pulse of pain probed at the back of his mind. The cracks in his soul still hadn't healed over, and he'd been putting off using the fragment of renewal until his work was done. He'd gotten so caught up with the new rune that he'd nearly forgotten his own headache. Noah extended a hand toward the fragment of renewal, calling the pearlescent rune down toward him. He was mildly surprised to find that it responded. If he could access his magic again, then 12 hours must have already passed. His hand pressed against the master rune's surface, and a river of relief poured over his head like a refreshing shower. He exhaled as the tension knitting his shoulders evaporated and the pain in his skull relented. The cracks strewn about his soul started to knit themselves back together. It would have taken them a bit to fully heal, with how extensive the damage had been, but the fragment of renewal would deal with them soon enough. He turned and froze. Somehow, in all of the excitement, Noah had briefly forgotten the fact that he hadn't just made a single rune. He'd made 2. The other half of his efforts floated in the air, spaced equal distances from the crumbling space and natural disaster, its name as naked as Noah had been the day he'd first gotten himself killed in the scorched acres. A rank 4 rune, roughly at 25% full. Warped matter. Would you look at that? Noah breathed, delight sparking in his eyes. I wonder what you do. Chapter 43. Noah slipped from his mind space and let his eyes drift open. He lay in Moxie's bed, one of his arms trapped beneath himself and buzzing like a furious insect. It felt like he'd been lying there for quite some time. Grimacing, he untangled himself and sat upright. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and scrunched his nose in annoyance. How long was I out? Noah muttered. Hours. Noah glanced over in the direction of Moxie's voice. She sat at a plant desk, a half-dead flower cupped between her palms. Moxie set the plant down and arched her eyebrow in clear question. How many hours? Noah asked. The last residuals of his headache still lingered on, but the fragment of renewal was making short work of it. He was pretty sure his head would be back to normal in another hour or so. Around 13, Moxie said. She turned on her chair, the vines that made up its back coiling around her and repositioning themselves to shift the direction the chair faced without so much as raising a leg off the ground, and held out a mind-melt potion. I got my hands on some more of these while you were gone. Am I going to need it? That would probably be a wise call, yes. Moxie removed the stopper and poured half of the potion into her mouth before handing it to Noah. He finished the potion off, then let himself relax as he was yanked from the world and into Moxie's mind space. Noah materialized across from Moxie inside her forest clearing. 2 vine chairs had already formed, and Moxie already sat in one of them. Noah lowered himself into the other. "I hope you've had more luck with your runes than I have," Moxie said. "I suppose it depends on what you mean by luck." Noah tapped the side of his chin. "If you were referring to somehow making 2 runes on accident instead of 1, then yes, I got lucky." Moxie let out a snort and shook her head. "Right, sure, smartass. So no luck, then. Are you going to have to kill yourself again?" "Probably," Noah said with a nod. "But I was serious." Moxie paused. She squinted at him. For several seconds, neither of them said a word. Then her eye twitched. "How does one accidentally make an extra rune? You can't even combine a rune without intent, much less make one." "I'm working on figuring out exactly how it happened." "Only you could make 2 runes on accident," Moxie muttered, "and tossing a whole extra rune into the mix didn't somehow screw with the other rune and ruin it? That's why it took me so long. They kind of lodged together. It was a real pain in the ass to figure out how to separate them," Noah said with a small huff of annoyance. "But I managed it in the end." "Of course you did," Moxie said with a short burst of laughter. "Well, what kind of runes does one make on accident? Are you planning on telling me, or am I going to have to start taking guesses?" "Depends. Where's Lee?" "Keeping watch over the tent to make sure nobody gets too close or curious." "Perfect," Noah said. "Then we can get right to the point. I don't know how, but I somehow made a rune of myself." "A Noah rune?" Moxie asked, squinting at him. "Do you have an extra one?" "A fragment of self. No name involved, but it was definitely a representation of me. I had a whole-ass discussion with myself. It was interesting." Noah looked down at his hand and flexed his fingers. The connection to his body here was just as strong as it had been in his mind space. "Fragment of self." Moxie's head tilted to the side. "What in the world does that even do? Summon copies of yourself to fling at people? No, that can't be it. You can't form magic from scratch until rank 5. It couldn't be actual clones. Don't tell me it's some form of creepy corpse manipulation where you use your own bodies to fight." "Now that's an idea," Noah mused. He caught the look in Moxie's eyes and let out a snort of laughter. "But no, that isn't it. As far as I can tell, the rune is the connection between my body and my runes. It's heightened my internal awareness. It also seems to be permanently on, as far as I can tell. It's not even drawing energy, it just is." "That's weird. I've never heard of a rune like that. It's basically a body imbuement, then." "Really similar to one," Noah said with a nod. "It's literally imbued into the center of my soul. Actually, for that matter, I think it is my soul. A piece of it, that is. But here's the really interesting bit. When I initially formed the rune, it looked almost exactly like a demon rune. Though it was all screwed up, was identical to Lee's rank 4 rune. It was just at a smaller scale." Moxie leaned forward, her eyes burning with interest. "But it isn't a demon rune." "Not as far as I can tell. I can read it, but I couldn't read demon runes. That was basically the only noticeable difference." "Are you feeling different?" Moxie asked with a flicker of concern. "Any tendencies toward emotions or the like? You're not about to lose yourself, are you?" "Nothing different in that department. I think it would have been pretty apparent right off the bat if there had been." Noah shook his head. "I was worried about the same thing, but it seems like I'm the same as I was before." "If that's true, then this could be the key to figuring out how to solve Lee's issue," Moxie exclaimed in an excited whisper. "Maybe you were able to make a human version of a demon rune because of the latent energy in the damned planes." "We're on the same page. As far as I can tell, the rune is literally just a representation of my soul and my desires. It doesn't feel dangerous, and it definitely doesn't feel like it's going to make me hyper-focus on an emotion. I can't see that changing, even if I was as sensitive to my runes as a demon was." Moxie's grin slipped as her brow creased in a small frown. "Which means that either the issue lies elsewhere, or you managed to accidentally perfect a demon rune. As much as I believe in your abilities, I'm not so sure you just stumbled into an issue that has been plaguing demons for gods know how long. A while. That would be a bit of a stretch, Noah admitted. I'm going to be doing some testing as soon as I can. I don't want to mess with Lee or get her hopes up until I know more. Smart. That's for the best. Moxie gave him an approving nod, then followed it up with a pointed glance. So, rune number 2. Is it equally as odd? No clue. I haven't tried using it yet, Noah replied. I was just about to get to that. I know what I was hoping it would do, but with all the bullshit that surrounded its creation, I've got no idea if it'll function the way I want it to. What are the chances of you blowing yourself up? Blowing myself up? Probably pretty unlikely. Dying? I wouldn't bet against it. I suppose I can't ask for more than that, Moxie said with a small sigh. She gestured at the forest around them. You can't test it in here. We aren't in your soul, and I'd rather not break anything important in mine. Anything else vital that needs to be said? Probably, but I don't remember what it is. I see. Moxie nodded sagely. So I suppose that means we've got some time to kill? Noah grinned. I suppose we do. 30 minutes later, the mind meld potion ended. Noah and Moxie found themselves back in the real world. Lee had clearly been doing a good job of making sure nobody got too close because their bodies were mercifully unstabbed. You know, Azel isn't in your soul anymore, Moxie grumbled. Why does it only last 30 minutes? My soul is probably still disproportionately large. I did kind of shred him up a bit, and I've got a number of other things fiddling with it. Moxie let out an exaggerated sigh. I guess so. Unfortunate, but that's how things are. Go on, then. I want to see what you made. What happened to not wanting me to get killed? Noah smiled wryly and pushed himself upright in bed. Moxie's eyes narrowed. Sacrifices must be made in pursuit of the greater good, and right now the greater good is me wanting to see what your new rune does. If you're going to kill yourself, I prefer you do it when I'm somewhere nearby. At least that way I don't have to worry about someone else having to put on your clothes. Noah paused and looked down at himself. He was indeed wearing clothes, and he definitely hadn't put them on himself, considering the last thing he'd done before sinking into his mind space was kill himself. Fair enough, he admitted. That somehow slipped my mind. I'd have preferred to be present for that. I'm sure you would have, Moxie said dryly. A thoughtful expression passed over her features, and her head tilted to the side. Hold on. When you said you had a discussion with yourself, were you being literal? Fairly. There was a clone of me. Why? Just asking for later reference, Moxie replied, coughing into a fist. The bed bucked beneath Noah, and she sent him a pointed look. Rune, come on. Aren't you supposed to be the impatient one? Noah laughed as he swung his legs out of bed and sent a tendril of mental energy into his soul to connect with the warped matter rune. Power slithered to meet his call and coiled down his arm. He felt it infuse his body and buzz beneath his skin. Moxie watched with rapt anticipation as absolutely nothing happened. A second ticked by. Then 2. Her brow furrowed. Does it not work? Give it a second, Noah replied with a laugh. Moxie glared at him as he turned his hand over. The power had completely saturated his arm. It was a lot slower to activate than any of his other runes. He wasn't sure if that was because the warped matter rune just needed to use more energy, if it was struggling because it wasn't a flawless rune, or if that was just how it was. A shimmer of gray energy arced between his fingertips. Blocky fractals twisted out from his palm and into the bed at his side, expanding like fingers of frost as they tore through it. The vines crumpled in their path as blocks of gray matter practically exploded outward. Noah hissed in surprise as he felt every scrap of power and warped matter forcibly ripped out and consumed by the gray tendrils. The rune ground to a halt as it ran out of power to consume, and the magic abruptly stopped, dissipating like mist on a sunny day to leave giant furrows running through the vine bed. Noah and Moxie stared at the ravaged plants in stunned silence. "What was that?" Moxie asked, swallowing. "Did you just use my plants as fuel?" "They're matter. I
warped them, I guess? Noah replied, running a hand along the edges of the vines left by the wake of his spell. Easily half of the bed had been heavily damaged in a split second. I've seen magic punch through solid material before, but that was scarily fast, Moxie said, shaking her head. Did you really have to destroy my bed to show that off, though? I wasn't trying to do that much. I just wanted to test it on a single vine or something. The rune kind of activated itself, Noah admitted. Moxie frowned and leaned closer to the bed as she studied it intently. You know, this pattern kind of looks like what would happen to some of our fields when a really nasty soil virus attacked them. We usually stopped it before it could get this bad, though. I think you've created a matter-eating virus in the form of a rune. That may be an apt way to describe it, Noah allowed. That's terrifying. If it treats all matter the same, what do you think it'll do to a person? I'd imagine their runes would interfere with it, but if you could combine it with crumbling space, I could do some really serious damage, Noah agreed, letting out a whistle and running a hand through his hair. Well, shit. I'm really glad I decided to test this on something else before I used it on myself. I had the vague idea of trying to teleport with this. Moxie extended her leg and nudged the bed with her foot. I don't think that's going to be happening. Not if you want to arrive in one piece. Probably not, Noah grumbled. The bed, devoid of its structural integrity, started to sink under his weight. He cleared his throat and sent Moxie a pleading look. Say, do you think you could fix this thing? I don't really want to get up yet. Chapter 44. Noah tested the warped matter rune several more times over the course of the next 2 hours to the exact same results that he'd gotten the first time. The attempts didn't reveal anything new, but they did help him to understand the rune better. Warped matter initially felt like it had similar destructive capabilities to crumbling space, but it quickly became apparent that it would be more apt to place them on opposite ends of the destructive scale. Crumbling space could rip through everything in its path on the way to a nearby target. It was a focused attack with a short range. The space rune gave him a great way to cut through everything in the path between him and whoever he was trying to deal with. Noah wouldn't have gotten as far as to call crumbling space a scalpel, but if he did, then warped matter was the equivalent of a sledgehammer. It spread at a rapid pace, consuming anything in its way without regard to actually making it to whatever he was aiming at. Its range felt like it was considerably less restrained, though a single cast drained the rune's reserve so quickly that he didn't manage to get its magic